Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live. It's Higurashi When They Cry, more specifically, Chapter 7 Minagoroshi. So yeah, we're a little early. That's fine. We're fine. We're starting early. It's all good. I remember, right, so in the last stream I wanted to talk about stuff that I missed, or that I didn't talk about. I mean, it's a little weird. It feels weird, man, because we didn't really... Yeah, this is like so later, but... Pretend... Did you know? What's up, Effie? What's going on? How are you doing? When it rains, it pours like summer storms? I did not know. But now I do. I mean, I should say I do know. Skies as gray as these. As gray? Fuck you, backseater. Is that what you're gonna say to the guys today during Hatton time? Cough. It's gonna be fun. Wish I could be there, but I'll catch the VOD, I'm sure. Maybe. But yeah, pretend, okay. This is Chapter 7, Session 3. Pretend we're back in Chapter 6, the finale, that episode. I don't know if you were there for the rant yesterday. Oh, there's a rant? I didn't see that. When did that happen? Might be slightly more passionate. Oh, man. Did I miss that? I think I missed it. I was just looking at chat and I see pepperoni. And I'm like, that's funny. Haha. Pepperoni. Yeah, he's a Pokemon. Oh, no, I was ranting during the stream? Oh, no. I missed that then. When did I leave? I think I left after I couldn't join. Maybe a little bit after that. Because I did see, like, Rogue was backseating. Don't tell me if I don't ask. No, I didn't see that part. Was it fun? Oh, man. Pretend we're back in Chapter 6. And it's the finale. It's okay? Okay. It's the finale. And Rena, they're talking about gasoline and its ramifications. Here's what I was going to say. So in one of my previous jobs, I painted this like tunnel with tar. And we didn't really know how to like clean that up properly. So we used gasoline to clean that off. Because it worked. It worked so well. It was just put some gasoline, boom, there we go. We're clean. And then, yeah, after reading all about that, I'm like, well, we probably could have burned up. Just a little spark. Would have been game over. Luckily, that didn't happen. We're here today. Shows how ignorant we were. It was weird. But anyways, that was the tidbit. Pretend this is happening, that we're talking about this during Chapter 6 finale. Anyways, the other thing I want to talk about... Oh wait, before we do that though. By the way, JP, I'm curious, how many points do you accumulate on my channel regularly? It's like 2,000, right? Maybe more if I'm pressing the button to like get more. Also, hey Gus, that's Monk Gus. JP, what kind of arson are you partaking in now? The Papega guy. How old were we? It was like, what? Yeah, it was before senior year of high school. So 17. No, wait, was it 17? Yeah, it was. Okay, right. I need answers. We were just... So 15? Yep, I was 15 years old. Oh, man. Legally boxed. Yeah, that was like, wow, 13 years ago. Damn. That's crazy. Time flies. But I remember. Can't forget that trip. That job, I guess. Because technically it's my first job. Anyways. Sounds like the time my brother and I almost burned down the forest and started wildfire. Oh, jeez. How did that happen, Gus? I'm glad it didn't happen, but how did that almost happen? Was that in Australia? Nope. Although, well, do I want to go to Australia? Kind of. But also, all the critters, drop bears, those frighten me. But after seeing The Leftovers, I kind of do want to go. What is this? Why did that pop up? Okay. Was that in Australia? Oh, okay. Playing with matches in the woods. Out of boredom? Oh, man. Hell yeah, drop bears. No. They look frightening. But anyways, oh yeah, the other thing. So the second thing I had, or I wanted to talk about, which I should have talked about last time, so we don't have to go far back in the time, the Chapter 6 finale. I had my first nightmare related to Higurashi. I mean, I said previously that I had a dream where I think I heard cicadas, but I actually had a nightmare. Woke me up early. In the dream, I was Rika, and I was in a house, and I'm just trying to get away from someone. So that was fun. It was good times. But yeah, we had our first nightmare related to Higurashi, so clearly it's affecting my subconscious. But anyways, it's fine. Wow, shit's already hit the fan, huh? Yeah, just a little bit. Arson, warnings on the PC. Nightmares? It's great. Okay, fuck. Are you alright now, though? I am. I'm fine. Thank you for asking. It was just, it's just one realization when I woke up. It's like, yeah, I was Rika. We're running from someone. Alright, don't push it. No, we're fine. It's okay. We're all good. We can handle it. It was just a nightmare. It's not real. Can't hurt us. Unless it's Freddy Krueger. But he don't exist, so it's fine. Yeah. I think those are the two things. The gasoline story and the nightmare. So yeah, we're all caught up. That's what you think. Freddy Krueger doesn't exist, but he does. Oh no. Today is Wednesday, May 27th. A study published in March 2009 found that overweight 18-year-old men were as likely to die by age 60 as occasional smokers. Obese young men, much like heavy smokers, doubled the risk of dying early. Oh no. So you have a choice. Young fatties, donuts, or cigarettes. It's a tough one, I know. Good luck. Well then. That is a scary truth to learn today. I mean, it's not something we learn, but, you know, anyways. Awareness. Take care of yourself. Take care of your bodies. Just get fat and die. No, Effie. Stop pleasant. Forehead. Oh, man. We're almost done with May. It's crazy. We're almost caught up. Leoof. Okay. I thought the O was a Q. Whoops. Anyways. So yeah, we did a short stream last night. Just because, I mean, I wanted to continue. There was only 20 minutes left of Chapter 6, and then we finished Chapter 7. So we met up with... What was yesterday? So, right, we went to the Child Consultation Center with our classmates, and then we made up a big fuss. And then... nothing happened. Then we had a meeting. Well, right, we met with Kameda and, like, some other people, and we're like, hey, let's get more people for tomorrow. Then we had a meeting, and then Oishi told us, hey, maybe don't get your hopes up. Also, the bad word for hat in time if you want to crash it later is feather. Feel free to dick around, as they say. Sounds good. I mean, I probably won't, because I thought I could join you during, like, regular stuff, but I guess not. Like, I have to actually progress, which is fine. It's understandable, but yeah, thank you for letting me know, Effie. Yeah, that's what happened in the story. Teppei is gonna send Satoko to school. Sonozaki House is mad that we're doing all this. Let's see what happens. think if you want to explore your world, it's possible. You don't have to follow me, I think. Right, I think we can go our separate ways and do other levels and stuff. Which is fine, but yeah, I'm not playing ahead in time. I just wanted to mess around. It's fine. It's okay. But thank you. Also, hold on, I'm cleaning my glasses. Anyway, if you stream Hat, I'd be happy to swing swords. Sorry, smile meant. Oh, okay. No problem. I'll let you know. That's a shame, though. Backseaters. Oh, man. The Child Consultation Center had finally contacted Satoko's uncle after finding out she was missing from school for 3 days in a row. I'm sure it was because of our efforts that Satoko was able to come to school today. However, we couldn't really celebrate after seeing her painful expression. I'm like trying to think. It's a creepy Rena face. A smile. I'm trying to think of like other back-singing moments. I mean, there's Hollow Knight a little bit, but you know, that's fine. We got past it. So goddamn humid. Like what? Oh man. Humidity. It's actually hot today. I don't know why. So, air conditioner's not on. It'll be my face when you ban people. Or timeout. When I meet backseaters. Good old just smile. Blink expression. Yeah, there was Hollow Knight backseaters, there was I don't know if there was Dark Soul backseaters. I don't think so. But I can't recall. I think there were some backseaters for Breath of the Wild. But that's about it, I think. Nothing really. Oh, do you want a backseat? Smile. Is that something you enjoy? If it wasn't, consider yourself lucky. Dark Souls is notorious for backseat gaming? I can't recall. I wonder. I'll have to check the VOD, see what happened. Because I don't think so. Maybe during the DLC, but that was like more helpful than anything. Because the DLC was kind of like, eh. Indeed. Satoko, we were so worried about you. Are you sure nothing happened to you these past 3 days? I really did have a fever the whole time. I am sorry for making you all worry. She started telling us why she hadn't been at school. Nobody had even asked her that. Her uncle must have told her to say that to everyone. It's so painful to see her like this. Rena seemed more angry than sad. Inside, I felt the same way. I felt like my anger was boiling up and lodging painfully in my throat. He was only letting Satoko come to school because he was now certain that she wouldn't do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. He was treating her like a tamed animal. Was it too late already? I thought of the broken Satoko I once saw in my imaginary world. Satoko, do your best, okay? Of course I will. Doing well, even though Nini isn't here with me. I slowly reached out my hand toward her head. Oh shit, it's gonna happen again? So it's Thursday. Did it happen on the same day? I can't recall. As a reward for you doing your best, I'll pat your head. Do you mind? Why would he do this, knowing that it might trigger her? She didn't reply, but she didn't refuse either. I slowly put my hand on her head. She didn't react to it, but a tear rolled down from her eye all of a sudden. Was she crying because she didn't want to be touched? No, that wasn't it. Rather, it was the opposite. If I stopped patting her head, I'd hurt her feelings. Hanyu. Satoko felt obligated to survive without her Nini. But that didn't mean she didn't want anyone else's help. I wonder what Hanyu's AU sounds like. Is it like ow ow? Or... She couldn't appreciate my patting her head openly. I mean, we'll find out once we watch the anime after chapter 8. Satoko had no choice but to cry in silence. Satoko-chan, we won't tell anyone if you cry right now. After Rena said that, Satoko started crying like a baby. I felt relieved, knowing that it wasn't too late. She hadn't yet suffered from the fatal emotional wound that I saw in my imaginary world. However, her tears made it clear that I need to save her as soon as possible, no matter what the whole world might say to me. AU, AU. Au, au. It's like AU space AU. Satoko, everyone's gonna help save you. I promise you that. But I'm thinking, yeah, maybe it's AU. Satoko, we weren't just doing nothing for these past 3 days. Right, Kei-chan? Although in my mind I'm thinking like Yoshi's... Whoa. I can't. Right, we're making an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. We're asking them to save you from your horrible uncle. You don't have to do that for me. It's not just us. Right, Tomita-kun? It's not just me either. Okamura and the whole class are fighting for you. That's right. We all went to the Child Consultation Center together. We're going today too. Right, Mibara-san? Yep. We're not gonna give up until we save you. All the boys and girls in the class answered my call with their cheers. Satoko seemed a little surprised, but then soon became expressionless again. Is that why the social worker came to my house? That really wasn't necessary of you. Poor Satoko. Satoko, did he hurt you because of that? Mika's silent. She wouldn't answer. I couldn't tell what that silence really meant. Soon after Chie-sensei entered the classroom, she must have heard the noise we were making. Hojo-san, are you feeling better now? We didn't know for sure if she was really sick or not. All of us, including Chie-sensei, were feeling the same thing. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you. Everything's alright now. Will you be attending school regularly from now on? Yes. You don't have to continue worrying about me. You don't have to talk to any more social workers. Hojo-san, if you feel overwhelmed, you can come stay with me. I'm on your side, okay? You are welcome at my house anytime. Everything is be alright. Is that the OP to 428? Hey, Chie-sensei, don't act like you're the only one who can help her. Satoko, we're all on your side here. That's right. You can come to my apartment too. We have an extra room, so you can use it as your own. She can't do that. Satoko's my pet. She has to come back to my house. Nipa! Yes, okay. See? You're not alone. Everyone's trying so hard to save you. Because I googled that and that's what came up. So I figured that's what that's from. But I don't know if people at the Child Consultation Center will ever understand how we feel. Ayaya, Kamiki. Ayaya. If what Oishi-san told me yesterday was true, then once they learn this isn't the will of all Hinamizawa, once they learn it's only your classmates creating a stir, they might harden their stance against us. All we had planned was to go there with more people and ask for the same thing. The Child Consultation Center was going to say the same thing to us too. It wasn't going to be any different from yesterday. They tell us that it's only normal for her uncle to take care of Satoko, because he's legally her guardian. They'd also tell us that there's no proof of any abuse happening. Why did they think that? Because Satoko won't admit she's being abused. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm fine. That's a lie. Usoda. Rena spoke with a smile, but her words cut sharp. You're not okay, Satoko-chan. You're not fooling us well enough. All of us here, and many more people know that you're in pain right now. That's why we're doing our best to stand up and help you. We're reaching out our hands so we can save you from your struggle. Well, we can't save you without you helping too. I'm fine. She's right, Satoko. No matter what we say to the center, they'll tell us that there's no abuse because you're denying that it's happening. We all want to help you, but we can't if you don't accept our help. I understand. I was just like you once. Thought no one could help me. Thought whatever I was doing was the only thing I could do. That's why I didn't even accept my friend's help. But someone taught me something. I can't even remember who it was, but someone taught me something. The world you want most is right in front of you. But you won't get there unless you take our hands. Doesn't mean anything if we're the only ones reaching out. Satoko-chan, you have to reach your hand to us too. We can take each other's hands and return to the world we wish for. This title scared me for a sec. Hey, oh yeah, how's it going? I had to clarify, you know? We're not starting that chapter 8. Roach fight, this. Rena, who told you that? I don't remember. I think I heard it before I went to kindergarten. Can't remember who told me that. But I can still clearly remember that feeling. I'm here because of what that person taught me. Like, she said she had a dream, but I'm guessing she's remembering Keiichi. I agree. Whoever it was who taught that to Rena, he wasn't wrong. Satoko, do you think it's better not to ask for help? Think that's the best thing you can do? But you're wrong about that. Look at yourself in the mirror. Is that the face you want to wear? Sure it's not. You don't want any part of this world. We can bring you back to the world you want to live in. We're reaching our hands out. Those hands are almost touching you. But we just can't reach far enough. If we could, we'd pull you by the hair to get you out of this mess. But we can't make it. So you have to reach out your hand too. Our hands are right here. They're right in front of your nose. So take them. If you just reach out your hand, we could pull you up into a happier world. Clarifying was a good idea, right? How far into chapter 8 are you? Satoko wouldn't reach out her hand. She just stared at mine, as though praying for something. Her fingers were shaking, but Satoko wouldn't try to reach her hand toward mine. I felt like screaming out in anger, but I didn't want to scare her. If I did that, she'd never trust me again. All I could do was to wait for her to reach out her hand. I didn't wait the 2 hours, by the way. Thank you very much. Really, I do appreciate it. But I really am perfectly fine. I really... I finished the prologue yesterday. I'm curious. How long is the prologue? It's Satoko. But I mean, we'll find out, I guess. Soon enough. She needs more time. Satoko needed time to sort out her feelings. But her time limit was getting closer and closer. It was unfortunate that Satoko didn't even realize that herself. The next moment, we heard someone approaching our classroom. By the sound of the footsteps, we could tell that it was the principal. And so, I couldn't tell why Satoko was twitching like she just got electrocuted. 4 chapters? Oh, man. So wait, 4 chapters. Just thinking back to it. Dirk gets typed. Anyways. The door quickly opened, and the principal strode inside. He seemed relieved to see Satoko back in school. Oh. However, Satoko reacted both dramatically and bizarrely. She let out an inexplicable scream, ran to the back of the classroom, and hid behind the curtain. But why? No one in the classroom could understand her actions. We never even considered that it was because the principal had entered the room. Because the principal reminds her of the uncle. The principal, however, realized it immediately. Satoko was scared to see him. Hojo-kun, is everything alright? He spoke in a kind voice, but Satoko was still afraid. It was plain as day to all of us that Satoko was frightened at the sight of the principal, but none of us could understand why. Are you okay, Satoko? You don't need to be afraid. We're all on your side. My uncle is here. Ah. Everyone here thought for sure that Satoko's uncle had shown up to get her. We all rose up at once, shielded Satoko in a circle, and searched the surroundings. I had yet to see her uncle's face, but we were in school now. If someone unfamiliar showed up, I could spot him immediately. If we tried to force Satoko to leave, then forget everything else. I'd end the fight right here. Mion and Shion are thinking the same thing. However, while Satoko remained frightened, we couldn't find any sight of her uncle. Satoko was trembling as if he was already here inside her classroom, but there was no sight of him. Finally, I realized the truth. Satoko was frightened by the figure of the principal. I could understand that she'd be scared of his footsteps, but she was still terrified after he showed his face. This is not normal. It's been clear to me how much stress Satoko is dealing with. Riko-chan hushed Satoko and whispered into her ear. It's okay. Your uncle isn't here. Your mean uncle isn't here. But he's right there. My uncle is there. He's come to take me back home. Calm down, Satoko. Did you take your shot today? My uncle is here. Not to the boss. Nini. Her shot? What are you talking about, Rika-chan? Keiichi, she needs Idae's help. Just tell him that Satoko is in an emergency. Hurry up. Chie, let's take her to the nurse's office. What's wrong, Satoko-chan? Satoko-chan? Let's call the coach. She needs to see a doctor. Does anyone have his number? I do. Let's go use the phone in the teacher's office. I headed to the nurse's office after I asked Mion to make a phone call to the doctor. There were lots of students surrounding the office. Chie-sensei was forcing out the other kids who had entered the room with them. I snuck behind her and entered it myself. Satoko was lying down on the bed, still shaking with fear. Rena and Rika-chan were there with her and were trying to calm her down. I spoke quietly so as not to scare Satoko. Is she okay? What's going on with her? I don't really know, but she's very scared. She thought the principal was her uncle. Hearing that made it easier to understand, but it was still hard to believe. He had been right in front of us, and had spoken to her in such a kind voice. It was really hard to believe that she couldn't tell that it was the principal. And there's a dark spot on the wall. What does it look like to you? What? People who hate flies will think it's a fly. It may look like a spider or cockroach if that's what you want, if that's what you hate. People tend to sense something they don't like when they can't really tell what that something is. She thought of her uncle when she heard the principal's footsteps. But she was still scared even after he showed up. The illness Satoko has prevents her from correcting those misassumptions easily. What does she mean, illness? Tried to ask Rika-chan that, but Satoko is becoming even more frightened. Rika-chan held her hand gently and tried to calm her down. Because she's level 3. JP, these fucking boilers are still on, and it's humid at nearly 70. I'm filing a lawsuit. It's too hot. Oh man. Even with the air conditioner on? Rena tapped my shoulder. She was indicating to me that we should leave Rika-chan and Satoko alone in the room. This is why, well, I do have fans in my room, but Rika-chan and Satoko alone in the room. I agree with her. Satoko is in tremendous shock. I have 2 fans. I should probably get a ceiling fan, but yeah, I don't know. No, I have an AC, huh? It's not doing its job. Going back to the classroom for now. Yes, please do. I'm Minnesota, I shouldn't have to use this. Rena and I left the nurse's office. My classmates were still asking Chie-sensei about Satoko's condition. As soon as they saw me, they walked over and asked how she was. Let's leave it up to Rika-chan for now. Satoko's very frightened. Please don't do anything to make her afraid. She will only get more scared if we continue to make this much noise. Let's go back to the classroom. Coach will be here soon, and he'll take care of her. You called him, right, Mi-chan? Yeah. He'll be here right away. He said to let Rika-chan take care of her. Not to let her out of the nurse's office. Get back to the class, everyone. We're going to start homeroom. While the teacher took our attendance, a car arrived on the school premises. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. 3 people with white gowns came out of the vehicle. Ida ran into the school in a hurry. We were surprised to see 3 people show up. It made us all worry that Satoko was in worse shape than we realized. Chie-sensei felt the same way. She left the class to Mion and hurried to the nurse's office. Despite our worries, Satoko returned to the classroom about 10 minutes later. She was still as depressed as she was in the morning, but she was no longer in a state of panic. Satoko, are you okay now? I think you should rest some more. Sorry for scaring you. I'm fine now. Satoko-chan. Satoko seemed bothered by the way we were worrying about her. Chie-sensei also returned to the classroom. At the same time, I snuck out so I could talk to Irie and his staff. I saw him talking with Rika-chan. Coach, is Satoko really okay? Maibara-san. Yes, she's fine for now. We should keep an eye on her, though. It was just a little panic attack. She's all good now. Just a little panic attack? Are you sure? You were saying that Satoko has some kind of illness. Well, I should be going. Please call me if anything happens. Coach bowed and left without making any comment. It was like he was avoiding my question about Satoko's condition. Keiichi, can you promise to keep a secret? What? Oh, sure. Satoko's been sick since a few years ago. She's been getting the treatment for that illness for a long time. It was surprising to hear that. That meant she was already sick when I first met her. Never seen any sign of that, though. That disease can't be cured easily, but she can live a normal life as long as she gets proper treatment and medication. I see. Sounds like it's under control. Had no idea that she was sick until you just told me about it. She should be fine, right? She was hardly in a good condition, so that makes me hesitant to use the word fine. What kind of disease could Satoko have? Based on what I saw earlier, she might have a mental illness rather than a physical one. Might be because of how she was abused in the past. I've heard that mental trauma is not easy to cure, and it needs medical attention at times. That must be what's going on with her. Like before this, did we ever notice that she was, afflicted with this? I mean, I guess in chapter 3, right, when she was like talking about her past, but then she goes mute. And then chapter 6, I think? Right. With the possessed part. Satoko has to take 2 shots every day. Since her uncle was bullying her, she forgot to take her shot this morning. You mean Satoko becomes emotionally unstable if she doesn't take those shots? Riki-chan nodded quietly. Really, it was quite a shock. The Satoko I know is an energetic and mischievous girl who was always bouncing around like a super ball. I couldn't believe that she turned to a scared little animal just by forgetting to take a shot. She becomes very afraid when she doesn't get her shots. When something happens suddenly, or when she hears a strange noise, or sees something unusual, she feels like there are things that are coming to harm her. So, she thought her uncle came to the school when she heard the principal's footsteps? That's right. Once she convinced herself that the footsteps belonged to her uncle, that became the truth for her. Even after she saw the principal's face, her mind told her that it was her uncle. He said she can't organize information quickly enough. Is that what her illness is all about? I don't even want to know what that disease is called. I feel so bad for her. I had no clue that she'd been fighting this condition for so long. That poor girl. Keiichi, please don't tell Satoko anything about her illness. Why not? Guess I shouldn't ask. Might not be a nice thing to talk to her about her mental illness. Guess that's what she's trying to tell me. She came back to the classroom, but is she okay now? EDA gave her an injection, so she's alright for now. She's seriously sick to the point where she requires a doctor's attention. I realized something in the next moment. Hey, maybe we can have her be hospitalized. We can force her to stay in a hospital even if she refuses. That way we can save her from her uncle. Yes, that's a great idea. EDA suggested that before, but Satoko refused. It's not about her refusing or not, if the doctor tells her to stay. Keiichi, if Satoko doesn't go back home, her uncle is going to get rid of her Nini's room. What? Satoko feels obligated to protect the Hojo residents until Satoshi comes home. He's taking advantage of her? Teppei was telling her that he'd get rid of Satoshi's room if she didn't stay with him? That's horrible. Well, I mean, he's already gonna check the room, right? Please don't tell anyone about this. She is not good at controlling herself. So she might get very angry about this. She brought up Shion. Oh, but I was also furious about it. I had to calm down, though. I needed everyone's help in order to save Satoko. I couldn't ruin everything by acting foolishly. I had no time to stop. Damn it. Satoko asked us for help, we could help her right away. Just because she hadn't asked didn't mean she didn't need it. As her friends, we had to help her. Especially after learning that he was controlling her by threatening to get rid of Satoshi's room. She told you that he's threatening her, right? Can't we take that as an SOS? Rika-chan nodded slightly. Keiichi, we don't have much time left. That I was all too aware of. She had a panic attack just because she didn't take her shot this morning. But if she stayed in her current environment, it'd be too late to save her in a matter of days. I saw her future when I saw Satoko crying behind the curtain this morning. This is the 3rd day. We have 10 times more people on our side than we had on the first day. But we're not going to stop there. Keiichi, it won't be that easy to save Satoko. I've tried many times before, but never succeeded. Really? You don't remember. But you're different this time. I think you're getting very close to saving her. I believe that you're someone who can defeat fate. What did she mean when she said I didn't remember? I didn't have time to ask the questions, though. Yeah, you're right. I'll defeat fate. Just watch me. A huge crowd had formed in front of the library. It was hard to believe that over 50 people had assembled in front of such a quiet place. Okay, things are getting interesting today. That's Mibara-san. He's our leader today. Yo, glad to meet you. Kameda-kun had brought a bunch of athletes with him. They were all very tall and full of spirit. Being greeted by a bunch of big people at once made me feel uncomfortable. Whoops, shouldn't feel so intimidated. Commander can't act bashful in front of his troops. Following after them were our nameless comrades who sympathized with our plight at Angel Mort yesterday. Hate to say it, but I never expected any of them to actually show up. Seeing them all here to support us made me feel glad. They seemed plenty pumped up too, raising up fervorous cries, shrieks. Kameda-kun did so much for me. He brought not only his teammates, but also people from Angel Mort. I couldn't thank him enough. Don't worry, Kay. We're all brothers at Angel Mort. I heard from the people who went to the Desert Fiesta today that the desert named Innocent Blue Sunday is the best one. Let's eat it together this summer. Oh, Tomitake's here? Keiichi-kun, this is incredible. You gathered this many people by yourself? Takano too? Hello, never expected you to get this many people here. Good job, hehe. Tomitake-san, Takano-san, why are you two here? Oh, you didn't know? They told us they'd come at the meeting last night. The coach is supposed to be here too. Return to sound effects. Is that really necessary? All the sound effects? It lightens the mood, Gus. Sorry I made you wait so long. Sorry for being so late. It took me a while to leave the clinic. Wow. Coach, is it one of those wows or one of these wows? Hold on. Let me play it. Glad how that book worked. Coach, that's amazing. It's amazing. Coach had brought some sashes, headbands, and banners with him. He was so well prepared. The sashes and headbands read, "Save Toko Hojo, and the consultation center must take action immediately." They were perfect for our protests. He had brought lots of extras along too. Takano-san and Shion had them out to other supporters. You know, Coach, I love that style of yours. But you've earned some respect today. You know, I really like these things. Not all 60 of us know each other. When we all wear the same headbands, I start to feel a real sense of unity. It feels like I'm back at the dam conflict. People of Hinamizawa were wearing headbands and sashes just like these. It was like they were invincible. No one could make them stop. Tomitake-san was exactly right. Even the kids from Oknomiya were willing to wear the headbands. It was like we were supporting a baseball team. Here, Mika-san. Took us a while to get all of these made. EDA. I'll do everything I can. I'll do my very best to help us rescue Satoko-chan. Here, these are yours, Keiichi-kun. Felt like a field trip yesterday, but today it's totally different. Yeah, I agree. Figured showing up in greater numbers would intimidate them, but this has way more impact. Bluffs really are important after all. It's just about time. Call us to attention, Captain. Captain? Just the person who set this up. Keiichi-kun, you need to act more like a leader. Like a leader. Get up there and stand strong. walked out in front of everyone while Tomitaka-san took words. Took pictures. Everyone went quiet and turned their gaze to me. I felt so nervous, but at the same time I also felt really thrilled to see all of our comrades here. Thanks for being here today, everyone. Nailed it, right? As you know, it's been 4 days since my classmate Satoko Hojo was taken by her uncle. How can he claim to be her legal guardian? He used to beat her, and he neglected her for a whole year, so he could live with his lover here in Okonomiya. The Child Consultation Center must urgently take care of this matter and save Satoko from him. However, they're putting her case on hold. They just don't understand how much of an emergency this is. Today, we're going to attempt our third appeal so as to get them to save her as soon as possible. For those who saw Satoko-chan at school today, you should all know. She was at her wit's end after only 4 days. We can't leave her in that environment any longer. This is our third attempt. We have so many people on our side too. Let's let them know how important this is. We're not going to neglect our friend. Amazing. This really is the return of the damn conflict. Ibarra-kun wasn't even living here when that happened. This is quite interesting. There must be something about this village that brings people together. That's just the culture here, I think. Something like this happening was inevitable. I come from a city where neighbors don't even know each other's faces. I'm a little jealous. That's a bit rich coming from someone who keeps complaining about the lack of trains. So my evening is now America? How's it America? And I don't know if I want to write my resignation letter. What? I don't know if I want to write. So you're not leaving? That's good, right? Finish Danganronpa achievements. Or play Reciter? Reciter? Oh, before hat and tie? Or I'm leaving? 100%? Oh, you are leaving. Okay. Oh, like, I see what you mean. Okay. I got confused. But, like, what to work on before hat and tie? I'm so confused. It's America because freedom? Oh, okay. I see. I'm so confused. Your evening is now free. Danganronpa achievements? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you feel like doing, Effie. What's best? I still have to do Terraria stuff, but you know, we'll get to that eventually. Oh, I get it. Now we're on the same page now. I don't know. All units prepared for assault. Give us the order to lay our lives down today, Your Excellency. Excellency. Press our demands. Rescue the target. Everyone follow K's command. Down for Charlie. If you're doing that before my stream. No, I'm not. I'm still gonna be. I'll probably still be playing. But I mean another time. But don't cut yours short on my account. No, I'm not. I'm still going. Still keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah! Everyone had that much vigor before we'd even entered the building. We had to have heard what was going on inside. In fact, panicked-looking people were staring at us out the windows. Well, here goes nothing. Hideo pushed me forward, and I took the first step of our third attempt, with the weight of 60 people on my shoulders. Yeah, please, do Higurashi, of course. Went through the automatic doors and slowly crossed 20 meters to the counter. How will they take this? The first day it was just a counselor, so yesterday it was a manager. Think we'll get the guy in charge today? I don't know. But I'm sure they'll understand just how much we care about her. Or are these traumatized kids playing with Dynamite? They're not traumatized, it's always Satoko. Playing with fire is a fun game, is it? Russian roulette? Dynamite roulette? Hello, how may I help you today? Same as yesterday. We're here to appeal for immediate action on behalf of Satoko Hojo. At the far end of the office, I saw the manager from yesterday talking to a guy sitting behind an important-looking desk. I could tell he was intimidated to see so many people. Shion said that this was the day we finally closed the deal, but I couldn't be that optimistic yet. To be honest, our current numbers were probably the maximum number of people that I could get. So what will we do if things didn't work out today? I put up a brave front, but internally I was nearly cracking with the anxiety. Looking at the hopeful, encouraging expression on Rena's face as she walked beside me helped disperse those timid feelings. Is it the maximum? You could get the whole village! Just gotta convince Oryu. Rena might hold the very same worries inside of her heart. Everyone must be wondering if we can really save Satoko or not. But today, we are supporting each other by hiding these worries. Those worries. That was unmistakably our team's strong point. We could never have gathered so much energy and strength if we were alone. Pushes up glasses. That power can only be created when people work together. It takes forever for a drop of water to wear away at one rock, but a tsunami can break it into pieces in a second. Tsunami's that strong? Yeah, I guess so. The manager approached the counter. He started speaking to me, saying that as the meeting room wasn't open today, he couldn't let us all into one room. However, the head of the office was willing to see us, so we could use the reception area in front of his desk. Since the room is so small, however, he asked us to choose 3 representatives to come inside. Thinks back to, what was it called? The Impossible? With Ewan McGregor, I think Nicole Kidman too. I'm truly sorry. We hope you understand this is out of concern for our visitors, and show that you're willing to cooperate. We are here with all these people, and they are only letting 3 of us inside? I want to refuse their offer, but Mion told me to take it. If we occupied the office with our numbers, they could fault us for obstructing their business. I think they're intimidated enough. The head of the office is willing to talk with you today. I think that's the best treatment you can get from them. They're all shaking like scaredy cats. Meow meow. Still, it's definitely a lie that the meeting room isn't available today. I think so too. But Michan is right. I think they're intimidated enough. The head of the office is the top of the whole organization. If he's willing to talk to us, we might have to compromise as well. If we refuse to see him, that will go on the record. We don't want them to be able to claim that we refuse to talk to him. I think we should make it clear that we're here to have a conversation. It was good to get suggestions from so many different people. If it was only me, I would have just gotten pissed off and left. That was probably not the best idea. Once again, I felt how important it was that we were a team. Advisors. I understand. 3 of us will go talk to him then. But who should it be? Well, Keiichi... Not Mion or Shion. Keiichi-kun, you have to go. Other than you, I think Coach and Michan would be the best choice. Probably not Mion. If the head of the office recognizes me, they'll think that this is the Sonzaki family's doing. Can't let them think that, since my family has nothing to do with this case. I'm really sorry, but it's those adult circumstances again. Saving Satoko is our fight. That old hag has nothing to do with this anyway. How about you, Rena-san? You should go and talk with them. Yeah, Rena would be a good choice. I don't mind, but how about you, Rika-chan? Meet? As Satoko-chan's best friend, I think you should be a representative. Rika-chan is a quiet girl, so it'd be hard for them to understand what she's thinking. However, she's Satoko's best friend. She had been living with her for the past year, as if they were family. She has the strongest bond with Satoko out of any of us. Alright, Coach. Rika-chan and me. We're going to Inn. Roger. I'll get everyone under control. Mion winked at me and started explaining the situation to everyone else. Oof. Never thought I'd be chosen as one of the representatives. I'm not a very good speaker, so really, Rena or Shion should have been picked instead of me. But I just couldn't refuse when they've told me that Satoko's best friend should be the one to go. They told us to sit on the couch inside the visitors' room. The counselor, the manager, and the head of the office were there. The way they treated us was improving every time we came. I didn't know if today's appeal would change anything, but I was starting to feel the direction of fate shifts little by little. Oh shit. Do I need to remove BattleNet from my hotbar? Probably. Oh, there's Hanyu, but also, hold on. Discord, OBS, game. What What do you think, Rika? Things have changed dramatically in only a few days. I had no idea what will happen next. Hanyu appeared beside me. It had been a while since he showed up. Hanyu was assuming that we still wouldn't be able to save Satoko in this world either. She always felt it was best to just watch what happened without hoping for a positive change. I've been hurt so many times after being betrayed while hoping for change. Surely that wasn't good for my soul. I've been beaten down over and over again. It's better to be quiet and do nothing. It's better not to expect change. That way, if something bad happens, I won't feel pain. My fate was already a dead end. But is that really true? I did my best in many of my previous lives. However, I'd always acted alone. A miracle only happens when everyone combines their efforts. I was starting to feel the depth of what that meant. But even so, that didn't guarantee that we could save Satoko. This was the best chance I'd had so far, certainly, but that still didn't prove anything. I couldn't call it a miracle just yet. A miracle was something far more dramatic. So, this wasn't a miracle. It wasn't a miracle just yet. There was still someone else who needed to reach out for this to become a miracle. Everyone has been working so hard. They truly believe they can bring about a miracle. Who amongst them doesn't believe? Isn't there someone who's not reaching out her hand, like everyone else is doing? Basically, it's because of Satoko that a miracle won't occur. Things won't change unless she starts seeking help herself. I know, but that isn't so easy for her. Everyone is trying to save Satoko, but she's not reaching her hand out in return. Before they even came here, they should have tried persuading her first. You think we should tell her to reach out her hand? Yes. I know that's not an easy thing for her, but it wouldn't be as difficult as waiting for another world as fortunate as this one. In any case, I'm the only one with the key to open her heart. I'm like family to Satoko. I know she thinks the same. I'm not trying to brag or anything. Back to work. Have a good Chapter 8. No, Chapter 8. Sounds good. Oh yeah. Have a good day at work. Thanks for stopping by. Satoko is like family to me as well. No, my feelings toward her are even deeper than that. Might be only 1 year for Satoko, but I've spent decades with her. You know, just realized something. I know why this isn't yet a miracle. Why is that? For a miracle to happen, everyone must come together. But someone is still missing. One person is still not working with everyone. That's why the miracle hasn't occurred. Are you talking about Satoko? Hehe. No. It's me. I'm talking about me. I've just been observing them like a spectator. I've been tired of this internally repeating world and acted like a witch. I'd forgotten the powerful feelings needed to change fate. So she's not exactly like the character from the other property that I'm thinking of. But she's trying her best. In other words, I mean, also she's younger, right? In other words, it was like I was supposed to be an actress, but I was just sitting back and eating popcorn. Not a spectator. I'm one of the people on the stage. And that's why this play was never successful. In the world where Rena took over the school, if I hadn't done anything, Keiichi would have died in an explosion. Because I got on the stage like I was supposed to, the play didn't end that way. I'm a part of this world too. Such an obvious thing, but I must have forgotten it a long time ago. I have to open up her heart. I have to set her free from Satoshi. I'm sure someone else can do that too, but I have the greatest chance of success. If I don't get up on that stage again, a miracle is never going to happen. Rika, you once did the same thing over and over again and got hurt, remember? Are you going to make the same mistake? Again? Part of this world? I want to be where the people are? I want to see? Is that... Oh, is that a Little Mermaid? I want to see them dancing. I'm aware of that, but I'll never end up in a world this fortunate again. Chief resolve to try hard again. The next world will just cause my efforts to reach a dead end somewhere else. What do they call them? Feet. Far more easily and in a more hopeless from form than it will in this world. It's the Little Mermaid. Gotcha. This is my last chance. If this world doesn't work out, then I give up. What? Hanyu looked at me with surprise. Rika, I don't think you should, there's one more chapter, Rika. For us, the term giving up means a lot more than what it sounds like. It doesn't only mean that I will accept my fate. It means that I'll accept the dead end waiting for me. In other words, accept my death. Hanyu... You know, regrets occur even when we haven't made an effort, you know? I was blessed with such a fortunate world this time. I mean, I never thought her uncle would come back, but overall, this has been a very lucky life. And with this wind at our backs, I think I've probably unfurled my sails as far as I can. It's why I believe this time will be different. And I also think that if this doesn't work out, nothing will. If that happens, I think I'll be able to finally give up. Oh, don't say that. Oh. I'm the only person who can communicate with Hanyu. If I disappear, she'll have to go on with her life all alone. That's the last thing Hanyu wants to happen. Perhaps that's why Hanyu says the thing she does. She doesn't want my lifespan to wither away by getting hurt emotionally. You see, I belong here, in this play. You showed me how to enjoy watching it, but the play won't move on as long as I refuse to act. Surely that's why it always results in a dead end. Also, I guess when she talks to Hanyu, it's like a mental thing. It's not like she's actually speaking out loud. Rika, I'm sure that one day you'll get another fortunate life if her uncle doesn't come back. I'm sure that you'll roll an extra 6 next time. Fortunate world like this one, where Satoko's uncle doesn't come back. You're right. It really would be wonderful. Still, trying to beat my fated death is another issue entirely. It sounds wonderful, but it's still not guaranteed. Let's wait for another opportunity. Please. Please don't say that you're gonna give up after this world. If I die, no one will ever hear you cry again. All you'll ever be able to do is make people sense your presence by making noise. Well, heading back to the stage. I'm gonna do what I can. You're sick of repeating all this over and over again, aren't you? I'd rather repeat everything than spend the rest of my life without you. Aww. Apparently she thinks this time loop that's driving me mad is far better than having no one to talk to. But that's just how she feels. I want to overcome fate and see what's waiting in the future too. But it wouldn't mean anything if you weren't there with me. I'm sure that's similar to my own claim that there's no point in living past June 1983 if I'm the only one who does. My ideal future is to survive past June 1983, and let the happy times continue like always, without anyone missing. Hanyu feels the same way. She doesn't want a world where I'm not by her side. Hanyu being that backseater now, thinking she knows better. I guess, right? Just, I don't know. Don't be optimistic, Rika. That's basically what she's doing. She doesn't want to lose Rika, Effie. We're repeating this world, only because we wish to do so. It wasn't just Hanyu's power, it was one that we shared together. Hanyu wants to be with me, just like I want to build myself a happy future. We both want the same thing. But if I refuse to repeat the world again, my long life would be over. Yet, I never refused, no matter how sick and tired of it I was. For over 100 years, I kept believing that something good would happen eventually. However, our power is weakening, and we can only go back a few weeks at most. We have so little time left to try and change our fate. If we kept it up, eventually we'd only have to be able to go back to the morning of the day I was gonna die. Damn, that wouldn't be good. That'd be a dead end for sure. I don't think a life this fortunate will ever come my way again. If my time was unlimited, I'm sure that will eventually happen. But I can't count on it happening in what time I do have left. Hanyu told me to wait for another chance because she doesn't want to see me lose myself, but she isn't feeling the time limit like I am. It's a nightmare to die over and over again. before I end up in that hell, I want to pull the curtain down with my own hands. This is going to be my last world. If this one doesn't work out, I'm not going to repeat it again. Let me translate what she's trying to say. This world is no different from any other world. You're not going to win, so don't bet on this life. Your lifespan is not as short as you think. You should wait for your next opportunity in this endless June. Stay with me until then. Stay with me and wait for the next chance. That's what you're trying to say, isn't it? Then why don't you just pray for us? Pray that we can persuade the Child Consultation Center and save Satoko. Pray that I could defeat the fate of 1983. If I overcome this fate, let's do all the things I promised I'd do. Let's eat this year's watermelon while enjoying the evening breeze through the window. What kind of fall are we going to have? How much snow are we getting this winter? Let's enjoy the weather. Let's enjoy all sorts of things we've never seen. Let's watch the next episode of that TV show we like. Let's enjoy our future together. Oh yeah, Shields tonight. You always said we were going to work hard until that day came. But it's not fair for you to say that you're going to give up when just this life doesn't work out. I'm sorry that I couldn't keep that promise. I'm sure that we'll overcome this fate. You'll be there with me, Hanyu. Let's look up at the blue sky when that happens. I'm sure that the sky of the summer of 1983 is more beautiful than any sky we've ever seen. I'm sure I'm going to make a miracle happen in this world. God didn't design humans so they could redo their lives over and over again, like me. People usually only have one chance, yet they can still make miracles happen with effort. They work so hard because they know that they'll never have a chance to do it over again. That's why miracles occur. But if I can't make one happen with all that, I just have to give up. I don't need another life. I'm gonna make a miracle happen in this one. My friends taught me that. They taught me that miracles can happen when everyone works together. So it's gonna happen. We'll make it happen. We're gonna have a wonderful future in this life. Rika. In another life. What's up, Effie? Hanyu disappeared, sobbing sadly. Never mind. Okay. She was no longer in my sight, but I could still talk to her. It's a song? Okay. Posted in the Discord. I can definitely say I didn't hear that 1 Tera one. It was cool. Hanyu, we're gonna have a bright future in this world. Just trust me. If you would just give me your power, it might be easier to make a miracle happen. This is the best possible stage I can hope for. The actors on the stage and the audience before, they can help each other. If you wish, you, the audience, can change the story too. We're gonna get a choice? I've made my decision. I'm going up on the stage. The one that got away, Katy Perry? Is that after... I'm guessing... I say that's after Teenage Dream California Girls. I'm not gonna complain anymore. I'm doing my best, just like Keiichi and my other friends. I'm not gonna make any more excuses. I think the last Katy Perry song I heard was the one with Kanye, I think. I'm sure she did a song with Kanye, right? Not gonna make any more excuses. Not gonna wait for another fortunate world. I have to do my best in this one. I'm not talking about my decision to die after this world is over. I'm just saying that people are meant to have only one chance to live. That's why they work so hard. Because I had so many chances to redo my life. I haven't been working hard enough. I was never able to make a miracle happen. In my previous life, Rena took over the school. Because it got in her way, Keiichi made it in time to stop the explosion. The story changed because I decided to get up on the stage. Perhaps in my other lives before that, I could have changed my situation if I worked hard enough without giving up. But I kept giving up so easily, and eventually lost my interest in those worlds. And so, a miracle never happened. A miracle never happened because I was always relying on the fact that I'd have another chance. Hanyu, I hope you can understand. Please, don't be sad, and work hard with me in this world. I couldn't tell if she understood me. I assertively spoke to the officials about how much danger Satoko was in. Keiichi and Ide also made their appeals from the bottom of their hearts. I had no idea how the Child Consultation Center took what we said so passionately. All I could do was pray. In a sense, Rika is more fortunate than Groundhog Day, because Groundhog Day, he only had the one day. I mean, he could still do things. But then again, it took like, what, 10,000 years for him to get that perfect ending? How was it, Kei-chan? But then and he was like messing around, right? Well, felt like a repeat of yesterday. Both went over the same things, we talked about them. Then. We're still not reaching them. Guess they said they'd look at matters more carefully. I do like time loop stories, thinking about it. Groundhog Day. The other thing that I probably shouldn't say. Live, Die, Repeat. Edge of Tomorrow. Which I guess, yeah, it's the same thing. Pretty much. They said they would visit once a week, make a decision 1 month from now. They're gonna leave her with her uncle for 1 whole month? How come they can't understand how much Satoko will be hurt in that time? Ibara-san clearly explained to them the danger she's facing. I also told them about what happened to her last year. However, they're really not going to consider it an urgent case unless Satoko-chan seeks her help herself. I don't mean to cut into your conversation. But is it possible for you to get Satoko-chan to ask for help? He said that he's going to destroy Satoshi-kun's room if she tries to leave him. What a horrible thing to say. They're still not changing their minds. Satoko can't even ask for help because she's being taken advantage of. The purpose of a child consultation center is to protect children. I was starting to get angry the more I thought about it. But as I thought about it some more, I realized that they were just trying to do their job. It was just that our opinions differed about the degree of urgency. We told them to save Satoko-chan as soon as possible. He told us that she should be the one asking for help. Is there any way to resolve this? Is there any way to get an SOS from her? We spoke to them about it. It seemed like they were listening closely to us. But it also sounded like they were still not going to take any action. Damn it. When the head of the office showed up, I thought I could change things today, but everything went the same as yesterday. We still weren't able to persuade them. However, I'm sure we're making progress. Might seem like they're withstanding our blows at first glance, but they're feeling the weight behind them. We're not going to give up just yet, because it didn't work out today, but we're going to fight until they get off their butts and save Satoko. I told everyone that we're going to do this again tomorrow, too, but we might get less people next time. This is really annoying. We're working so hard, but this is all we can do? Damn it. Can't give up yet. We might have less people tomorrow, but we're not going to call off our 4th appeal. Even if no one comes, I'm going. Not going to give up until they agree to help Satoko-chan. Same here. I'm never going to give up. Thank you, Mion. I'll take whoever comes. I could see you guys from the window. Those banners must have looked really intimidating to them. Hahaha, I'm glad I stayed up all night to make them. Thank you for the sashes too, Irie. No problem. Wish I could do more than this. I'm gonna get more involved. I was about to give up on saving Satoko, but seeing Keiichi and Irie talking with the head of the office today made me feel motivated. Rika-chan was always watching us from afar. It made me a little happy to see Rika-chan getting more active in the whole movement. I wonder what Rika-chan can do. The next time I see Satoko, I'm gonna persuade her to seek help. I think I'm the only one who can do that. The same thing was on all our minds. The issue will be resolved the moment Satoko seeks help. But nobody can say that to her, because we all know that she's dealing with the memories of her brother. Satoko. I know how you feel about Satoshi, but this is different. Please ask the Child Consultation Center to help you. As long as you're seeking help, they're ready to save you anytime. Don't be afraid that your uncle is going to destroy Satoshi's room. Please ask for them to save you. But without even knowing Satoshi's face, I could never say that to her. The only person who can ask her to seek help is Rika-chan. She's been living with her for the past year and she's like family. That's true. I told her today, but she didn't listen to me. It's sad, but the only person who can really talk to Satoko-chan is Rika-chan. I wish I could talk to her too, but I agree. Rika-chan is her best friend. If she can't persuade her, no one can. Okay, I'm gonna attempt the latter. That letter? Oh, okay. Sounds good, Effie. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. We can open Satoko-chan's heart. I'm sure everything will resolve itself. Might be the better approach, rather than going to the child consultation center like this. That's not quite true. Although, Rena isn't wrong either. We both have to reach out our hands. Satoko needs to reach out her hand too. I also have to do the same. If everyone doesn't work together, a miracle is not going to happen. Didn't work hard enough because I didn't believe we could do it. So the miracle never happened. So I'm going to make a greater effort. So I'm sure Satoko will take my hand. Oh. Can't really explain what I want to say. Sorry. Rika-chan is usually a quiet girl, but she talks a lot every once in a while. Just because she's quiet doesn't mean that she's not thinking about anything. In fact, because she's quiet, she must have a lot inside her heart that she's never expressed. Flashbacks. We're going to continue our appeal to the consultation center. Rika-chan is going to persuade Satoko. This is the best approach, or at least the best one that I can think of. Might be slow and quiet. Now that I'm in the game, I can't quit until I win. If I gave up, I'd lose everything that I bet on. We're going to save Satoko. We just have to work together. But obviously we don't have much time left to fight. What to do? We're definitely gonna have less people tomorrow. In other words, we can't intimidate the child consultation center any more than we did today. I couldn't see any way to break our deadlock with the consultation center, so I had no choice but to swallow down the irritation starting to boil up in my chest and pretend not to notice it. It's getting pretty dark. Mion-san, you should tell everyone to go home now. I have a festival meeting tonight, so I have to head straight there after this. I need to go to the meeting too. I almost forgot. That meant I had to go too. While it wouldn't be a big deal if I missed the meeting, I should still go. I don't understand most of the things they're even talking about there, but I don't want to be rude. I have no choice but to go. Guess we need to wrap things up for today. Otherwise, you're not going to make it in time for the meeting. Mion thanked all the people who came today. I told them to meet at the same place at the same time tomorrow. And with that, the third day of our desperate appeal was over. Oof. Hello? It's me, Keiichi. Yeah. I'll eat when I get home. I'm going straight to the assembly hall from here. Dad is on his way, right? Okay, got it. I called my mom and told her that I'd be going to the meeting without coming home. Get there kind of early, but if I went home first, I wouldn't make it in time. Mion, Rika-chan, and Irie are gonna head there with me. Shion said that she was also coming. Now Rena didn't want to go home alone either. My dad won't be home until late tonight, so I'm coming too. I hope that's alright with you guys, I hope. That's fine with us. They'll be glad to see a bunch of young people there. The average age will plummet. JP, if I temporarily modded you, would you mind? No, it's fine. Do you want to be a mod right now? This is based on the assumption that all my mods decide to eat. Oh, modded in your channel. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind. For when do you need me to show up? Or you can mod me? Okay. I want to shit. I mean, right, I was wondering if you're asking for this channel. It's like, there's nothing going on here. But no, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't mind being a mod for yours. I'm kidding about the second statement. Okay. But you won't do shit. This clone row, don't make him see. Just tell me if I need to put my foot down. Okay, will do. You are hereby granted the permission of mod. There you go. Bans everyone chat. No, Effie. Don't do that. Wait, so does that mean I have to get rid of the VIP then? So that frees up a VIP slot? Because of the, That makes sense, right? Probably. I'll just eat it. Okay. It'll just eat it. Okay. So who could I guess we'll figure out the VIP later. Yes, now you have another VIP slot. I wonder. Did I VIP... Actually, is there a VIP list? There it is. Oh, I did. Okay. I can time myself out. Yeah, there is. Okay. Wait, what do I have? Well, you know, we gotta adjust this. Right, no, okay. Now I know. Now I know why I VIP'd to that person. Okay. Well, this is fun. Okay, I'll look at this later. Yeah, I don't mind being a mod in your channel. Temporarily. If I stop by and see stuff. Move aside, Babby Bauer. It's a new mod in town. Yeah, appreciate it, Effie. Yeah, yeah, I don't mind. Try to help out when I can. Just tell me who to shoot, and I'll do that. Or curb. If you want the permanent position, just to swing things out, that could work. Okay. Yeah, just let me know. Want to say hi to Uncle Kamiyoshi too. Haven't seen him in a while. We all headed to the Fruit Shrine in dim light. Ray just happens to shoot without saying anything. Gotcha. But it's usually like, it's common sense, right? Maybe, possibly. If anything, there's appeals. Unbans. The light was on in the assembly building. Some people had already arrived. Good evening. You guys are early. Hello, Mion-chan and her friends. Good evening, Dr. Irie. Good evening. You're here early. We don't have anything else to do. More people started coming into the meeting hall. Everyone seemed to come so early. Should probably come earlier from now on too. I can now see everything. What can you see as a mod, I wonder? I guess I should check out Babby's since I'm modding his. There's mod view, isn't there? You can see what words I banned, right? Except for the ones I privated. Thought I saw a lot of fashionable shoes at the entrance today. There are lots of young people here. Shion-chan, it's been so long. What brought you here today? Have you seen mod view? I have, but I didn't like look too far into it. I mean, it looks interesting. Yeah. Everyone bowed to the newest arrival. It was the mayor, Kamiyoshi-san. He strode into the room with the other committee members. Hello, it's been a while. I was hanging out with my sis and just happened to come along with them. Is that so? Well, you're welcome here. You're coming to the Watanagashi Festival this year, right? Yes. I'm going this year for sure. I want to see K-chan hosting the auction too. Your banned words are funny, are they? I'll have to look at them and see what do they choose. It's just, you know, what's appropriate and not. Wahaha. Guess it's time for young people like you to take over the festival. By the way, I wanted to talk to you, Mion-chan. Can you come this way? Fine, what is it? Is that guy from the refreshment booth team still angry? Well... One word is funny? Okay. Mion headed outside with Kamiyoshi-san and the other committee members. There's only one room in the building, so they have to go outside if they want to talk in private. Today is Thursday, so we have only 3 more days until the festival. Are you ready for the auction? It's not much that I can do now. I'm ready to get up on that stage and do my thing though. I think Keiichi performs best under pressure. Everyone laughed. We continued to chat about the festival. We talked about what kind of festival young people like us would want to see, that sort of stuff. Suddenly, Mion tapped me on the shoulder. Kei-chan, I need you for a second. She gestured for me to follow her out front without letting the others know. What does she want? Oh shit. Once outside, I see Mion, Chie-sensei, and the principal. Oh, Chie-sensei, Mr. Principal. Good evening. Chie-sensei responded to my greeting, but the principal must not have heard me, since he didn't. His eyes were closed. He seemed lost in thought. That sight caused her happy, chatty feelings to cool off quickly. My intuition told me this had to be about something bad. Oof. Need to talk to you, Meibara-kun. That doesn't sound good. Are you going to the Child Consultation Center again tomorrow? Yes. We'll keep fighting until they save Satoko. That's our mission. I don't know if we'll get as many supporters as we did today, but we're going back there again. Right, Mion? Meibara-kun. I know you've already made plans for tomorrow, but after that, I think you should wait and see what they do. Thanks to the advice from Oishi-san last night, I already had an idea of the situation. Is this a warning, Chie-sensei? If our protests grow any bigger, the village officials will have to take notice of it. That's why you're telling me to quit now, isn't it? Meibara-kun, I think what you're doing is a good thing. You're not wrong to pursue the things you believe in. However, she stopped talking after that. Chie-sensei was supporting us until just yesterday. She even came to the Child Consultation Center with us on the second day. So for her to start saying completely the opposite, I felt slightly dizzy from the shock of it. Kei-chan, let me explain in her stead. Chie-sensei is still supporting us as an individual. However, well, is she being pressured by the Board of Education or something? Chie-sensei will never bow to pressure. You have no idea how courageous she is. She ignored the Board of Education and came to this village when the Hinamizawa branch school was still not approved by the government. I think Mion told me about that story before. The school was closed when the dam conflict happened. However, the village children still came to the school to learn. This is a new theme. There were no teachers there, though, because the school wasn't officially operating. That was when Chie-sensei arrived. After they won the dam conflict, the Sonozaki family and the other villagers made an appeal, and the school's existence was finally approved. The school did not have an easy start. The government was against it, but the villagers forced them to approve. Chie-sensei came along with us on our appeal yesterday. That was very, very courageous of her, but now people want to close the school or paying attention to what we're doing. The music heated? Oh, did it? I thought it was like a... Or did it like act funky? That's basically it. Chie-sensei can't support us openly anymore. Chie-sensei stared at the ground as Mion spoke. Never seen her look so sad. I have no clue. I heard things. Oh. If it was just about me, I wouldn't care what happened. Don't want to be a teacher who can't even fight for her own students. I have to check the bod. But I can't put the whole school in jeopardy. I don't know who told her this. Whoever it was, they warned her not to escalate things around Satoko's case. They threatened the existence of our school to make her obey, and pressured her with the responsibility she couldn't take on her own. You know, yesterday, Oishi-san told me something similar. In this exact same spot, too. He warned me that if I kept escalating this, then I'd be fighting against the elders who still don't like the Hojo family. Or something like that. Told you that? Well, it's not really wrong. Mion looked at the ground, along with Chie-sensei. I always thought Chie-sensei and Mion were stronger people. So seeing them both hang their heads like this is hopeless made me feel like we were being pushed into a dead end, and I hated it. You were just at the Child Consultation Center with us. You told everyone to come again tomorrow. That's the Mion I came to this meeting with. So when did she get swapped with this weak Mion? Wow. When I said, when did she get swapped, I immediately thought of one thing. The mayor took her outside the building earlier. Did he? I see. Called you out here to talk about this, didn't he? Well, kind of. Felt painful to see her fake a smile like that. She was only out here with him for about 10 minutes. What the hell did he tell her that crushed her spirit? Mion, Chia-sensei, the two of you are the strongest people I know. I respect you very much. Can't even imagine what kind of pressure would cause you to change your opinions overnight. Didn't feel like getting mad at them. They were just as passionate about saving Satoko as I was. Towards them, I felt nothing but pity. Ibarra-kun, I don't know what to say. You don't need to apologize. I could feel an angry tone entering my voice. I'd had enough. Tell me something. Why do the old people in the village still hate the Hojo family that much? The damn conflict is over. Satoko is totally innocent, isn't she? Why do they still hate her so much? Who hates her? Whose fault is this? I'm gonna have a chat with whoever that is. He's gonna talk to Oryu? Oh shit. I don't think anyone actually hates the Hojo family. What? What are you saying? It's true that the Hojo family was the enemy during the dam conflict. The whole village believed that. After Satoko's parents died, people started realizing that she was innocent. But no one ever came forward to forgive her. I can explain why. Shion. It wasn't just Shion who appeared. Rena and Rika-chan were there with her. They'd come out to check on me and overheard what we were talking about. After uniting to turn the Hojo family into their scapegoat, the village is still living in fear. But not because they're scared of them. They're living in the fear that if they end up connected to the Hojo family, they'll be made a scapegoat by the village too. In other words, if you help a member of the Hojo family, you might get attacked by the village, just like they did. They still feel that way, years after the conflict. Is that true? Everyone was always nice to Satoko-chan at school. Only the old people are involved in this. However, they're the core of the village. They all believe that the leader of the Sonozaki family, my granny, still hates the Hojo family. But that's not true. Granny is also afraid. She thinks that if she forgives the Hojo family, the other elderly people will lose trust in her. This is really complicated. So what do you mean? Who am I supposed to punch in the face? The truth is, no one really hates the Hojo family. They all think we should forgive them, but they can't come forward with that opinion. They're convinced that everyone else still hates the Hojo family. So, everyone is misunderstanding each other. That's right. You can ask all of them individually. You'll see that no one really hates Satoko. Her parents' death marked the closure of that hatred. After her parents died, my grandma told everyone not to bother the Hojo family anymore. However, she didn't tell people to forgive them. It's probably because of my father. Rika-chan's father? Why is that? My father was so laid back that people started saying he didn't deserve to be a leader in the village anymore. Rika-chan's dad was a very relaxed guy. I think that helped him calmly resolve things. But at the time, people who were burning with anger about the dam project were looking for a more aggressive leader. So my granny came forward and acted as one, in order to unite the whole village. And because of her role as an aggressive leader, she can't publicly announce that she's gonna forgive this Hojo family. Yeah. Old people put a lot of stock into not changing their minds. She can't reverse her policy so easily. But that's terrible. People are refusing to forgive Satoko-chan and then blaming it on everyone else. They can't forgive her because they're afraid of what other people might think. That's awful. During the dam project, a few households actually thought it would be fine to vacate their homes, since they were getting compensation money from the government. But they couldn't say that out loud. The Hojo family, however, came forward with their opinion and announced that they were willing to vacate. Those households gained courage after seeing the Hojo family. They almost established a group of people who agreed to leave. I'm sure you understand this after today, but in order to effectively protest something, everyone has to have the same opinion. It's important that the whole village is on the same page. Before the dam conflict, Namazawa was tearing itself apart instead of waging war. He said that it was because my father was such a lazy leader. He never thought that he'd actually build a dam. He believed that we could reach a peaceful resolution just by negotiating. People thought that was why some families started agreeing to leave. Supporters of the plan to evacuate It sounds strange. It's the first I've heard of that. People in the village always said that they supported the dam project. She's right. They usually claim that their enemies supported the project itself. It sounds worse if you call them dam project supporters than if you call them evacuation supporters, doesn't it? If you call them evacuation supporters, it makes it sound like they're peaceful people who don't want to fight. But calling them dam project supporters makes it sound... See. Sounds like more like a group of bad people trying to submerge the village underwater. It's all about appearances. Coach had appeared. Came outside after noticing how long we'd been gone. The village of Hinamizawa is brimming with a sense of unity. Mr. Furude was not able to unite the village. The Sonozaki family figured that they could seize power if they were to take charge of that unity. Starting to understand now. Let's phrase it a different way. In order to unite the village, they attacked the Hojo family, who betrayed their sense of community. They used them to intimidate other people. People became afraid of the Hojo family, so they changed their minds and started protesting against the dam project. They held that if you interacted with the Hojo family, you were probably a supporter of the dam project yourself. That's why everyone kept their distance from them. They acted like they didn't even see them. When someone from the family talked to them, they ignored it. Initially, they were targeting only Satoko-chan's parents, but eventually the whole family was seen as a target. As a result, her uncle and aunt were caught in the line of fire too. It's kind of ironic. That was the reason they started abusing Satoko-chan to begin with. Her uncle and aunt were not in support of the dam project, but because of Satoko's parents, they were also attacked. After Satoko's parents died, they were forced to take care of their 2 children. Finally makes sense. I can see the whole picture now. The dam conflict is over. Satoko-chan's parents are dead. I think the Sonozaki family should speak out and publicly forgive the Hojo family. But once again, there's an issue. Granny is afraid that the elderly people here will lose their trust in her if she publicly forgives the Hojo family. Seems like the Sonozaki family is as worried about people taking them lightly as consultation center is. Heard this directly from her, so I'm sure that's what's happening. All she could do is tell everyone not to bother the Hojo family anymore. When she dies, she wants the next family head to officially declare the end of the dam conflict and stop discriminating against the Hojo family. My mom knows about this too. I heard about it from her, actually. It's just that old hag's stubborn pride. Let me ask you this. It sounds to me like the mayor and his people threatened Mion and told Chie-sensei they'd close the school. How about them? Do they still have bitter feelings toward the Hojo family? It's ridiculous. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi thinks no one in the village hates the Hojo family. It's just sad that the dam conflict hasn't completely ended for these people. They're still afraid of being badmouthed behind their backs if they interact with the Hojo family. But people like you and Rika-chan interact with her. I'm young, and I don't have many ties to the town council either. Plus, Rika-chan is special. She's the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama. What I miss? Hey, clone. How's it going? I don't know, when were you here last? Hi, young. I'm Effie. Oh. Coach is young. You haven't missed much, clone. Just still trying to save Satoko. Shiro-sama was the one who brought humans and demons together, which means she was able to live with Satoko, even though Satoko's not accepted by the villagers. After hearing all this, I begin to understand how difficult it was for Satoko to live in this village. Kill him? No, Effie. No murder. I mean, no clone. No murder. She always acted bright and cheerful in school and in the club. I thought that was her whole world. Good job. Yeah, words are hard. Did you just mistake me for clone? Maybe. Maybe I confused myself. I don't know. We're fine. It heard itself in confusion. Yeah. But I had no idea how she felt when she was walking around alone in the village. She probably went grocery shopping even knowing that people were gonna ignore her. That's rude as fuck. Sorry, Effie. She felt the coldness from them, but she was standing strong on her feet. Way hotter too. Wow. Common man. Oh, you mean you're way hotter than the common man? Or... clone. Clearly someone has been looking in the mirror. I'm kidding, I don't mean it. Whoa. Come on, man. Oh, okay. Clone, you gotta type better. I had no idea that she was going through something like that. I knew she went through tough times during the dam conflict, but I had no clue that she was struggling to this day. What a sad story. And the whole thing is just nonsense, too. Wait, I can't time myself out. Oh, you can't? Do you feel that way too, Rena? I feel exactly the same. No one feels bitter towards Toka-chan, but everyone is afraid that something bad will happen to them if they interact with her. Whose fault is this? No one's? Is the land or society making them think that way? It's the environment. It's no one's fault. Yet they're so worried about everyone else's opinion they can't forgive her. Huh. Can't find myself too? Fuck. Oh, man. What made you think you could? Or did you try that in Rudders? Or... you were successful? Yes. That kind of atmosphere is great when the wind's blowing in a good direction. People would act kindly and help each other. But the case of the Hojo family is totally the opposite. It's spreading like a mold, and no one can do anything about it. What do you do with the rotten tatami mat? You have no choice but to toss it out and get a new one. No, just right here. Oh, okay. So the mayor is pressuring us not because he hates Toko, but because he thinks that if he lets us run free, someone who doesn't even exist might talk badly about him? So that's why he can't leave us be. Call that someone the curse of Orochi-sama. Everyone is afraid of that someone, even though he doesn't exist. That someone doesn't exist, and they're not a real person. Shion's theory sounded interesting. Everyone follows the rules because they're afraid of that someone. However, even the leaders of the village are afraid of the same thing. Everyone in the village is following the rules because they're afraid of someone who doesn't even exist. They still follow the rules of dam conflict, thinking that they'll be cursed if they forgive Toko. Who the hell is that someone? They could only call it the curse of Orochi-sama. Orochi-sama cursed the Hojo family because they supported the dam project. They still believe that, and Toko is struggling because of it. Orochi-sama will not curse Toko. She thinks Toko is adorable. Please don't use her name for something horrible like that. Rika-chan made a sad face. She's a shrine maiden for Orochi-sama, and the reincarnation of Orochi-sama. I don't think there's a curse in this village at all. Everyone is just convinced that there is. If that's the case, this isn't the Child Consultation Center's fault at all. The whole village bears responsibility. So yeah, this is where the environment comes in. Whoa, what? Okay. I'm liking this theme. Disco? Oh man. Yes, I think so too. Thought appealing to the Child Consultation Center would solve the problem, but that's not going to do anything. This is very Mega Man. Rotten tatami mat, huh? Can't just clean the surface. Even if the Consultation Center does save Toko, that's nothing but a temporary fix. I guess we need to throw away the rotten tatami mat so we can save her for good. I think those tatami mats are all assembled nearby. I agree. Most of them are within a 20-meter radius of here. Oh shit. Hey, K-chan, Retta, what are you guys gonna do? Mion, you're deeply involved in the village. I know you feel hesitant to save Toko as one of the leaders here. I understand why you and Chie-sensei almost gave up under the pressure, but I have nothing to lose. Besides your mansion. Mibara-san, are you really going to... right here? Are we doing this? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get rid of that rotten tatami mat. Will you join me, Rena? Yes. Okay. I heard a voice, but it's the song. I'm tougher than you think. I know. But you should settle down just a little bit. I feel like you could blow up the school if you got too serious. you could beat up someone with a metal bat if you got too serious. We're both pretty tough, huh? Well, let's go. Wait, did he bring up the axe? Blow up a school. Jesus. Well, let's go. Yeah, let's go. I understand your position, Jan. You don't have to come with me. Just leave if you think things are gonna get out of control. This is more dangerous than any club activity. I'm damn serious about this. As the next head of her family, she shouldn't agree with me, but she stared in silent approval of what I was about to do. Okay. If you're gonna take that risk, then I'm coming with you too. That's the way. Just watch how I'll take care of this. What about you, Shi-chan? Fortunately, I have nothing to lose. I'll support you guys. Nice. Chie-sensei, Mr. Principal, I understand your stance. We're not in school right now. Please forgive what we're about to do now. You're right. I'm not your teacher right now. The principal and I will entrust our will to you. Rescue Rangers? Supporting you guys too. They want me out of the village. I'm willing to close down my clinic. It's only natural for a master to sacrifice everything to save his future maid. Hype. Oh, I can feel everyone's power flowing into me. Not even gonna try and cool down. Need to be fired up for something like this. As I turned back, I noticed Uishi-san and my dad. I didn't know how long they'd been standing there. Foo. They seem excited about something, Mibara-san. Uishi-san told me last night that there are some things that a man can't give up on. You have to take a chance, even when it's risky. I can't type. Keiichi, don't stop me, Dad. I know it's important to be polite, but I need to do this for my friend. I'm not gonna stop you. Huh? Gave me a big smile. I've never seen my dad smile like that before. I believe in what you just told Uishi-san. There are some things that a man should not give up on. You'll encounter something like that in your life, sooner or later. This is that time that I'm not going to stop you. Kapow. How Keiichi-kun's father is so cool. Of course, it's my dad. He's at least half as cool as me. Half as cool. Not from Hinamizawa. Can't take either side, but I'll be watching you closely, Mibara-san. Nothing important happened? I don't know. Fuck. Okay. When it's make or break the game, take the risk and discard from the middle. Wait, it's something my old friend used to say. You can't compromise once you make a decision. If you're gonna forfeit, do so immediately. But if you're gonna fight, be confident in yourself. Mahjong uses double-double scoring after all. Even if you get a small amount of points several times in succession, you'll lose if someone scores a lot of points all at once. You just have to be confident when you're ready to fight. You play Mahjong 2, Mibara-san? Let's start talking about Mahjong 2 together. Okay. This is gonna be interesting. Someone from the committee came out and told us to come inside for the meeting. It's time for it to start. Alright, let's go inside. Feel like we're finally getting up on that stage. The stage. No wonder we felt something was missing at the Child Consultation Center. Yeah, it's supposed to be the stage all along. We were fighting with the wrong people for the past 3 days. Let's go. Someone pulled my shirt. It was Rika-chan. Keiichi, you're not only Satoka's best friend, but you're also a member of the village's 3 families. You can just watch what Ren and I are gonna do. But if you're willing to help us save Satoka, I want you to support us. You're gonna try and change those hard-headed men? I'm gonna change them. I told you before, fate is thinner than a piece of paper. Tear it down with ease. Oh, what? Is this JP? What is this? JP is evolving? Hello, what is gonna happen? They call in the traditions of the village the curse of Oshiro-sama. Shion sure has an interesting theory. Is Keiichi gonna smash it in two? Can he destroy the curse of Orochi-sama? He will break it. Keiichi has the power to break everything. It's not just Keiichi's power, though. Because everyone is working together, Keiichi is able to break anything. This energy is more powerful than the lucky 6 on the die. Jeez. I got tentacles now, clone? It's not luck. He's destroying fate with his own 2 hands. Everyone followed Keiichi and entered the assembly hall. I followed in after them. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this with Keiichi. If this doesn't work out, that's it for me. I'm gonna give it my very best. That's the spirit, Rika. Underside. What was that achievement? Hold on. Let's go back. What is that? It's like a fog or something. Can't really tell. Let's break the curse in 2. Okay. Can I ban Uwoos? Yeah, you can ban Uwoos, that's fine. And I guess Woes. But how does that affect Mr. Woe and Knuckles? Stop laughing at me, play your game. Okay. But I was just doing a thing, you know? JP has evolved into Uwu Hentai Boy? I don't know about that. Can't have a ban. Means he'll just get clobbered. No! But we like Mr. Uwu. Also, what did we get? Civil Servants Preparations. Okay. So we'll do this and we'll do the 5-minute review. For existing. See. Good as long as we know that the Town Council and the Ogunifuchi Guardians aren't involved. Please take care of Satoko Hojo-san's case without worrying about it too much. I will. Glad to know that the whole village isn't backing them. I wouldn't agree with them if they were, though. No matter who's pulling the strings, we must treat every case equally. This whole odd rule that we have to give Hinamizawa special treatment. Whoa. Okay. Well, you know, I was gonna say timeout, but you know. Remove the ban. Okay. Clone's back. I mean, he was asking for it. I mean, yeah, they both work. I wouldn't agree with them if they were, though. No matter who is pulling the strings, we must treat every case equally. This whole odd rule that we have to give Hinamizawa special treatment is only due to the precedent set when we let threats influence us before. Well, you're absolutely right, sir, but I mean, they both work. Bandit dealers. So it's faster. Please continue to work on this case. The manager from the municipal government assured us that the town council has nothing to do with this petition. It's a problem that our organization is so afraid of one tiny community. As a manager, you should think about that a little. Yes, I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that the village isn't supporting them. We must act the same way even if the village does support them. No matter who's behind the scenes. Please be very careful with Satoko Hojo's case. Don't try to give her any special treatment, you understand? Niels, I condense defeat? Condense? Civil servants preparations. Okay. Oh, we have this thing during the BRB? Nice. That's good. Something pleasant, something hype. Alright, let's do the 5-minute BRB, and then we'll be back. Oh, memento. Alright, we're back. Oh man. I looked at my band's words and I realized, right, only 2 of them are public for the mods. So it's like, oh, okay, well, there we go. So it's one of those 2. Anyways, concede. Right, okay. I don't know why concede didn't pop in my brain. Yeah, why is the word, like, banned? Cause reasons, Effie. It just makes sense. It leads into some situations, I think. Probably. Isn't it an emote? It is. But, yeah. Also, it's just making so much noise in the bathroom. Okay. Anyways. Gotcha. Also, new theme already? Right off the bat? Shit, did I save? I did, right? My goodness. Oh no, don't do that. I think we did save after that tip. Anyways, it's fine. Hehe. Oh, this is too good. Excuse me, I have something to say before the meeting starts. They all knew immediately that I was going to say something about Satoko. I guess they weren't just old for show. Oh, Keiichi-kun. Today is our final meeting before the festival, so you can bring up your personal issue later? I ignored him and continued talking. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Don't go through Mion or Chie-sensei. I don't like it when people are so indirect. Let's talk face to face. Deleted, but I just looked it up. Effie definitely cleanse message. It wasn't the one mod abuse. I'm okay with this. Everyone went quiet. Nobody there wanted to be involved in a conversation about the Hojo family. Everyone here knows that Satoko Hojo is practically being confined by her uncle and suffering at his hands. Well, I don't care that you're not proactive about helping her. I'm sure that some of you don't want any trouble. But we're different. Satoko is our friend. We're fighting as hard as we can to save our friend from danger. However, I love my powers. Keiichi-kun, we're aware of all that. All we're saying is that you've done enough to the Consultation Center by now. Is there a problem if we continue our appeal? Of course there is. It's a big problem too. Someone with a stern voice spoke out to me. I gotten under their skin. Then what is the problem? Can you explain it so a child like me can understand? This damn conflict ended ages ago. The age of banding together and storming public offices is over. The subject wasn't even Satoko anymore. All they had to offer was a bunch of excuses. I'm not asking about your past, and the damn conflict has nothing to do with this. This is my war. So if you're gonna partake in my war, let's make it clear. If you're my enemy or my ally, which is it? Are you my allies or my enemies? Mutter, 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 mutter. Listen to the things that come out of this boy's mouth. Young people these days don't know how to be polite. The whole room lit up, started filling with the smell of gunpowder. However, none of my allies let themselves get swept up in the commotion and maintained their harsh stares. Those expressions made me feel as though I had a million supporters behind me. I was standing in front only as their representative. It wasn't my fight alone. This was everyone's fight. Because of that realization, the fierce looks the old people were giving me didn't intimidate me at all. Keiichi-kun, this is not about us being your enemy or not. Our village fought with these officials during the dam conflict. However, I do understand that this has nothing to do with that. The dam conflict is a thing of the past. I don't care what you thought about that. I'm talking about me, my friends, and Satoko. Never asked you about the dam conflict. Ever thought of getting your ears checked, old man? Ooh. Why you? How can you talk to your elders like that? You disrespectful little brat! I'd like to have a word with your parents. My dad, standing behind me, gave an apologetic and bitter smile. Pardon me. I'm his father, you see. You're his father? How could you raise him like this? Guess I'm not a very good parent. I'm not sure if I raised Keiichi the way I was supposed to. My dad paused. In the next moment, however, his expression changed to a glare. However, a single man known as Keiichi Mibara is standing here before all these faces to voice his appeal that something about this doesn't make any sense. I don't care if he's my son or not. He's only making this assertion as a man. so I don't think there's really any reason to be talking to me here. Silence filled the room as the old people sat there with their mouths agape. Uishi-san broke that silence with laughter. Got plenty of pride, don't you? My name is Rena Ryugu. Can I ask something? I don't understand the logic of how the dam conflict being over becomes the reason we shouldn't make our appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Would you explain that to us in detail? Rena's voice remained perfectly level, so the matter didn't concern her. However, I could see the fury in her eyes. I was probably the only one who noticed that fury. The old people seemed like they'd rather deal with her than me. Reina-chan, this village... Oh, they messed up already. This village has no reason to fight with the government now that the dam conflict is over. During that time, we did fight them, true. But after the conflict was over, that's water under the bridge. So our village re-established relations with the government. Namazawa is not an individual country. We're just a small village in Japan. The government is taking care of us. That's why we need to try and get along with them. You're right. It is important for a village to have a good relationship with the government. Listen to Reina-chan. She understands us, at least. Megara's boy ought to learn from her. Heard little bits and pieces from the noise of the crowd. Yeah, that's definitely true. Namazawa has been trying to fix its relationship with the government ever since the dam conflict ended. Exactly, just like Mion-chan said. The old man cheered. However, Shion was the next to open her mouth. That's why the town council and the government officials are best friends now. In fact, 2 officials always come along on the town council's annual hot spring trip. They get paid to participate too. The trip itself is mostly paid for with tax money, isn't it? Oh, and I know so many other things. Like the donations for the New Year and end-of-year parties, as well as the vast financial aid the town council receives for festivities. The upcoming Guatanagashi is one of them. The government is putting millions of yen into subsidies and aid. They're the ones who pretty much pay for the whole festival. Ever since the conflict ended, the festival has been getting bigger and bigger. That's because we're receiving money from government officials. So if you get in trouble with them, you might not be able to hold a festival next year. That's why Hinamizawa keeps kissing their asses. Isn't that right, Uncle? Shion-chan, how do you know all that? I switch places with my sis sometimes. Oh yeah, what the hell? That's a ridiculous story. I still don't understand why you're against what we're trying to do. Rena, will you sum this up for me? What are they saying? That face on the right though, for Shion. It's a different kind of smug. Well, basically, they're colluding with the government officials so they can't risk upsetting them. The whole room went into a panic after Rena summed it up so simply. Some of them were ashamed that we hit the nail on the head. Some of them were enraged by our ignorance. And some of them were simply angry about our disrespectful attitudes. All of them combined to throw the room into a chaos of chattering and stomping. Be quiet! Be quiet! They'd all settled down after Kimiyoshi-san raised his voice. By the time they quieted, the mayor had a terrible look on his face. Keiichi-kun, the relationship between the town council and the government officials has nothing to do with this. You're just sidestepping the issue yourself. There's no point in mixing the two up together. Listen, we won our battle against the dam project, but we're all labeled as a nest of troublemakers. And yes, we were taking advantage of that image during the conflict. However, now that the conflict is over, that image is working against us badly. We need to try and repair it. Otherwise, this village will have no future. Do you understand? It's not just about being your enemy, it's much deeper than that. In other words, you're saying that if Kei-chan rouses everyone to action, then the friendly atmosphere we've developed will be ruined? The old people nodded as Mion spoke. They were assuming that Mion was on their side. Mi-chan, what do you mean by the friendly atmosphere? Does that mean that we shouldn't seek help for a poor innocent girl who's being abused? They're trying to say that the Child Consultation Center is doing their job already, so they want us to stop interfering. Given their position, the officials can't say, leave us alone that strongly, so they're asking our village to deal with the matter for them, since they're granting us a lot of subsidies. Oh, so what you're saying is the town council is the government's lapdog. Hey you, watch what you're saying. Be a little more respectful, why don't you? Why don't you watch what you're saying? I hope you're not refusing to help her just because Satoko is the daughter of the Hojo family. That's not it. We're not saying anything about Satoko-chan. We're just telling you to take a look at the bigger picture and show some more restraint in your appeals. Child Consultation Center isn't ignoring you. I'm sure they've taken your huge protest into account. They already understand your point. We're just saying that you're carrying this way too far. Keiichi-kun, I just saw something really interesting. See? Look at what's in that picture frame over there. Rena pointed at the wall, and everyone followed the direction of her finger. There were very many different picture frames all over the walls of the assembly hall. They mostly have to deal with the dam conflict, and were usually about glorifying the Onigafuchi Guardians. Rena was pointing at a framed article. Kimiyoshi-san wrote it way back when he was the leader of the Guardians during the dam conflict. Look at the middle portion there. We attempted peaceful negotiation, but the government and their marionette, the president of the electric company, declined. They have trampled on our villages, the democratic movement, and our native land with indescribable atrocities. That's what Kimiyoshi wrote for the dam conflict memorial. He wrote the same thing on the monument too. Oof. Hypocrisy. Good morning, JP. Hey, Supa. How's it going? I think you went on a hike yesterday, right? Or was that the day before? How did that go? Everyone knew why Rena had brought that up. I could hear them all gulping. How's it going, Supa? They attempted to negotiate peacefully with the government and its marionette, the electric company. What's this? Are you sure they don't mean the Hinamizawa Town Council instead of the electric company? Still, marionette is a difficult term. Do you think the people understand what that means? Could someone explain it to me? Marionette, it's like a puppet. It means that while they're supposed to be an independent organization, they're actually being controlled as though they were dancing on strings. It's good, my dude. I did, it was long, all 6 miles, but it was awesome, saw so many cool things. Got lost for a minute, it was a great time. Nice. Yeah, I haven't gone hiking in a while. I want to say 2011, maybe? No, probably something more recent. There's this one, like, hill that's nearby. I guess mountain? It's not really a mountain. Anyways, glad you had a good time. Oh, sounds like the perfect word to describe Hinamizawa right now. Yeah, that is perfect. What are you saying? We're not their marionette. We're just trying to cooperate with them. Calling us a puppet is just splitting hairs. We're trying to go like once a week now? Nice. Did you find another cool log? That's what you just stated. Clearly told us that you wanted us to stop, not because of Satoko, but for the sake of the village. Said there's an issue because the village needs to maintain a friendly relationship with the government. Don't tell me that you didn't say exactly that. You did say it, didn't you? I heard him. He said it had nothing to do with Satoko-chan. Mion. I thought there was a saying in this village. Something about how the whole village comes together from one villager. If there's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 would do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. We all work together for that one villager. That's the unity of the Guardians. The unity of the Guardians is stronger than rock. That's what their leader said back in the day. Mayor Kimiyoshi used to be the head of the Onigafuchi Guardians. Across his arms, it started to groan. There were many things he wanted to say, but he knew that none of them would make him look good. And so, he continued to stay silent. Oof. Yeah, I found some cool logs. Found a mama deer and a baby, a couple other deer, a raccoon, frogs, a ton of millipedes, blue jays, so much cool nature. Saw some very strange humans too. It was fun. It sounds like a ton of fun. Yeah, it does. Strange humans too, though. When I moved here, Mion and Shion told me the valiant story of the dam conflict. That unity didn't just start a few years ago, and the dam conflict happened. I believe those traditions have been here for over 40 years, ever since Japan lost the war. That's why I really respect those who fostered the unity here since that era, and I find them incredible. More than anything, I'm impressed by the courage the Onigafuchi Guardians displayed here in this picture frame. Are there pictures, Supa? I know you posted pictures from the first hike, or the one before this one, right? What are these strange humans you speak of? The government tried to pull many dirty tricks to submerge this village under water, but the Guardians destroyed every one of them. Because of the efforts of those men, Namazawa is still here today. If they hadn't done anything, we'd be at the bottom of the lake right now. So I'm grateful that this village still exists, with its proud unity and beautiful scenery. Proud to call myself a resident of Hinamizawa. I have to see if my pictures from the previous hike are up. Not gonna lie, when JP said hike, I immediately stalked your Twitter. Popped up on a random girl peeing her friends, didn't even warn us. So that was weird for me. Found dudes who were super high trying to climb a very muddy hill. So it's fun. I didn't post pics, but I still might. Nice. She was peeing though. I guess she was on some bush or something. That's Monkey W. A little bit. Super high, muddy hill though. The outside is scary. That's damn right, someone shouted. It wasn't one of my friends. It was one of the elderly villagers. That's why we fight. We fight because we all live together in this village. If there's one person coming, 2 should throw rocks at him. If there are 2, 4 would do so. If there are 8, 16 would fight back. If there's 1,000, the whole village should stand up and fight. If one person is abused, the whole village is abused. Get together from one villager. That's the unity of the Guardians. Stoko Hojo is one of us. Y'all know how horrible her uncle is. Y'all know that we can't leave her alone with him for a whole month. We need to save her from her uncle right this minute. We need the power of the Guardians one more time. We need the spirits of the Guardians to reunite again. How have you been liking this game? I've been lurking a lot. It seems like manga almost. Almost. Funny enough, there is a manga of this. But this came first, which is the visual novel. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this. We're almost done. We're on chapter 7 of an 8-chapter series, so I don't know how much we have left of this chapter specifically, but I'm excited. It's been very hype. Rena and Mion applauded, and the applause quickly spread to everyone. I saw smiles creeping across the faces of the old people. However, they quickly wiped away those smiles and started discussing with their neighbors. Keiichi-kun is right. It's not like Hinamizawa has to obey the government all the time. But the damn conflict is over now. Government officials are taking care of us too. I wasn't aware of that. Are they really supporting us that much? Well, on a personal level, I agree with what Mibara's boy is saying. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this all wraps up. This story's been an interesting one. Can't approve of how the town council is operating. Keiichi-kun is right. The village can't put pressure on him just because the government is telling us to do so. Mr. Mayor, we might not be able to support Keiichi-kun, but I also don't think we have the right to tell him to stop. I don't like this Mibara boy's attitude. He's way too disrespectful. You think you can get away with talking to us like that? 3 scary old guys came up to yell at me. I raised my own voice and yelled right back in their faces. It's not about my attitude, it's about the soul of this village. Get out of here if you don't have the courage to stand up for one innocent villager. How dare you speak to me that way? Did they punch? Oh shit. Whack. The big old guy smacked me upside the head. What do you think you're doing? Whack. Hit him right back and the room went into a panic again. But Uishi's there. Rena approached us. Thought she'd come to stop me, but she suddenly hit the old guy in the head too. Oh shit. What? What are you doing? Don't think you can get away with this just because you're a girl. He thwacked Rena upside the head. Oh wow. However, Rena talked back to him with a firm look in her eyes. Okay, I thought she was gonna do the scary face. If one comes at you, 2 should fight back. Isn't that the spirit of Hinamizawa? Since he hit Rena-san, 4 of us need to retaliate. Let me in on this. Keiichi, your father's gonna fight too. Everything you've said is right. If they're gonna try and stop you with violence, I won't turn a blind eye to that. There are 3 people blocking Keiichi's way. You need 6 people to fight them. Rika-chama! I'm impressed to see that courage of yours, Rika-chama. Let me in too. Fight. Yeah. It's fight night. I too will be taking his side. Chie-sensei stood up. I thought she had given up under all that pressure. I was almost going to neglect my student. I prioritized myself, even though I thought I'd do anything for them. I'm ashamed to call myself a teacher. Wearing a fierce expression, she stared at the mayor. That was her answer to the pressure he tried to put on her. Chie-sensei. I think that I overstepped my bounds as an educator. However, what Maebara-kun is doing is the right thing. As an educator, I have to acknowledge the fact that he's doing something right. I can no longer tell him to stop. If I have your support, Chie-sensei, then I have nothing to fear. Let me ask you people one more time. Is it more important to stay cozy with the officials than it is to save the life of one poor innocent villager? Yeah, you don't even need to ask them, Kei-chan. This is no ordinary assembly hall. This used to be the headquarters of the Onegafuchi Guardians. The people here were all members of the Guardians once. Nobody without their spirit would ever come to a place like this. Mion-chan. Mr. Mayor, Kei-chan's actions are embodying the spirit of Hinamizawa. The way he's trying to fight without fear is exactly what the Onegafuchi Guardians were doing. I think it's shameful for this town council to tell him to stop. You're still gonna ask him to back off. I'm gonna smash all of these pictures on the wall and set fire to the flag of the Guardians. While the mayor did nothing but moan, somebody else raised his voice. I'm gonna support Maebara-kun. Maybe he's disrespectful, but he has the right spirit. I agree. It's pathetic the way we're colluding with these government officials. Keiichi-kun, don't worry about what anyone else thinks. Keep on fighting. Don't give in to the pressure. The assembly hall instantly filled with a great round of applause. Maebara-kun, tell us what's going on so far. Very well. On the day Satoko was kidnapped by her uncle, Chie-sensei visited her house. However, he refused to let Chie see her, and it was obvious that something unusual was going on. Chie-sensei called the child consultation center right after that. That night, a social worker visited her house. However, they determined that there was no abuse going on, and they put her case on hold. This might be a normal way to handle the situation, but they don't know how dangerous that uncle is. For that reason, the five of us went to the child consultation center to let them know how urgent it was that she be rescued. They said they'd take that into consideration, but they still didn't take action after that. I thought 5 of us was not enough, so the next day we went there along with more than 20 of our classmates. Took the whole class? Kei-chan gave a very moving speech. Told them that they had to save their friend and not abandon her. If he was here during the dam conflict, I'm sure his charisma could have resolved it a year earlier. Haha, we all know too well how spirited this lad is. The consultation center was still not willing to listen to us on the second day. We made almost no progress. All they told us was that they were working on it. No, Keiichi-kun. We did make progress. They were so intimidated they asked someone from the local government to check on our town council. The fact that they tried to pressure us to stop meant that what you did was working. You made progress. I see. I guess you could look at it like that. If they weren't scared of us, they wouldn't have acted that way. On the third day, we called all our friends and gathered 60 people. This time, we got to meet the head of the office. He listened to us, but he didn't say what their decision would be. Keiichi-kun, to tell you the truth, at that point, the council had already spoken to the officials and made our decision to stop you. After the Child Consultation Center confirmed that the whole village wasn't involved in the protest, they decided to just ignore your appeal. Wow. That's what I thought. I could feel that from the way the head of the office treated us. It was obvious that they were just trying to get it over with. They're planning to go there tomorrow too, and I wonder if they'll even pretend to listen. They might not even let us in because they think the village is pressuring us to stop. Yeah, they think the village is on their side. The village needs to publicly announce that they're supporting Keiichi. I agree. Otherwise, they definitely won't listen to us again. We should do that. We should tell them that Hinamizawa is not going to stop Maebara-kun from what he's doing. Personally, I don't want to complain about Keiichi-kun's actions. However, it's complicated when I think about it from the town council's point of view. Even if we tell them that we're not on either side, they'll think that we're on his side. That's tantamount to picking a fight with them. I still have to respect the opinion of the council too. I can't just decide this on my own. I need to get approval from all the council members. Most of them are here right now. So you say, but... Let's just be honest here. You're afraid that there are some among you who are against saving the daughter of the Hojo family, aren't you? The whole room sunk into silence. That was the heart of the matter. Everyone thinks that the damn conflict is over. You all told us that a few minutes ago. You also think that there's no need to discriminate against the Hojo family, now that everything is said and done. However, you're still afraid of her family. You're afraid that you'll be a bad-mouthed if you interact with the Hojo family. Satoko-chan's parents were indeed the leaders of the evacuation supporters, but what crime did Satoko-chan herself commit? Personally, I don't have anything against her, but other people do. I don't have anything against her either. The conflict is over, and her parents also passed away. I don't hate her either, but I know there are some people who still do, yeah. Let me ask you this. If you hate Satoko, please raise your hand. I'm sure no one will. Yet you all still believe that interacting with her will make others speak ill of you. However, no one's going to. There's nobody like that. No, that can't be true. There's one person, at least. Then tell me who it is. Tell me who told you directly that they hate Satoko. The room fell silent again. It had become obvious that they were all avoiding Satoko because of a huge misunderstanding. The Child Consultation Center won't do anything, no matter what we do. They're convinced that the town council is on their side. We won't be able to fight until the council makes it clear that they're not supporting them. Kiyoshi, by any chance, do you need approval from someone? Ouch. You're right on the money with that one. The mayor forced out a smile. I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about, but she must have hit the nail on the head. Who could it be, though? Who was that someone? If I could persuade them, the village would end up supporting us. It's an Oryu? Are you talking about my hag of a grandmother? The Kimiyoshi family has forgiven the Hojo family. The Furude family has done the same, right? Neat. I'm one of the leaders of the three families too. Namazawa has three powerful families who make all decisions for the village. It's been a tradition since the time of Onigofuchi village. It's kind of an old tradition, but this was a road we couldn't avoid. So all we need is approval from the Sonozaki family. I've heard that they have the most power among the three. Everyone knew that, but it was taboo to speak it. Something only I could say, since I didn't have the ties they did. If you can persuade Mi-chan's grandmother, will the town council support us? What do you think, Mion-chan? I don't want to fight with Granny. But if she's standing between Satoko and safety, I'll have to. I won't be fighting as the next head of the family. I'll be fighting as Satoko's friend. Kiyoshi-san, please promise. If we persuade Mion's grandmother, will we have the council's support? Of course. No one would complain if it was the decision of the three families. Let me get this straight. You're all refusing to help because you're afraid of Mion's grandmother, right? You're all grown adults. Good grief. Yada yada. That's what you say. But isn't Oryu-san terrified? That's not true. I know Mi-chan's grandmother very well. Sure, she has a scary side, but she's not that bad. Keiichi-kun is scarier than her when he's angry. Yeah, and Rena is even scarier than me. Alright, I'm gonna persuade Mion's grandmother. Support us when we succeed. Actually, don't just quietly support us either. I'm expecting you guys to take action too. What do you mean by that? I want the Onigofuchi Guardians to reunite. Are you gonna let us kids do all the protesting? You want us to protest too? Can't do that. We should do that. We're gonna tell those officials that we're gonna fight against them. We need to do everything we can. If we're gonna support Keiichi-kun on behalf of the whole village, we need to make things clear to them. We have to support these kids if we're gonna be on their side. Once we decide to do that, it's no longer just a Meibara-kun's fight. It'll be the village's fight too. In that case, you should be our leader, Kimiyoshi-san. There's no way the mayor shouldn't participate in the protest. Alright, I got it already. If Oryu-san gives us her approval, I'll act like a man. I'll help Keiichi-kun. Does everyone here agree? Aye. But you're not going to help him persuade Oryu-san? Fine. I'll come with him to persuade Oryu-san. The way he talks might be too immature for her. She needs someone who can talk like an old person. Sorry for being so disrespectful today. I really have to apologize, everyone. Don't worry. I said some good things. Broke up the collusion in one fell stroke. Your refusal to cave under pressure is the very pride of Namazawa itself. Sorry for hitting you. I got pretty wound up. No, that was my fault. Did a good job too, Chie-sensei. You're a wonderful teacher. Really didn't know that some people were still bitter toward the Hojo family. Probably, Oryu-san is the most bitter of anybody. However, according to Mion, Oryu-san doesn't hate the Hojo family either. Really, the whole thing was ridiculous. Good for you, Meibara-san. Never thought you'd get the town council on your side. No, I don't have them on my side just yet. I need to persuade Mion's grandmother first. Oryu-san is like a dictator around here, but she won't do anything that would make her lose the trust of the villagers. If you've already settled things with the town council, then it'll be hard for the Sonozakis to oppose you alone. You're such a great negotiator. You insulted them at the start, but then you gradually buttered them up. I did it the way my dad writes articles for his art magazine. That's the same style he uses. Oh, your father set a good example for you, huh? He's an artist, isn't he? Love to see his work someday. Well, my dad doesn't even let me see his work. Guess you can't show it to him either. What kind of dirty pictures is he drawing? Well then, let's go and see Oryu-san tomorrow night. Can't go right away. When she gets into a bad mood, she'll never listen to us. I'll be coming along too. Who else is going? I'm coming too. Renaissance also coming. She said she'd cleave her head apart if she doesn't nod it for us. How? I'm not gonna do that. Don't be mean, Shi-chan. I'm going too, Keiichi. I'll talk to Oryu myself. I see. Give her a piece of your mind. Of course, I plan to myself as well. I'll try and be there too. Might be able to help just by being around. But I came back to Renaissance also coming. The timing. I did a double take, sorry. It's all good. Shows that your mind's in the gutter, Effie. It sure is getting interesting. Are you ready to defeat that evil hag, sis? To be honest, I wish you'd swap with me tomorrow. But tomorrow's Friday. Are they doing it after school, I guess? Keiichi-kun, you've made great progress today. Yeah. The more people we have on our side, the stronger we become. We can save Toko if the whole village gets together. This village once won against the national government, after all. The old people seem proud to hear me talk about the damn conflict. Everyone started talking about all the heroic things they did back then. When is it not? So who are we killing? We're not killing anyone, Clone. When is it not, to be fair? It not being in the gutter is more often than you think is. BRB again. Sounds good, Effie. I thought we could never save Satoko, but that fate is reaching its end. The power we have right now is overwhelming. The power to defeat fate is far stronger than the mere chance alignment of a few coincidences. Oh. Okay. Just explosion. It's fine. It's a casual explosion. Damn it all. Why? Sorry, I was eating a strawberry. Why do strawberries go bad so quickly? It's unfortunate. The next evening, we were all gathered at the Sonozaki residence. Thought we'd be talking with Mion's grandma over tea or something. However, it wasn't so relaxed a situation as that. Oh, wait, what? Oh, so it's Friday. Okay. However, it wasn't so relaxed a situation as that. Mion's grandma stayed in her futon. She was propped up against a huge cushion and made me feel like I was about to talk to a queen. That wasn't the only thing either. There were about 5 members of the Sonozaki family surrounding her, as though I was at some kind of Yakuza gathering. Yes, this wasn't just any old town council meeting. It was a meeting of the 3 families. I kind of felt as though I didn't belong, but I also didn't have the time to be afraid. I could persuade this lady, I could get help from the villagers. Chapter 8, Michael Bay is back. So that's the situation. If the town council doesn't change their current stance, then no matter what Keiichi-kun says past this point, the center won't listen to him. At the very least, the town council needs to declare their neutrality. The mayor was the first to speak. The old woman looked very grave. I couldn't tell if she always wore an expression like that, or if the story made her look that way. She made a comment in a very low voice to her people. The lady wearing a kimono spoke for her instead. She must be Mion's mother. Kane? Nice. The Child Consultation Center is simply doing their job. They understand how much you care about her, and they are going to take your appeal into consideration. What more are you expecting from them? Mom, let me explain this to you. Satoko's uncle is a horrible man. He regularly beat Satoko last year, and I'm sure he's even worse this time around because of his lover up and abandoning him. Didn't you investigate him, Kasai? Teppei Hojo, I mean. Did make such a report to Kane-san. You imagine me wearing a kimono? Actually don't? Okay. I did for a second. Till actually don't popped up. You see, Mom? If we let the Child Consultation Center take care of this, it'll take months for them to save Satoko. Can't let her stay with that jerk for that long. She's not gonna die. Stop making such a big fuss over this. The old lady finally spoke, but she didn't have anything pleasant to say. Now I'm thinking of Clone in the kimono. She might not die, but... Then shut up, you idiot. Worse, you're not even willing to risk your own life over this. Grow a backbone, you twit. Ah, what nonsense. The more I listen, the more nonsense I hear. Wow. So that's why the whole village is afraid of her. This is Odio Sonozaki, known variously as the Hag, or Empress Sonozaki. Odio, Satoko is my friend. I want you to save her. Riga-chama, remember what I've told you all this time. You have to choose your friends carefully. That girl is a demon child of the Hojo family. Disappointing you too, Dr. Irie. Aren't you old enough to realize what you're doing? Oh, she's very aggressive. Sok-chan is the daughter of the Hojo family, but she's not the one who supported the dam project and fought against the village. I think it's unfair for you to judge her that way. Shut up! Who do you think you're talking to, you piece of shit? Oh shit. Are you sure that she's willing to forgive Satoko-chan? That's what Mion told me. I can get where the other villagers are coming from now. You look like you have something to say, Keiichi-kun. You should just let it out. I made eye contact with Mion's mom. She's very pretty, but she was wearing the same grave look as Odio. By then I had no doubts that this was Mion's mother. I don't mind talking. Is it really okay though? Go ahead. Came all the way here to the Sonozaki residence. Should speak if you want to. Rena nodded in agreement. Okay. Odio Sonozaki-san. My name is Keiichi Maebara. I moved here not too long ago. Nice to meet you. I already know a great deal about you. Let me tell you something. When your family moved to this village, you didn't come here to introduce yourself. That left a pretty bad impression. Why was Mion only telling you that now? Sure hope I'm not too late to introduce myself. Leave aside the fact that it's Satoko Hojo for a minute. The important thing to note is that a villager is in danger right now. In order to help that person, we have no choice but to make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center. Besides, I'm doing this all of my own accord. I haven't caused you any trouble. But you heard from the mayor that you have been causing trouble, didn't you? The Hinamizawa Town Council and the Shishibone City Hall are working together. The Shishibone mayor and this Virago here had to talk with each other, and decided to coexist. That was necessary for this village to prosper. But that village is gonna let an innocent girl suffer? Didn't you hear what I just said? No one's gonna just let her suffer. The consultation center would take action when appropriate. You want them to hurry up, but frankly, you're being selfish. Town council and the government officials are in a business relationship. They're treating Satoko's issue like it's an ordinary one. So basically, you're saying that you don't care how much danger Satoko is in right now? Like Mion just told you, Teppei is a horrible person. When Satoko showed up at the school 3 days after she was kidnapped, she was already at her wit's end. After only 3 days. Can't even imagine what would happen if we left her alone with him for a month. There's no guarantee that she'll be saved after that either. At that point, they might decide to put her case on hold again. Mrs. Sonozaki, does the emotional damage she's suffering not matter at all to you? So what do you think we should do? Make an appeal to the Child Consultation Center, asking them to save her as soon as possible. Going to continue going to the center until they do. Well then, there you go. You can just continue your appeal. It's none of the Sonozaki's business. Isn't that enough? Damn it. She's so hard-headed. It was easy to win an argument with the old people in the assembly hall, since they got agitated so quickly. But Akane-san, Mion's mom, is way tougher than that. Both the Sonozaki sisters and their grandma are quick to anger, but Akane-san seemed incredibly calm. She was calm, but still full of animosity. They can't continue our appeal anymore. The town council doesn't tell the officials that they're going to support us. The Child Consultation Center won't listen to us at all. Did you hear that, Mom? We can't just do whatever we want. We need a town council to decide whether they're going to support us or not. Actually, the council has already made their decision. They said they'd support us as long as Granny agreed. Who the hell made that decision behind my back? You're all aware of how the Hoja family acted during the dam conflict, aren't you? I want to do like a old granny voice, but man, I can't. I can. Technically, I would just refuse to try. If you're asking me to forgive him, my answer's still no. Not really familiar, actually. What were Satoko-chan's parents like? Like, I'm thinking of Jack Black's demon voice from Tribute. Her mom was like a stronger version of Satoko. Her dad was, well, Teppei's older brother. He was even stronger and scarier than Teppei. Scarier than Teppei? That's not very funny. See, now I'm starting to understand how they clashed with the Sonozaki family. Guess she hasn't forgotten how much they pissed her off. Sing out loud so you can hear. My children have told me a lot about you. Heard you're one courageous boy. Let me tell you this straight up. We'll be satisfied as long as that old lady in the futon just nods her head. Not expecting you all to get involved in our protests. All I need is for her to nod. Pretty please? What? For me to try? Leo. I can't. No, not even. That's so bad. Get involved in our protest. All I need is for her to nod. And she said no. I was gonna say be you angels, but no, it's not. Nope, it's not happening. Smash her head in and make Mion the new family head, so she can nod for us. What the fucking hell did you just say, you goddamn son of a bitch? Just someone bring me a sword. I'll come to pieces and dump it in the well. You ready for a fight, old lady? Whatever you ate tonight will be your last supper. Shut up, you fucking little shit. Do you even know who you're talking to? Jesus. Yo, I heard a VA attempt? Maybe. The evil hag sent a violent glare my way. The intimidating aura surrounding her became almost visible. Normally, I'd be terrified. However, I can't back off today. Satoko doesn't have much time left. No, everyone here knows that. We all know that she'll be forever damaged in only a few more days. We will then cry and lament our powerlessness. We have to fight as best we can, so that we have no regrets. There can be no limits to how far we'd go to save her. Let me make this clear. Satoko is my friend. I'm fighting for her sake. How about you? Heard that you used to be like that. Once fought, you and the whole village, just to save one villager. Isn't that how strongly you rejected the dam project? You're just an outsider. Damn. Wait a minute, old lady. I'm not an outsider. I'm Keiichi Maebara from Hinamizawa, fighting to save my friend, who's also from Hinamizawa. How can you say that I'm an outsider? Odu-san, Maebara-kun came to this village not too long ago, but he's already adapted to our way of life. He's a young man with a lot of promise. With lots of promise. Since when did you think disrespect is the same as promise, Dr. Irie? Someone bring me my medicine and some tea already. All this blood rushing in my head is making it ache. The man on the far end stood up and brought over some tea and medicine. If you think I'm being disrespectful, then let me make this request properly. We want the Sonozaki family's help in order to save Satoko Hojo. Satoko lives in this village too. Moreover, she's my friend. Please help us. So I deeply bowed my head to her. My friends bowed along with me. Keiichi-kun, raise your head. What shall we do, mother? It's none of my business. What are you expecting out of me? Stoka-chan is like family to Keiichi-kun. It's only natural for him to seek help for his family. What? Mom! However, the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family were enemies. They once disparaged mother in public too. We can never forgive them for doing that. This is an issue of distinction. What do you mean, distinction? Hold on. Kinda want to catch what she said. Keiichi-kun's like Satoko's like family to Keiichi? Ah. They would need to make an apology. However, the parents died in an accident. There's no one else who can apologize to us. Forgiveness won't come cheap. So if she apologizes to you, you'll forget about what her family did? The world we live in is one of honor. If she apologizes to us, we'll have no choice but to forgive her. Are you gonna make Satoko-chan apologize? Sure. I'll make her apologize for what her parents did. Her parents can't be there to do so, but you'll still forgive her, won't you? We'll have to see her before we make our final decision, but I suppose we can say that we'll forgive her. What do you think, Odia-san? What if Satoko-chan apologized to you about the dam conflict? Well, I'll think about that when she apologizes to me. Might forgive her if she really did. Thinking of Genkai's laugh from Yu Yu Hakusho. She laughed, obviously thinking that Satoko would never actually apologize to her. It seemed for a moment as though Rena had compromise in mind. However, Rena always has a plan up her sleeve. But if she apologized to you, would you apologize to her for discriminating against an innocent girl who didn't deserve to be treated that way? Huh? Satoko-chan wasn't the one supporting the dam project. She's just a child of those who did. But you hate her just for her last name. You're not just an ordinary old lady in this village. You hold great influence over the people here, because you're the leader of the Sonozaki family. Your public hatred towards Satoko-chan had a huge impact on the way the village thinks. That became clear at the town council too. Everyone is afraid to interact with the Hojo family because of how much you hate them. You're the mother of all of Hinamizawa. You were instrumental in keeping us all afloat in the difficult times after the war. It's only natural that you hold such great influence over the people here. You're aware of how much your decisions can affect the whole village. Let me say this again. Satoko is my friend. She's my family. If your influence is going to cause us trouble, I'll do battle with you. That's what protecting your friends is all about. I'm impressed to hear that from a city boy like you. Let me ask what the other family members think. Well, how about it, everyone? What he's saying does make sense. The problem between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is not his business, but he's clear about how much he wants to save her. There wouldn't be any problem if she wasn't a child of the Hojo family. They can do whatever they want to. We, as a family, can just stay neutral. Don't you agree? No, apparently that's not enough, everyone. The big scary man in sunglasses spoke with a deep voice. Kusai? He's saying that the town council won't support them unless the Sonozaki family agrees to as well. And without the support of the council, the center won't listen to them either. We need to be clear about our decision on this one. What do you think? Keiichi-kun, you're a stronger man than my daughters have led me to believe. Frankly, I've had to change my opinion of you. You're a man among men. Hello, are you Mion's father? I thought he was the boss of the Yakuza clan or something. Wait, I did hear once that her dad is exactly that. He certainly looks the part. It's partly our fault that your friend is struggling. Your parents aside, she's just an innocent girl. Isn't that right, mother? Who even cares? Anyone who bears the Hojo name is an ungrateful little shit. He even told me a few minutes ago that he's gonna smash my head in. A bastard like that doesn't deserve to be called a man among men. Mother, can we help Keiichi-kun this one time? He's a passionate young man. Not many youngsters these days have that kind of inner strength. Granny, please, we need your help. Satoko is my friend too. Deeply respect how you fought for this village. I want to fight like you, for my friend. I'm asking for your help too. Stoka's my family. She's a little sister to me. Please give us your help. Please. Upon seeing the twins bowing so deeply, the stubborn old woman simply stared at them with that grave look of hers. I figured it would be difficult to get her to cooperate with us. The mayor looked troubled too. Mion's grandma eventually turned her gaze to me, and I stared back at her. I already bowed to you once, so I'm not going to do that again. But let me say it just one more time. Please help us. Satoko is my friend, and she's one of the villagers. She was never disrespectful to you. You have no reason to hate her. If I nod my head, what happens next? Once the council is on our side, the consultation center will have to hear us out. If they still don't listen, then we'll go there again. We'll go there with the whole village. Tomorrow is Saturday, so it is Friday. Okay. Please. The consultation center is open in the morning. The villagers will all be gathering for the preparation of the festival then, so I'll just take them all along with me. That would be crazy. You'd be involving hundreds of people. How many people would come exactly? I don't know how many of them would, but I'd definitely go make a speech in front of all of them. How do things look to you, Mr. May? Most of the council members are supporting them. Our relationship with the government is important, but some of them think it's more important to fight for Satoko-chan, that is, to resurrect the spirit of the Guardians. We all understand what Keiichi-kun is trying to do, and no one disagrees with him. So the whole village is united, even without Mother. But he's still seeking the final approval from the Sonozaki family? That's a rather dirty way to do business. Kani-san, Oryu-san. To put it simply, I feel bad for Satoko-chan. She's doing the best she can, even though she's all alone. I think it's time for us to let her know that she won't be ostracized by anyone anymore. I refuse. I will never forgive the demon child of the Hojo family. Fine then. You're the enemy of my friend. That makes you my enemy. I'm gonna kill you right... Jesus. I'm gonna kill you right here. Mion, you can take her place and lend us your support then. I'm gonna kill this old bat right this minute. Jesus. As I jumped up, her family members stood in my way. They all put their hands into their pockets. I don't want to imagine what they might pull out of there. Ah, this is pissing me off. How dare you say that? I can't take this anymore. Oryu, think of your blood pressure. I'm sorry, Rika-chan. Will you pass me that bag of medication? My veins are really gonna burst. She was mumbling too much for me to tell what she was saying, but I could tell that she was furious. She whispered something into Mion's mother's ear. She spoke for her instead. Yes, kill her? No, clone. I'm sorry, but this is it for tonight. She has a horrible headache, and she can't talk with you any longer. But I still haven't gotten my answer. Keiichi-kun, you need to learn to play by the adults' rules. I've been very patient with you today. That's because you're a friend of my daughter's. You need to reflect on that, don't you think? Kei-chan, we've done enough today. Let's get out of here. Based on Mion and Shion's reaction, Mion's mom is very scary when she's angry. They were convinced that their mom was going to explode in about 10 seconds. Oh, Jeff. Still, should we really leave after just that? Damn it, I really want her to nod. If she gives me an answer tonight, I can gather a huge crowd tomorrow. The people at the Child Consultation Center were laughing at us today. We gradually increased the number of people we had until the third day, but on the fourth we had far less. They must think that we won't show up at all within a couple of days. No matter what, can't stop showing up. How many days has it been since she was taken by her uncle? We don't have a single day to waste. However, for tonight, the meeting was over. The old lady went to sleep, and we were kicked out of the room. Even though the rest of us were forced to leave, the mayor stayed behind to wrap things up. We decided to wait in the yard for him to come back out. Damn it, we were almost there. You said everything you need to say. You have to give her time to think about it. Of course, we don't exactly have time to waste. What do you think, Coach? Oryu-san was in a really foul mood. Once she gets like that, she'll stay that way for at least 3 days. Might be difficult for us to take any villagers along for the protest tomorrow. At least she listened to us until the end. You just have to trust that she'll make the right decision. You're right. It's hard to trust in someone and just wait, though. Hey, everyone. You all did a good job in there. Mion and Shion ran over to join us. Hey, you two did a good job too. How was it? Do you think it'll work out? I have no idea. From the looks of it, she was in a terrible mood. Honestly, Kei-chan, I don't think you should ever come back here. What, so I can't ever hang out at your house again? Jeez. Still, that was really impressive, Kei-chan. You didn't even seem scared. Was she that scary? She had a scary look on her face, sure, but wasn't that bad. Hmm? You can only say that because you don't know how scary she really is. Well, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Oof. Fingernail torture. That's not torture. That's not true. Think would have fought her even if he knew how scary she can really be. Speaking of which, you seemed fine when she yelled at you too, Riku-san. She might have raised her voice, but she wasn't actually angry. I wasn't scared at all either. Not at all. Did she really not look angry to you? No. Your grandmother wasn't angry at all. Is that how it really looked to her? To me, it looked like her head was going to explode. The next moment, I heard someone walking toward us. It was the mayor, who was accompanied by Mion's mother. Oh, Uncle Kimiyoshi. How was it? Did the old witch finally start melting? Well, we got her approval. What? What? You mean... The Virago gave you the green light. You can do what you want to now, Keiichi-kun. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mom? That hag was so ticked off, though I can't even imagine what caused her to grant us permission. No matter how it happened, I guess she accepted me in the end. The Virago gave approval for the town council to support Keiichi-kun. Now you have the Ongafuchi Guardians on your side. With them, there's no way you can lose. You can't put up a disgraceful fight either. You only just moved to this village, but you need to understand and appreciate the history of Hinamizawa. Can you take on this responsibility? I heard that's it for tonight, and I was like, do I need to stream to catch this raid? Oh no. You're fine, Effie. But, we're not in any stream yet. So hey guys. So what's Virago? Hold on. Kinda curious. I know they said it before, but I never looked it up. A domineering, violent, or bad-tempered woman. Okay. Gotcha. Now I know. Let's go. Yes, I can. My, you're a brave boy. Do have my respect. It takes great courage to address the Virago like that. It gave me chills when you jumped on top of her and put your hands around her throat. Eh? Well, I almost did jump on her, but I wasn't actually serious. Listen for a moment. You jumped on top of her and nearly choked her to death. That's how it's gonna be. Why? That's so violent. The Virago can't possibly forgive the Hojo family. She also can't possibly give you what you want simply because you came to her and begged for it. So unless the story goes something like, after Keiichi-kun violently fought with the Virago, she was impressed by his chivalry and decided to grant him special permission. It won't sound convincing. Got it, Mion? Yeah, that sounds great. Things can't just be simple with her, huh? It's all about appearances. Ha! This is how a legend is born. How people will believe that you physically fought with the hag in order to save Satoka. People are going to be afraid of you, Kei-chan. This is the beginning of the legend of Keiichi the Strongest. Keiichi the Strongest? Everybody will run and hide when they see you on the streets. Hahaha, impressed with JPChivalry? Not me. They're impressed with Keiichi. Keiichi-kun. Okay. Feels amazing, man. I don't want to be a legend, but anyway, thank you very much. How does this... So we're on chapter 9, right? Yeah, because we finished chapter 8, this is chapter 9. We have Watanagashi still. You don't need to thank me. Town council made the decision. Can't go against their wishes. In fact, we would have preferred if you just ignored us and went ahead with things. That was a dirty move of yours, Mayor Kimiyoshi-san. No, well, I'm glad that she gave us her approval after all that. Virago always worried about Satoko-chan because people were still treating her poorly. She thought that she could only make everything right with her death. Thanks to all of you, she was able to settle this issue before the end. I'm sure she appreciates it. No, we're very thankful to her as well. I'll have to come here again to thank her in person. Ha 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 ha, that's not a good idea. She'll chase you around with the sword next time. In fact, I'm surprised she didn't do that today. She must be fond of you, Keiichi-kun. I thought so too. Odio was even more fond of using her sword. Mika-chan, don't say that with such a big smile. Glad I'm still alive. Grown fond of you too after today. That's what being a man is all about. Satoko-chan is a very lucky girl, having such a dedicated man as you. I will learn this on the piano, but it keeps changing. I wonder what it's called. I think this has been in the game since like chapter 2, maybe chapter 1 even. Wait, Mom, Satoko and Kei-chan aren't like that. Oh, they're not? If he doesn't have a girl yet, then you two have a chance. Hey, Keiichi-kun, between Mion and Shion, which do you prefer? Mion. You can call me your mother from now on if you like. Mion and Shion simultaneously turned red and hit me with their fists and their elbow. The apple sure doesn't fall far from the tree, huh? Their mom talks just the same way that they do. Well, Keiichi-kun, you managed to successfully persuade Oryu-san. Just as we promised, you have the council's support. I'll call the people in charge tomorrow and let them know. And of course, I'll tell them to take Satoko-chan under their protection as soon as possible. We have Oryu-san's support too. I'm sure Satoko-chan will be rescued shortly after my call. Are you serious? Wholesome. It's very wholesome. Ooh. Clone, watch out. You just managed to persuade someone that important, Kei-chan. Satoko-chan really will be safe this time tomorrow? Cough. Can't say that for sure. If they refuse Uncle Kimiyoshi's request, that means the Onagafuchi Guardians will come after them. He's not really a calm guy, but he's like a monster when he becomes the leader of the Guardians, aren't you, Uncle? I'll be a monster if I have to. I can promise you that. Do my best to ensure that Satoko-chan is rescued as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Also, will you please stop ostracizing Satoko just because of who her parents were? Clone, that's dangerous territory. I've heard you saying bad things about her, you know? Something about how she's a member of a cursed family? I was just saying those things because of other people. I don't personally have anything against her. Then quit saying it, alright? Please accept her as just another child of the village. Of course. Never say that again. Promise you that. I'm afraid Keiichi-kun might throttle me too. Oh man. After that, we started heading back home. Satoko still isn't saved, but I think we made huge progress today, just the same. The mayor is going to call a cow at the consultation center tomorrow to tell them that he's on our side. He's also going to persuade them to save Satoko as soon as possible. He'll bring up Oryu-san's name too. I like Tetris. Is this abuse of power? I mean, it's fine. Probably. Ban Effie? No, it's fine. So let me check something real quick. Okay. I'll answer that when I can. But, is Satoko really going to be rescued from her fate? Yeah, I'm sure she will. She might even be saved tomorrow. If not, we'll go all out next time. It'll be the war to end all wars. Also, Rika-chan, Infinity War? Don't use words like fate anymore. Putting it like that, it's like it's already been decided. But see, nothing is actually decided in advance. We're the ones who make our own futures. So stop using the word fate as if there's something we can do. Well, I mean, She knows. She knows more. Rika seemed to think about what I said for a while. I wondered for a moment if I said something that hurt her feelings, but Rika-chan soon smiled at me. Okay, I'll do what you say. I won't use that word anymore. Tell me you could change fate as easily as tearing a piece of paper. And after 100 years, you're about to break the horrible cycle of Teppei's return. I can now believe that the danger that awaits me is something that can be changed as well. The worst thing that could ever happen is you not moving to Hinamizawa. I experienced that twice in the past 100 years ago. 100 years. So he doesn't move to Hinamizawa? Hold on. I'm rereading. Worst thing that could ever happen is you not moving to Hinamizawa. It happened twice? Those are the saddest worlds of all. Huh? I don't understand a thing that just came out of your mouth. You're trying to confuse the issue, aren't you? I guess because of... Right, because she did go back to 1978, so I guess it's possible. Butterfly effect or something. Neat. That's a secret. I'll do just as Keiichi says. I won't use words like fate anymore. I'm alert. Sounds good, Effie. Hope you have a good stream. Catch you later. Enjoy your harem. Like, is it a harem though? This isn't a harem anime. It's a friendship anime. We're all friends here. But yeah, have a good one, Effie. It's a phone call. Harem. Hello, thank you for calling. You reached Shishibone City Hall. Hello? Excuse me, could you get me the local affairs chief from the social welfare department? Of course, please hold. Oh, is that in the morning? First thing in the morning? Thank you for calling. This is the local government section. Hello, may I speak to the head clerk, Ada-san? Hello, Kimiyoshi-san. Thank you very much for the other day. No, it's no problem. Really, I should be thanking you. Much obliged. The head clerk is right here. I'll give him the phone. Sir, it's Kimiyoshi, the head of the Hinamizawa Town Council. Hello? How may I help you today? Well, I'm calling about that case at the Child Consultation Center. Oh yes, a group of young children have been protesting in front of the office. They're such an inconvenience. I'm so glad that we were able to talk to you about that. So how did it turn out? Well, the village has officially decided to support Meibara-kun. Eh? Excuse me, could you say that again? The town council agrees with what Meibara-kun is doing. The younger people in the council want to support him as best they can. Well, I say younger, but they're in their 50s and 60s. I see. However, what are the other council members saying? Well, we held an emergency meeting last night. Some of the more hard-headed members were against it at first, but they were persuaded by Meibara-kun in the end. You know, we don't see young people with that much backbone these days. In my opinion, attitudes like that ought to be nurtured for the sake of a brighter future. So, everyone in the council has reached a consensus. Yes, that's right. Everyone came to an agreement. Nobody's opposed to supporting him. Kimiyoshi-san. As I explained to you, the people at the Child Consultation Center are doing the best they can. However, they cannot render their final judgment before the investigation period is over. It's a human rights issue. I believe Meibara-kun explained it to them many times. Toko-chan is being locked up by a terribly violent man. The emotional scars she suffered will never heal. She will forever have a deep wound in her pure and innocent heart. Remember what they were saying at the youth seminar the other day? You were there with me, weren't you? Yes, well, what does the Sonozaki family say about this? Well, Oryu-san also agrees with us. She was very clear about that. If you are going to insist on not rescuing Toko-chan, the whole village will be joining Meibara-kun's movement. Oryu Sonozaki said that? Well, this is a problem within the family, so it's very hard for the government to take care of it. If I could see the man, I'd talk to him in person, but he rarely even leaves his house. Besides, if one of us personally said something to him, he might get nervous and hurt Toko-chan even more. And that's why the local government has to get involved. I understand your point. I'll call Sonozaki-san in a moment and ask for her opinion too. I'd advise you not to do that. Oryu-san is very upset right now. I really wouldn't call her for some time. Really? That's not good. When she's mad, it's like she turns into a demon. Anyway, I want you to tell the Child Consultation Center to put Stoka-chan under their protection immediately. I'll come with you if you need me to. You can go right now. Oh no, can't make you go to all that trouble. I'll call the Child Consultation Center, give you their feedback later today. I want you to let me know before noon. I'm sure your call won't be so long. It stretches into the evening. Is the head of the office that busy? No, he's not. Very well. I'll call you back before noon today. Thank you very much. Tell them that the town council is very upset that they're not taking this appeal seriously enough. Yes, I'll let them know. Yes. I'll talk to you again soon. Hi there. Hey, how's it going? Click. Sir, are you okay? This is bad. Namazawa Village is kicking up a storm again. Saito-kun, will you please call Sonozaki-san and ask her what's going on? I need to call the Child Consultation Center. This might be a resurrection of the dam conflict. Oh, hello? Yes, this is the local government section calling. Can I speak to the head of the office? The Hinamizawa Town Council is supporting them? I thought you told me they weren't connected to this. I did. When I spoke to the mayor the other day, they weren't involved. However, they changed their stance just last night. I understand. However, we're still not going to reverse our decision even if the whole village really does show up. It wouldn't be right to give her special treatment just because the town council protests. Sir, I believe you're aware of this, but they're the Onagafuchi Guardians. You know about the dam conflict, right? I wasn't living here then, so I don't know much about it. I heard that it was some huge government protest or something like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you should pay attention to what they're saying. But, wait a minute. I heard that the Onagafuchi Guardians disbanded years ago. Haven't you had a fairly close relationship with the village ever since the conflict ended? Yes, things had worked out smoothly. I wonder what happened to change that overnight. The mayor seems to be favoring a young man named Mibaraku. They have the support of Sonozaki-san too. It's not a trivial matter. Sonozaki-san? You mean the ruler of the underside of Hinamizawa? Never actually met her. At any rate, you need to be very careful. If it's at all possible, I think you should try to protect Hojo-san immediately. I'm not familiar with this mayor, so I don't know what kind of person he is. Our job needs to be done carefully. No matter the job, it's just not right to do things in a disorderly fashion. Our people are doing the best they can. They have piles of other cases to work on. Every single case is very important. You can't just prioritize your case for no reason. I see. I understand. I'll call Kimiyoshi-san back and let him know your opinion. Need to call him back? Look, the municipal government doesn't exist for this town council's amusement. Why are you bending over backwards just to look after the needs of one village? I understand. Thank you for your time. Sorry for the inconvenience. Click. This is really bad. That guy isn't even from around here. He has no idea how scary that town council can be. That's a transfer from the prefectural office for you. He's fighting against Hinamizawa. I refuse to be responsible for this one. How did you do? Did you get to talk to Sonozaki-san? Yes. She has the same opinion as Kimiyoshi-san. She also wants a call from you regarding what the Child Consultation Center said. Oh, this is really bad. Really bad. I thought this was going to be a happy Saturday. The head of the Consultation Center has no idea what he's up against. There's going to be a huge crowd swarming the area by the beginning of the week. You have to call Kimiyoshi-san and Sonozaki-san right away, huh? You should help with that too. Before anything else, we should be calling the mayor of Shishibo. Oh man. So I guess we're gonna see what happens outside the hospital, maybe? Reviving the Guardians. And it's a phone call. Okay. Wait, did we get a tip? We didn't. What? That's weird. Feels weird, man. Okay. Well, it's end of chapter 9. Let's do the 5-minute BRB. Well, it might be a little longer because we're gonna get some food. So, yeah. Un momento. In the meantime, you can check out these channels. So let me type that in. case you're interested. Something to watch. Brothers is playing Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD. Effie's playing Hat in Time. Go check them out. But yeah, I'm gonna do the BRB. Un momento. Alright, we are back. Let's go ahead and do a back chat. It's like 12 minutes, I guess, since we left. Welcome back. Thanks, Chloe. Let me just take a sip of coffee and then we're good to go. Whoa. What's that emote, Gus? Hype. Jacket hype. Geek etiquette. Is that a new one? Is that a new gifted sub? Yeah, let me just get some coffee. I mean, it's better. The alternative is I would end the stream and then go eat breakfast and then just never come back, but you know, it's fine. We're here. Plus, it's better this way, because I mean, then we can continue the story. See how this all wraps up. Did I save? Oh shit. I think I saved. No leave allowed, please. I'm sorry, Chloe. Shit. Can't tell. Wait, I can tell. Actually, hold on. How many achievements do we have? 9 out of 14. Okay. So yeah, we're on chapter 10. Cool. How is bureaucracy going? It's like bureaucracy. It's going well. How's it going, Dirt? Really enjoying it. So they refused? Yes. Yes, I got a call from the local government section. The Child Consultation Center has no intention of listening to us. They're still trying to do what they can, but we don't have much time. I did see the video after you posted it yesterday. Man, the Tsubame Geishi. That was I don't know how they do that. It's so fast. When I was reading this, I was worried that we'd never get to Watanagashi. Oh yeah, by this point. Chapter 10, still in Watanagashi. I mean, chapter 2 is like that, wasn't it? A little bit. I still have... I have to like look back at that because I can't recall if it was really like 2 weeks before Watanagashi happened. I mean, Rika says so, but it's been so long. Yes, I got a call from the local government section. The Child Consultation Center has no intention of listening to us. They're still trying to do what they can, but we don't have much time. I even told them we have no time to spare. How many hours are we in? 322. Oh. So that BRB was a little premature. That's fine. The mayor came to the school before noon to explain to us what went down with the officials. We had all gathered in the teacher's office to meet with him. But I mean, it worked out because we had the chapter break and then, yeah. It's ironic that Hanyu says they can't go back very far anymore, but it takes longer and longer to get to that day, right? So many events. So many activities. Wow. See, when they say wow, it just makes me want to just listen to that. Anyways. I don't know what the head of the center personally, but he's a pretty tough guy to go against the will of the Hinazawa. He used to work for the prefecture, so he's not familiar with the town council here. He's not treating this like it's a big deal. It's kind of stupid. This isn't any ordinary village he's up against. This is Hinamizawa. What a sad guy. We'll just have to fight them. Spoke with the other council members, and we all agreed that we can't stay quiet anymore. After all, we can't just nod our heads in defeat and back down after I put our name out there. We'll be heading to the consultation center after this ourselves. Okay. I'll get right on arranging for the town council to send some people too. I'm about to go consult Oryu-san on how to handle this. This isn't like with the dam conflict, though. It's an ordinary Saturday. Isn't it going to be difficult to get people to go? Don't worry, Kei-chan. This isn't a city. People are out there farming every day of the week. Whether it's a Saturday or a Tuesday, it doesn't really matter to them. It won't be that difficult to find people who are willing to help out. I see. I tend to think of adults as people who work at big companies. But this is Hinamizawa. I almost forgot about that. The regular government offices usually close at noon on Saturday, but the Child Consultation Center is open until 3 p.m. Can we all be there at 1? Can't promise you how many people I'll be able to bring along, though. Doesn't matter how many people we get, as long as we get people. Thank you for your help. So glad that more adults are involved now. Yeah, this is gonna make a huge difference. The number of people we get will depend on what Oryu says. That's true. We'll see how serious she is about helping us based on how many people show up. Like the whole village. If the hag's in as good a mood as my mother says, then we might get about 30 people. From both the staff and the youth group. I think that's a fair guess. 30 adults plus 10 children? Sounds better than yesterday. Coming too. I'll bring my megaphone. Yes! What? Your legendary megaphone. I thought it was broken. That's the one I used to have. The riot squad broke it. Ah, the memories. I can feel the spirit of Onagafuchi making my blood boil. It seems like we're gonna be holding a festival on the day before in Tanagashi too. To the consultation center. I wonder if they're still gonna tell us that there's no evidence of abuse just because she hasn't admitted to it yet. It's pretty likely. How are things on your end, Rika-chan? Were you able to persuade Satoko to seek help? Did my best. It's all up to her now. I wish Satoko would stop being so stubborn. Sis, there are both times one should and shouldn't be stubborn. I can understand how Satoko must feel. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I'm already done with this work week, and it's not even over yet, JP. Oh, yeah. Frustrating day. It's barely Tuesday. Oh boy. Not like this. She might not want any help from us. We wouldn't be her real friends if we couldn't see how scared she is. I agree. It'd be easy if Satoko asked us for help. But it'll be too late if we wait for that to happen. There's a child in the middle of a busy street. You pull her to the sidewalk before talking to her. Sometimes actions have to come before words. Right. That's a good example. You have to pull her back to the sidewalk first. It's just humid and the national news is dumb, and the local noise is dumb, and it's hot. Just all things. Gus, just take a nice hot shower or bath or something after all the day is done. Just relax. I've heard what's going on. I was gonna take a sip of coffee. Hold on. Pretend it's the hot springs. I've heard what's going on. Now let's all get back to the classroom and start homeroom. Go home and eat your lunches before you go to the child consultation center, okay? It's not good to skip meals. At that point, everyone was thinking there wouldn't really be 30 adults there to support us. However, we were wrong. I had no idea how serious Hinamizawa can get. By the time I got there with my 10 classmates, the quiet atmosphere around the library had completely disappeared. Oh my goodness. Are all these people from Hinamizawa? Not just Hinamizawa. I see some people from Okadamiya too. You're right. Some of them are even here in their work uniforms. What an incredible sight. Looks like Oryu got really serious. Apparently. This really is like old times. How I've missed the way I felt during the damn conflict. Kei! What's going on today? Hey, Kameda-kun. Well, you just called on the whole village to come here. Thought you'd only be able to get kids. How'd you get all these adults here, too? You're making me weak in the knees, man. Kameda's awesome. Whoa, there were so many working adults around. Little girls are mankind's greatest treasure. Of course, as many of our comrades would gather here. Not only had many people shown up, but many different kinds of people, too. I wonder how many people there are. I think there's well over 100 so far. More people are still on their way, too. Ibara-san, sorry for being late. What an amazing crowd you've got together. So this is the power of Onagafuchi. I'd heard about this power before, but this is something else. This is reminding me more and more of the damn conflict. But to get this many people to show up, Keiichi-kun, you're amazing. You're the new face of Hinamizawa. Keiichi-kun, there's sure a lot of them. Hey, Kiyoshi-san, how many people did you talk to? Not quite sure. Just use the phone list and ask people to gather for a meeting of the Onikafuchi Guardians. Everyone left work and came right here. Hey, you there. This movement is an initiative of the town council. Just don't use a banner with the name of the Onikafuchi Guardians on it, okay? I see Keiichi-kun's father. Hello. Hello, Rena-chan. Keiichi, I'm here to support you. Your mom wanted to come here too, but she had to stay home and wait for a phone call. She says to do your best and keep at it. I will, thank you. I've heard the stories about the dam conflict, but this is impressive. You're representing all these people, right? Yeah. I was only representing 5 of us in the beginning, but it's grown so big now that I don't care if there are 100 or 1,000 people here. No matter what, I'll do everything I can to save my friend. Keiichi, this is it? Yep. Our force of arms is more than enough. Those losers are peeping at us through the curtains right now. They must be quaking in their boots. Sir, do you see all those people? What shall we do? There's nothing to do. Other than our jobs, of course. If they want to protest, let them. I need to leave for a business trip now, so you can handle them. But there's a banner that says we want to talk with the head of the office. See? Ugh. You know what this dude is going to later as a grown-up? Starting coups of foreign countries? I don't know about that, clone. That's too much Crusader Kings. Rome Total War. That banner was the same one that the Onikafuchi Guardians had used in the past. They brought along as many banners as they could for reuse. This one said the head of the office, but originally it meant the head of the construction office. Of course, the head of the Child Consultation Center didn't know about that. He spoke with 3 of those representatives the other day. According to the people from City Hall, these Hinamizawans have a good memory. They see you walking outside to the parking lot, they'll recognize their face. Sir, there are some people protesting by the back door too. What do you mean? They could have kidnapped me or something? During the dam conflict, it wasn't uncommon for people to get injured. If you can postpone your business trip, I'd recommend you do so. I guess that'd be for the best. It's not an emergency, so I'll just stay here for today. In the next moment, the crackling noise of the speaker echoed outside. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? This is the Hinamizawan Town Council. We're sorry for causing trouble in our neighborhood. Testing. They're adjusting the output of the speakers. A few trucks carrying those speakers were parked outside. The head of the consultation center finally realized in that moment what it really meant to fight against the village of Hinamizawa. There's so many people out there. Might barge in at any moment, any minute. If they come inside, they'll disturb our work. Don't let them in. It was half an hour past the appointed assembly time. The mayor told me that there were still a few more people on their way. Even more people are going to show up? Rena counted up all of the people here already and found that there are more than 150 of them. I really doubt we can get this many to come back by Monday afternoon. Hopefully we can finish this today. Alright, Keiichi-kun, let's begin. The mayor gave me the green light. He wanted us to chant our slogan in chorus before going inside. It really was like a real protest. Mi-chan, do you think all of us can fit inside that tiny office? Do you think so? Of course we can't all fit. We'll split up into those who can go in and those spilling out. That's why we had everyone start chanting together before we go in. Sis, you can't break or kick anything today. Like I'd ever do something like that. You got me in so much trouble when you pretend to be me doing all that. Hey, isn't that Oishi-san? Didn't expect to see him here. Of course, he's my Mahjong friend. Came here to support me, even though he's not from Hinamizawa. Hey, Bara-san! Hello there. Oishi-san, you're here right on time. We're getting ready to go inside right now. Oishi was accompanied by a few of his own men. He brought along 4 police officers in uniform. Mibara-san, I need to have a little chat with you. Oh, hello there, Mayor Kimiyoshi. Hello, Oishi-san. What brings you here? Need to have a talk with the 2 of you right now. May I? Oh, and can it be in private, please? Eh? What do you need from us? Well, you're on government property here. Obstructing it for any given reason is prohibited. I was really taken aback. Thought we were just getting started, but Oishi-san, and by that I mean the police, were telling me to break up the crowd. What do you mean? Government is going to listen to the voice of its citizens? Look, we're not doing anything wrong. We're here to ask them to help Satoko. Why is that such a bad thing? You're protesting here without permission, for one. Also, there's a policy at this child consultation center, which allows the caretaker of the building to dismiss any client when he feels that they're disrupting their service. The caretaker of the building? Who is that? Swing your arms from side to side. Well, that would be the head of the office here. What a cheap trick. You won't even let us speak our minds? Where are we supposed to protest then? If we have to get off the property, can we do it across the road? Swing... Oh, that one. Swing your arms from side to side. Come on, do the Mario. Losing at JP. Is that bad? Oh, man. Do the Mario. If you want to use public roads, you have to get permission from the public safety department first. You have to contact them through the police. In other words, you have no choice but to disband for today. My, Mibara-san. It seems that they really do hate you. This is ridiculous. I don't believe this. You have so many people here in support of Satoko, and you're saying we can't even talk to them? My friends soon all came running over. Oishi-san explained the situation to them, and they reacted exactly the same way I did. No way! That's horrible. No matter what we say to them, all they do is just dot down the amount of people in the group. That's why we brought lots of people here today. But they do have the right to refuse us. There's nothing we can do about that. We have to either listen to the police or disregard what they say entirely. Damn conflict's been over for a while. I don't want to play that game anymore. Just don't feel like working at all today. Oh man. How long is left? Damn it. What are we gonna do then? Do we just have to leave and come back later? Same thing will happen when we do. We'll just call the police again. The head of the consultation center has no intention of letting us in there ever again. It must have really upset him. So what are we gonna do now? We'll just have to be patient. If we can't protest on their property, we'll just have to do it from across the road. Seeing that every day will put a lot of pressure on them. It's gonna take way too long. The government is like the Yakuza. It'll get more complicated if we keep making them mad. So even the Onagafuchi Guardians can't do anything about this? How pathetic. Can't you do something about this, uncle? Shion-chan, in a battle like this, you have to be patient. They're refusing us so blatantly, just like the construction office did in the dam conflict. So we'll just have to surround them and dig in for a prolonged fight. That's not gonna work. There's so many people here. I was supposed to end this today. Satoko didn't come to school again today. Her uncle called and claimed that her cold had resurfaced. He promised that she'd be back on Monday. But hearing that wasn't any relief to us. Today is Saturday, so 2 more days until then. Nothing is guaranteed for Satoko. In the world I imagine, it was too late to save Satoko by the day before Motanagashi. Satoko in real life hasn't gotten to that point yet. But nothing guarantees that she'll still be fine in just 2 days. I don't know if she'll still be sane the next time we see her. Yeah, was it that Saturday when he broke? When he said 1500 seconds? So, this is gonna be a stalemate? Do we really have to wait until they make their final decision? No, Keiichi-kun. We have no time to waste for Satoko-chan. I just know that something bad is gonna happen. Got help from this many people. And we can't even go inside the building. Just go to the house. Rika-chan said that with tears in her eyes. Damn it. Told Rika-chan that I could defeat anything if I put my mind to it. I don't want to give up here. Even a few days ago, we never imagined that we'd get this many supporters. We got approval from the town council and even from Mion's grandma. What else am I supposed to do? What can we do to make our wish come true? Is there something that we haven't done yet? Son of a bitch! Rika-chan, you don't have to look so sad. Meep? We're doing everything we can. You believe that, right? Yeah, I believe we did everything we can do. Then we just have to wait for the wind to come. We just have to wait. I'm sure that a strong wind is on its way. When is that? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Satoko was sleeping like dead. If he didn't send her to school, that annoying teacher might come to harass him again. He really wanted her to go to school today. However, no matter how much he forced her to wake up, she collapsed and went back to sleep. Touched her forehead and realized that she had a high fever. If he sent her to school like that, they might say something about it. He had no choice but to call at school and tell them that she's sick again. She asked him many questions, but Teppei told her that she really was sick this time. 1 hour later, he realized he had said something he shouldn't have to the teacher. Ever since he took Satoko in, there had been nothing but trouble. The teacher came to visit him the day after he took her. He received calls every so often, too. They were all from the Child Consultation Center. Every single one of them told him to put Satoko on the phone. Teppei was still certain that Satoko wouldn't give him up, because of her fear that he'd destroy Satoshi's room if he did. However, he wasn't sure how long she'd keep her silence. In short, Teppei had no idea whether or not Satoko would continue to do it, as she was told. The only thing he knew for absolute certain was that he couldn't control her forever with fear alone. He could frighten her with just a look, but that fear wouldn't last for a very long time. He wanted to leave the house before Satoko got him into trouble. But in order to do that, he needed to find the bank book as soon as possible. Satoko was sleeping like an abandoned kitten inside of a wrinkled blanket. She was sweating heavily and breathing deeply. Both were signs of a very high fever. Teppei wasn't concerned in the least, of course. Instead, he felt that this was his chance. In that state, she wouldn't notice if he went to Satoshi's room. He promised her that he wouldn't mess around in there as long as she stayed obedient to him. In reality, he went inside Satoshi's room while Satoko was at school, but he was very careful about putting everything back into place. However, by this point, he had enough. He was anxious to leave as soon as he could. Even Teppei could tell that Satoko's fever wasn't from a cold, but from emotional distress. If she got even sicker, it could cause even more trouble for him. He slowly creeped up the stairs, heading for Satoshi's room. He tried to open the door slowly, but it was stuck on something. He assumed he'd just hit the furniture with the door, but in the next moment, crash! He heard the loud noise of falling metal. Something had been stuck behind the door, and had knocked over something on the bookshelf. Teppei clicked his tongue. He'd been planning to sneak into Satoshi's room while Satoko was asleep. Shortly after that, he heard Satoko running up the stairs. She wasn't running just because she heard a noise. She was running because she heard a noise from Satoshi's room. That meant that Teppei was trying to get inside it. The trap. Stop! Stop. Don't go inside Nini's room. Ah, fuck. I was just gonna look around for a minute. No damn luck. All I need is some cash. I know there's a bank book inside his room. I know that you hid it in there. Be a good girl and tell me where it is. I don't know anything about a bank book. It's not inside Nini's room. Don't mess around in there. Leave it alone until he comes home. Nini. Nini. Shut the fuck up. Satoko let out a dull cry. She went rolling across the floor. Nini. I'm not gonna try. Nini. Satoko's screams echoed around the room. Hitting her would leave a mark, and then the child consultation would harass him, and maybe more than that. As a man of violence, it was already stressful enough to be warned not to hit her. But once he hit her on impulse, like he just did, his restraint was all gone. JP, meanie. That's not me! It's Teppei. Well, broke. Are you saying Satoko's broke? Or are you broke because of the workday? Satoko was crying and holding her left cheek. Oh, that's like garbage. Okay. I was like, what is making that noise? There's no trains around here. I mean, yes, there are trains around here, clearly. From all the hours I've streamed. Satoko was crying and holding her left cheek. She might have suffered a cut on the inside of it when he punched her. She had bloody drool trickling out of the corner of her mouth. Wah. Fucking hell, that did it. Center's gonna be back here next week. I'm gonna be in real shit if it's still swollen by then. Ah, god damn it! This is more trouble than it's worth. Quit with the Nini already. Are you supposed to be a broken record or something? Can it, you little bitch? Jesus. Tepe kicked her. She curled up on the floor. Ever since Rina had abandoned him, nothing good had happened at all. All he got was a whiny little girl. All she can do is cook and clean. Other than that, she just acts scared all the time. So once Satoko started crying like an infant, Tepe also lost his mind. I said shut up! Didn't you hear me? Who are you whining to? Oh. Oh shit. Damn it. Oishi-san, will you please leave us alone for today? Satoko's in danger as we speak. What? Hey now. If you touch me, I can arrest you for obstructing the law. Damn it. What? Stop it, Kei-chan. He's just trying to piss you off. So wait, what? Hey, old man. You won't live long with that kind of attitude. Oh, now I'm scared. If you keep on talking to me like that, I'll arrest you for threatening an officer. Calm down, Keiichi-kun. He's on our side. What? What are you saying, Rena? Can't you see? He's being nice to you right now. He's saying these things because he's a policeman, but I think he's still on your side. If he really wanted to make us leave, he wouldn't be talking to us like this. He'd simply use force. But he's still blocking our way right now. How can he still be on our side? Oishi-san, you got a call from the cruiser from the chief. Oh, thanks. Gotta go for now. Start vacating the area, please. If you take another step forward, I'll take it as a declaration of war. Got it memorized? Whoa, she is, shit, Axel the whole time. God damn it, I can't believe I blinked on Axel's name. Hello, Oishi here. Reading you loud and clear. Oishi-san, how's the situation there? It's fine. Everyone's being perfectly reasonable. There are quite a lot of people here, so it's taking time to break them up. Really? You're still getting calls from the Child Consultation Center. They're wondering when you can get them out of there. Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, I was rewatching my Dad at Work battles from Kingdom Hearts 2. It just feels like... I don't know, I have to rewatch. It just feels like Kingdom Hearts 3 is so smooth. It's just more interactive, more involved, maybe. I don't know, it just felt sluggish to look at. But I'll have to rewatch, probably. They're wondering when we can get them out of there. They'll leave soon. I've already spoken to the leader. It's taken time for him to explain it to his people. If they call again, tell them to wait for a little bit. Heard that the Onikofuchi Guardians are back in action, but it seems like it's not getting too messy this time. Yes. The damn conflict has been over for a long time. Just give him a little bit to pack up and leave. Oishi-san, how could you lie to him like that? You haven't made any progress in persuading the leader yet. No. Is that really a lie? The chief warned us that this could turn into a riot. I think we should call for help and shut this down before anything happens. Kuma-chan, don't be mean. Excuse me? He got this many people together in order to help his friend. It's no small feat, you know? The whole village is here. That means he persuaded Oryu Sonozaki. Wouldn't be easy for a young boy like him to persuade the Empress. Think Oryu Sonozaki is backing this crowd? The girl they're trying to help is Satoko Hojo, the daughter of the dam supporters. It's hard to believe that the villagers would be trying to save her. There was a thick wall between them and the Hojo family, but he broke that wall down in just a few days. Actually, I've been following his progress up to this point. I saw him at their Watanagashi planning meeting. He's a damn courageous boy. The elders screamed and yelled at him, but he wasn't scared at all. He magnificently brought them over to his side. After that, they told him that they'd support him if he could also persuade Oryu. Since he's here today, he apparently also succeeded at doing that. It's gonna be someone big one day. You should probably get close to him while you still can. You knew it. You were taking it easy today. You're normally very direct, so I was surprised when you started negotiating with him. I want to see Mibara-san earn a little credit today. Oishi said something that he shouldn't say as a policeman. Kuma guy had to struggle to understand what he meant. Giving Noishi a thin smile, he asked him a question. Do you want to leave without disbanding them? Foo-foo. Nah, we don't need to treat them special. You don't know anything about the Onigafuchi Guardians. You and Mibara-san both. They're not as weak as you think. You'll see. You want to wait and see what they do, huh? As usual, we're doing a thankless job. Foo-foo-foo. Want a cigarette? Kumagai accepted the offer, taking a cigarette from Oishi's hand. In the next moment, two black vehicles stopped short in front of the building, their brakes screaming under the stress. There they come. Look closely, Kumi-chan. Several men wearing well-tailored suits emerged from the vehicles. Some of them look like musclehead gangsters, and some of them more resemble intelligent businessmen. There was a clearly overbearing old man in a hakama with a crest, and looked like a whole circle of Yakuza leaders arrived after him. Is Keiichi Maibara-kun present? Where is he? I'm Keiichi Maibara. How may I help you? Don't worry, we're on your side. Who are you exactly? Oh, hey uncle. Why are you here? I can't believe you actually showed up. Shion and Neon's surprised reactions made me feel nervous. Keiichi-kun, you're the leader here. There's no need to hesitate. Let's go. The group of men clapped me on the shoulders. But I can't go. The police are here. Alright, stop right there, boys. I'm Oishi from the Okonomiya PD. Good afternoon. Where are you all headed? Who do you think you are? How could you stop law-abiding citizens from conducting a protest? Well, Sonozaki-sensei, we're here because the Child Consultation Center called us here. Sonozaki-sensei? Is he a teacher from some school? Wait, no, I don't have time to joke around. This man in a hakama must be the Sonozaki family's representative on the prefectural assembly. Heard that he's a really scary guy when he raises his voice, just like Neon's grandma. Shut up! Get away, you damn pig! Who gave you orders to get in their way? Hahaha, the chief of police ordered us here. Can't disobey him, you know? Okonomiya police chief? He's gonna hear some real complaints from me later. Tell him to be ready. Rishi's partner was doing his best not to laugh. Okay, I'll relay that message to him. Anyway, there are rules in the city. Like how the caretaker of a building can order people to vacate their property if he thinks that they can cause trouble for his business. As Uishi-san explained in a strange, half-troubled and half-delighted manner, one of the intelligent-looking guys started talking instead of representing Sonozaki. Hello, I'm the attorney, Sonozaki, from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. I went over the laws that apply to the Child Consultation Center. Their claim is unjust and could be considered an abuse of their official authority. Here's a copy of the regulations. Furthermore, Keiichi Maibara-san is the appointed leader of the Hinamizawa Unified Council. This is the power of attorney issued by the Council. The Hinamizawa Unified Council is a Good Samaritan organization of citizens formed under the observation of the Shishibone local government section. That makes him a proper representative of the organization, and he went through the proper channels. Rejecting his appeals is a clear abuse of authority and violates the municipal public servant regulations. Therefore, the order made by the head of the Child Consultation Center is unlawful, and if the police continue to interfere with this movement, then... Okay, I understand. My apologies. Well then, you can carry on, everyone. That's what you should have said from the beginning. Let's go, Keiichi-kun. Wait, you might be disrupting their business if everyone goes inside. Don't worry. Only representatives are going in. Is even that gonna interrupt their business? With 4 couches in the visitor's room, I assume they can easily hold 10 people in there. Hahaha, guess you know better. Please go. Go on ahead then. Maibara-kun, let's go. Nobody's gonna stop us now. Oh, yes sir. Hey, Greta, Mion, Shion, Rika-chan. I'm going in. Yeah, let's go. Is this all part of Oryu's plan? Probably. Didn't think she'd talk to these guys too. No matter how you look at it, it's the Sonozaki family giving us the most support. Wonder what made the hag change her mind. I'm not surprised at all. I always believed that Mi-chan's grandma would help us. Really? Said some nasty things to her last night, but right now I could kiss her. Alright everyone, you're going inside. Yeah! Crowd cheers. The main event is about to begin. Maibara-san, please save Hojo-san. Help rescue Satoko-chan. Hey, my bar boy. Good luck. This is your show. Wish you luck. Angel Morton Grenadiers, secure the path of retreat. Support the charge. Okay, show us what you got. I will. Gonna get them. Bar-san, we'll wait for you here. We look forward to hearing good news. Yes, bring us good news. I'll be waiting for you, too. Ooh. It's a lot of oohs clumped. Put my fist in the air in response to their high expectations. We entered the Child Consultation Center backed by the power of the Sonozaki family. Finally made it. It's cool inside the building, unlike the outside world. I could still hear the crowd but at a lower volume. It was loud enough to hear their cheers. The staff in the building must have known who we were. They tried to concentrate on their work as if they didn't see us. Hello, sir. How may I help you today? I am Ibara Keiichi. I'm here to request that Stoko Hojo be put under protection immediately. Just go get the person in charge here. Representative of the Hinamizawa Town Council is here to see him. He's unable to see you at this time. I'll take a message for him. Hello. I'm a lawyer from the Sonozaki Law Consultancy Office. For the purpose of its future use, I'll be recording our conversation from this point forward. We would like to be treated responsibly by the Child Consultation Center. I'll try and see if he's available. Please wait for a moment. Hariyama-kun. It's been a while. Representative Sonozaki, how have you been? I'm here today as a member of the Hinamizawa Town Council. May I see the head of the office, please? Of course. Hey, you. Take them to a reception area inside the boss's room. Serve them some tea. Guess the power of a representative can really get public officials moving. I heard that there are both prefectural and municipal representatives in the Sonozaki family. We have the power of both of them today. That means we have nothing to fear. We were inside his office, but the head of the office wasn't to be found. I'm sure he's somewhere in this building. All the exits are blocked. There's no way he could escape from us. He better not be thinking that he can hide from us all day. The head of the office, in fact, was peeping out through the blinds of the meeting room on the second floor. He was shaking in fear. Why are they inside the building? What are the police doing? Actually, both the prefectural and municipal Sonozaki representatives are here. They have a lawyer with them, too. Asking for an answer, but only management has the authority to respond. Okay, I've got it. Today is Saturday. It's nearly 3, right? I'll just stay here until then. Have them leave after we close up. Meanwhile, I'll talk with the municipal manager about what to do next. Thought he told you to concede. He said something about a town council. I was expecting a bunch of neighborly old men. Never thought I'd see representatives and lawyers in Yakuza. Who would have thought there would be 200 people out there? Well, that's Hinamizawa. Anyway, the office is closing in 10 minutes. I'm sure they'll threaten me if I meet with them. But I'm not going to concede. That's my duty as a civil servant. We've been working for the government for 40 years, and I'm not ashamed to boast about that. I'll never compromise just because some gangster threatens me. In the next moment, the phone in the conference room rang loudly. The head of the office nearly jumped out of his skin. Scared even of the phone, he told the manager to tell whoever it was that he wasn't there. Hello? This is Hariyama. Oh, thank you. I'll let him know. Sir, it's the municipality calling. Hello? I'm in deep trouble. There are about 200 people surrounding the consultation center right now. They even have representatives on their side. What should I do? They tell you this would happen. But it's your job as a municipal government to control the trouble within the town councils. Do something about this. It is your sworn duty to take care of this. It's not our job. Our job is to support the growth of the local communities of the region, and I don't care. Can't you do something about this? At this point, you have no choice but to accept the request. Maybe you should stop being so stubborn about policy. Government is there for its citizens. Isn't that right? Can't you just peacefully accept their appeal? You're an official too, aren't you? How dare you take the side of the town council? I'm not going to concede. I'm going to follow the regulations. Civil servants' duty is to conduct business impartially. I've never broken that rule in my entire career. I passed the administrator's exam because I always follow the rules. Well, it's your decision. We'll do our best to help. I told you, didn't I? I know I did. I know I told you not to get them upset. Fine, then I won't ask for your help anymore. Now hang up the phone. Click. Sir, even if we manage to get away from them today, they'll come back again on Monday. What are you going to do then? Sure that the mayor knows about this by now. This has definitely come up at the weekly meeting. I haven't done anything that would upset the mayor. No matter what he says to me, that's what I tell him. I'll tell him. Eek! The phone rang once again. Also once again, the head of the office trembled in fear. The manager had to reluctantly pick up the phone. Yes? Eh? Can you transfer it here? Yes, this is the right office. One moment, please. Sir, you have a call from City Hall. City Hall? Not the municipal offices. Who is it now? It's the mayor. Got him. Yes, that's right. They're members of the town council in Hinamizawa. Yes, I understand. Please listen to what they have to say. No, that's not true. It's important to be impartial and biased, but you must act according to the occasion. Yes, please do so. After you're done, please come to the mayor's office and give me a report. I expect you by 6 p.m. Thank you very much. The man spoke with a gentle demeanor, but in a tone that didn't allow objection. And then the elderly man in a double suit set the receiver down. Thank you for that. Odio was sitting on the couch in the reception area. Connie was there with her, too. Not a problem. It's been a while since he visited City Hall. Surprised to see you here today. Sorry for the surprise. I'm going to ask someone a favor. I want to see them in person. Thank you, really. It's no problem at all. Sorry that our staff were so impolite. Should have taught them better. Maintaining a good relationship between municipal governments and town councils is vital. So he says. However, the mayor couldn't believe that Empress Sonozaki came all the way to see him just to save one little girl. It's a huge deal when Odio Sonozaki comes directly to his office. It's also unusual for her to do things indirectly to begin with. I can now see why Odio Sonozaki is best girl. Rather than leading the charge herself, she was having Keiichi Maebara save Satoko. The mayor understood that she was doing this so Keiichi Maebara would get all the credit. Because of that, he was very interested in this young Keiichi Maebara. Sounds like quite the young man. I can't believe that he's gone so far just to save his friend from an abusive relative. I know. It's one of a kind. Not worried about the future of Hinamizawa as long as someone like him is around. I can die peacefully now. Please, mother, don't joke around like that. Ta-ha-ha-ha. It was worth living this long if I was able to meet someone like him. Take care of that Keiichi boy if something happens again. If you're growing so fond of him, are you still mad at me for not having any boys? It was now 3 p.m., and I heard the announcement that the center was closing. The head of the office finally showed up in the room. He seemed like a totally different person. When I first met him, he had a cold attitude and responded to questions with blunt answers. But now he was much nicer and agreed with everything we said. Guess the power we held must have intimidated him. If I was alone, I would have never gotten him to listen to me. It's thanks to everyone's support that I'm able to talk to him now. I understand. Very sorry for all the confusion. We'll take action immediately. Manager, please call Hojo-san's house right now. Yes, sir. Satoko, finally. You're finally free. Teppei stopped kicking her as he heard the phone ring. He could ignore the call, but if it was someone from the Child Consultation Center, they might become suspicious of him. He'd hurt Satoko enough to leave bruises. Couldn't let them visit. So he had no choice but to deal with them over the phone. It's enough for now. Better remember where you hid the bank book by the time I come back. All Satoko could do was curl up and cry. Black Sheep, have you any wool? Black Sheep? I don't know if I know that jingle. Hold on. Getting comfortable. Alright. Hello, who is it? Good afternoon, this is the Shishibone Child Consultation Center. Again? You guys have nothing better to do? Well, just stop calling me and work on your other cases. Getting paid with the taxes I pay, you know? I'm very sorry to interrupt you. One of our social workers will be visiting your home shortly. May I get permission for them to enter the premises, please? No way. We're cleaning the whole house right now. Can't have any visitors today. Come back again some other time. Yes, sire. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. Why, JP? What's up, Gus? Smug. Consultation center wouldn't give up. Teppei wanted to hang up the phone, but if he did, he knew that they'd show up for sure. Smug, it won't let me do it. I'm so upset. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. What do you mean? Do you mean... Do you mean that? Or... Mew Mew? Mew Mew's coming, right? Why are you upset? It's not working for me? What? What do you mean? Refresh. I'm upset. Okay. Or did you refresh already? Or not? I was told that Satoko-san didn't come to school today. She's home, isn't she? She's really sick. She should be resting at home, I expect. Something quite urgent that I need to ask her. What the hell do you need her for? I'm her guardian, so I'll answer you instead. I refreshed and then I got an ad. I'm upset. Oh no. Thank you for the ad revenue, though. Are you refusing to put... Are you refusing to put Satoko-san on the phone? I'm not refusing. Just saying that I'll answer your questions in her place. Can't you see what I'm saying? What's her name, anyway? Asking you one more time. May I speak with Satoko-san, please? God damn it. He thought dealing with government officials was a bit like playing whack-a-mole. If you hit them hard enough, they won't show up for a while. But today, whoever was on the phone seemed so provocative and self-assured. Teppei sensed that they'd definitely come to the house if he didn't put Satoko on. If they sounded like that over the phone, if they came to the house, they might be bringing along more than just a couple of people. For all Teppei knew, they might even bring a police officer. If they did, he couldn't turn them away at the entrance. He knew too well just how scary police officers could be. Look, wait a minute. I'll go and wake her up. Give me some time. He covered the phone with his hand and spoke to Satoko downstairs. Oh, Satoko. The Child Consultation Center wants to ask you something. Can you come to the phone, please? Even though he had just been beating her, Teppei was addressing Satoko in a sweet, phony voice. It would disturb people to hear him talk like that. Satoko knew that his sweet voice was the scariest tone of voice he had. She couldn't refuse after hearing him talk like that, so she obeyed him and went upstairs. Teppei grabbed Satoko's shoulders with all his might and whispered in her ear, "No matter what happens, we're a happy family, right? Don't you dare forget that, alright? Yes. Remember, if you upset me, I'll destroy Satoshi's room. If you behave well, I promise you that I'll never enter his room again. Is that a deal? Huh? Huh?" Squeezed her shoulders even tighter. Satoko contorted her face in pain. "You're making up now, right? Huh?" "Yes. We're a happy family." Teppei gave the phone to Satoko as soon as she nodded. He stood behind her, continuing to grip her shoulders tight. It was like a raptor gripping its prey with its sharp talons. "Satoko Hojo-san? This is Hariyama, speaking from the Child Consultation Center. How's everything going so far? Are you having any problems with Teppei-san?" Volume on the phone was low enough that Teppei couldn't hear what they were saying. However, he squeezed Satoko's shoulders harder in order to say something, because her silence could be interpreted as a negative answer. "Yes, everything is working out between my uncle and I." "You don't have any problems with him?" "Hmm? Ah, sure, go ahead." "Hello? Satoko? It's me, Keiichi. You okay?" Yeah. It's safe here." "Satoko, we're about to come save you. If you admit that you need help, the Child Consultation Center will put you under their protection immediately. It's not just the center either. The mayor of Shishibon City is supporting us too." Crazy, isn't it? It's all thanks to the Sonozaki family. Beyond's grandma is doing all this for you. Satoko always felt bitter toward the Sonozaki family, because they were often the ones talking about her behind her back. She hated Oryu, most of all. It didn't make sense to her that Oryu would do anything to help her. "I know you went through a lot of hard times after the dam conflict. didn't notice it, but you were being treated coldly for a long time. But I took care of all those people for you. No one will ever treat you badly in Hinamizawa again. I think we're approaching our limit. I wish I could show you all the people that have gathered around the Child Consultation Center right now. Everyone from Hinamizawa is here to save you. They're even skipping the preparation for tomorrow's festival. Huh? Oh, sure. I have a message from the Sonozaki family. Mion's grandma said to say hello to you. She's sorry about how she treated you. She wants you to come visit her house sometime. You hear that? I broke. I don't know. Guess what's wrong? She's on your side now. She went to see the mayor in person, just for you. But you know, same goes for us too. We've been coming to the Child Consultation Center every day since you were taken away. Everyone has been supporting us, and all for your sake. Now we have the whole village of Hinamizawa on our side. Hang on, Rika-chan wants to talk to you. AC is on? Oh, you can see the... So now you can, enjoy the cool air. Satoko, it's Rika. Rika? Keiichi brought it all to an end for you. The people of Hinamizawa aren't going to be mean to you anymore. So no one will ignore you when we go shopping together. They won't treat you differently from me anymore. No one will treat you coldly anymore. Satoko wasn't sure if she should feel happy or sad that Rika noticed how badly the villagers were treating her. All she could do is let out a bitter laugh. I can't believe that. Show me that courage. Hello again. It's Hariyama from the Child Consultation Center. Please allow me to ask you one more time. Are there any problems between you and your uncle? Satoko looked at Teppei again as she listened to the question. Looked straight into the face of terror. All she ever did was hide behind Satoshi's back. Show me that courage. It wasn't only Rika, her Nini was watching her too. Me. Excuse me? Could you please repeat that? Help me. Oh shit. The moment the words left her mouth, Teppei clocked his knees upside her head with every bit of strength he had in him. Satoko rolled down the hallway, still clutching the telephone receiver. Oh, Satoko. You finally betrayed me, huh? I hate you. Get out of my house. This house belongs to my Nini and me. This house belongs to my family. I hate you. Get out of here. You little bitch. Wow. Satoko wasn't gonna just take a beating any longer. Instead, she spread her arms wide and jumped onto her uncle. Of course, that wasn't gonna hurt Teppei at all. Satoko was as weak as a newborn puppy to him. That was, however, the best attack she had at her disposal. Satoko was fighting for the first time in her life. She had decided to stop waiting for someone to save her. In the end, Satoko was the only one who could save herself. Enduring her uncle's violence had never meant anything at all. She had thought she learned something from her Nini, but she had been mistaken this whole time. What's with that look in your eyes, huh? I'm gonna push your front teeth in. But just as Teppei raised his fist, someone loudly hammered on the front door. Teppei Hojo, open up! This is the police! Teppei couldn't help but jump in surprise. It had barely been a minute since Satoko asked for help over the phone. Open up this door. If you don't, we're gonna break it down. So they were already on the way. How did it turn out? How's Satoko-chan? Satoko-chan asked for help. The Child Consultation Center is going to take action now. But she's still in danger. Teppei might kill her for betraying him. He had heard a violent noise right after she asked for help. In other words, Satoko had been brave enough to do that in front of her uncle. We have to get there right away. Can someone give us a ride? Several villagers who came by car started their engines. The crowd had started to realize what was going on. Damn it. Coming as fast as we can, Satoko. Oh, don't worry about that, Minbaro-san. The police entered the Hojo residence not a moment ago. He wouldn't have had any time to hurt Satoko-chan. What? But why? No idea. It's a mystery to me. Anyway, could you break up this crowd already? I'll be leaving for now, so excuse me. Have a good year. Foo foo foo. Oishi must have contacted someone as soon as he heard Satoko asking for help. The police had surrounded Satoko-chan's house ahead of time? I get it. They were suspecting him of Rina's murder. It all makes sense now. Wait, who's Rina? Get in the car, everyone. Let's hurry back to Hinamizawa. There were several officers combing the Hojo residence. Satoko was sitting by the porch, talking with another officer. She had some painful-looking bruises all over her face. Satoko-chan, are you okay? Are you? Ho ho ho, do I look okay to you? Coach, she needs treatment right away. Let's take her to the clinic. Can you walk, Satoko-chan? Satoko nodded to the coach and stood up. It looked painful for her, but even so I felt relieved to see her better than I expected. However, the cruel bruises inflicted over her body were all too horrible to look at. I'll never forgive that man for abusing a little girl like her. My body shivered in anger. Satoko. Ho ho ho. Did you see what I did, Rika? I can act when it counts. Yes, I saw your courage. You won. You broke the bonds of fate. Both Rika-chan and Satoko cried and hugged each other. I soon heard another car coming. I immediately knew who it had to be. It was Oishi-san's police cruiser. We should have acted more quickly. Sorry we weren't more help. No, don't be sorry. Not for you, Oishi-san. You would have done even more horrible things to her. Thank you so very much. Guess you can be a nice person sometimes. Phew phew phew. So how is she doing? The coach is looking after her. She was injured pretty badly. Oh, Kuma-chan. What happened to Tepe? We got him. Kamiyama-san took him to the station. So he won't come back to this house ever again? It's not like he's gonna get the death penalty or a life sentence. I don't want to think about this, but he might come back someday. Yeah, well, we won't let him. I'll make sure he can never come back to this village. Oh my, oh my. The successor of the Sawazaki family is saying such scary things already. Can't threaten him or anything, you know? I'm not gonna threaten him. I'm just gonna advise him that he should never come back to Hinamizawa or Okunomiya, otherwise something terrible might happen to him. Ah, I guess the advice isn't too bad then. So is Otoko-chan free now? Is that really it? Is it over? I don't know. I think there will be more issues to come. Once Tepe loses his parental rights, they'll need to find a new guardian for Satoko. Someone has to take care of her. But there's no need to worry. I'm sure that the Sonozaki family is going to back her up. We'll make sure Satoko is happy. Hidei took Satoko to the clinic. Says her injuries aren't as bad as they look, though. Really? That's good to hear. I wonder if she can leave the clinic by tomorrow. I wonder. I'm sure those injuries will take more than a day to heal. That's not what she's talking about, me. Tomorrow's the Watanagashi festival. Oh, man. It's been a really hectic week, but if we can all go to the festival together, I think that'll be our happy ending. Right. It'll serve as proof that we got our happy world back with our own hands. I agree. Sure, Satoko wants to see Kei-chan's auction in action. Ah, I almost forgot about that. Satoko will be coming for sure. Before I knew it, lots of people from the village had joined us. They were the same people who came to the Child Consultation Center to support us. They want to know if Satoko is safe. Considering her injuries, safe might not be the right word. However, she is free from the curse of her uncle now. Her emotional scars will slowly heal. We'll be there for her, as her friends. No, it wasn't just us anymore. The whole village is going to be there for her. The ghost of the dam conflict won't haunt Satoko any longer. It was a very long week. In this 1 week, we united. We fought. He overcame, and we won. It wasn't an easy victory. However, the price we paid was more than worth it. Tomorrow is the Watanagashi Festival, the biggest festival in the village. It's a huge event where we worship the guardian of this village, Oroshiro-sama. Oroshiro-sama is a god who united two enemy peoples. The curse on the Hojo family has disappeared, and Satoko is truly going to be a part of the village. We'll all be playing at the festival together. It's a perfect happy ending. But our ordinary days were taken from us. We all felt so powerless. But now we have everything back. What else can you call that but a miracle? No, you can't actually call it that. Miracles can be created when everyone works together. What's impossible? Possible? To do alone becomes possible when everyone joins forces. With everyone's power, we were able to make impossible things happen. Possible. And that's only a natural outcome of everyone doing their best together, so it's not a miracle. In other words, it was inevitable. The old legends in this village tell us that Oroshiro-sama made it possible for humans and demons to live together. Not sure what that story really means, but sure that Oroshiro-sama made something impossible happen. Possible. We can be proud of what we did. I'm sure Oroshiro-sama is proud too. Hey, Maibara boy. We did it. You pulled it off. It was worth showing up every day. My supporters cheered me on. They were all glad that Satoko was finally safe. A sense of accomplishment at saving Satoko finally hit us, and we hugged each other, sharing praises for our struggle. This is Saturday night. Oh shit, no, it's Sunday. Oh shit. Oh boy. Okay. Are we skipping? We're skipping? Okay, here we are. Satoko and Rika-chan were already there waiting for me. Also, let me take a sip of coffee. Oh yeah, shout out to Super Soldier. They're currently live playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Go check them out. Let me just move some stuff. Oh well. What's up, clone? Just waiting for the alert to pop up. There it is. How late was I? 20 minutes late? Whoops. That's fine. What's up, clone? OBS, Discord, game. While the injuries on her face covered with band-aids looked painful, Satoko seemed to be full of life. It almost looked as though her wounds were from playing too hard or something. So you stayed at the clinic last night? What happened? I kind of missed it. We saved her. Satoko was saved. The uncle went to the station. So, probably getting some prison time. Also, wait. Notifications. Okay. Ooh. Yes, I told him I was fine, but the coach wanted to keep an eye on me. If that's what the doctor said, then you should listen to him. Hahaha, I see. You were scared to stay at the clinic alone, weren't you? I heard there are lots of ghosts inside hospitals. Sadoko can't sleep without me. We're still in chapter 10, right? Why can't you sleep without her? Why? That's because Rika-chan is the only one who can give her comfort. No sooner had Shion finished that sentence than a bucket went flying into her face. Satoko started chasing Shion in circles like they were playing tag. I really missed this rambunctious fun. I thought I'd never see this again. Felt the same. But we got it back. You did this. I think you did the most. It was your idea to go to the child consultation center, and you were the one who asked everyone for their support. I agree. I think Kei-chan contributed the most. Most people in Hinamizawa know who Keiichi Mibara is by now. How... Is Keiichi-kun gonna be a popular guy now? Is he? Bet he'll be incredibly popular. Popular among old ladies, that is. Ha! I really envy him. I'd be fine with that if I could divide their ages by 3. Many people were wearing yukatas. It was still June, but it felt more like it was the middle of summer. Once we finished climbing the stairs, we could see the festival and the crowd enjoying it. The Furude Shrine was packed with people, leaving the grounds looking nothing like their usual quiet self. Lanterns of various colors were hung about, and people were swarming the various festival booths, giving the whole place an unorganized yet pleasant atmosphere. Hello there? Hey, H55. How's it going? It's been a while. What a crowd! I had no idea there were even this many people in Hinamizawa. Great, how about you? I'm doing great. Just enjoying this story. It's chapter 7 of a 8-chapter series, so I think we're almost done, but not too sure about that. Yeah, I've been busy. Gotcha. Hope all is well. But yeah, we just been enjoying this game for like the past month, so I forget what game you tuned in for, but if it was Kingdom Hearts, we'll be going back to that sometime later. We're on this visual novel kick at the moment, so everyone comes to this festival. I think at least half of the population of the village is here. Did I say what a crowd? That's fine. It's more than just them. The neighboring town councils and youth groups are invited too. Hell yeah. Yeah, eventually. We'll go back to Kingdom Hearts 3. Gotta finish the Risk Taker trophy. So. But actually, right. So after we finish the visual novels, we'll do Ninja Gaiden 2, and then Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and then I'll go back to the PS4, and then I can grind Kingdom Hearts, and then eventually, once I finish the grind, we'll start that. so we'll be playing a lot of stuff in between. It's good times. Lots of fun still being had. I see, we only have a few students in our school. That explains why there are so many kids around today. What are you playing these days, H55? Hearing the happy cheers of children is the best part of the festival. She's right. I'm in agreement there. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. It'll be a bit. I'm sure we'll make an announcement or something. There are lots of booths around too. They are by far the best part of the festival. Booths selling takoyaki, yakisoba, shaved ice, apricot candy. Apricot candy? Sauce senbei, chocolate bananas. Oof. There was a yo-yo game, goldfish game, a shooting gallery. There were countless booths here. Just some simple FPS? Gotcha. Are you playing Valorant? Or Call of Duty? I still have to play Valorant, but then again I hear bad things. I don't know. It's unfun, maybe. Those booth runners all came from the city. You can't call it a festival without festival booths. So we're gonna have a battle in every one of them, huh? Not gonna lose today. Yeah, same here. Hehe, let's do it. Yellow. Sorry I'm late. Am I the last one? Everyone's here now, huh? Once our club gets together, there's no way we can just sit back and enjoy the festival. Of course not. We're doing it again this year. This Watanagashi Festival, for this 6 of us, will be the battle of 6 evils. 6 evils. Satoko, there's no reason to hold back this year. Let's enjoy the festival with all our might. Ho ho ho. You don't even need to mention it. I, too, declare that I will be the victor. Yeah, Satoko. You go, girl. Let's put everything that happened before tonight behind us. Nah, my computer isn't that performant, so I just play simple games. Ah, okay. What kind of games? I'm curious. I mean, besides the visual novels, we haven't really played anything else besides Terraria. I played a little bit of Hollow Knight, and found that since we haven't played a proper game, I mean, okay, not quote-unquote proper, but yeah, I'm just not used to the controllers anymore. I'm all rusty. Let's play with everything we got. It's been a good week since we all got together. Yeah. Tonight we're all enjoying this festival to its fullest. Oh. What's going on? Oh. Okay, so they meet? What's going on? Well, Shion's here, so that's something new, right? Unless this is like chapter 2. Well, Chie, so what? Okay. Have they ever met Chie at the festival? Oh, what? As we enjoy the festival, many people call out to Satoko. Some of them show concern for her injuries, some of them express their sympathy, some of them offer her support. Satoko must have been very happy to hear all that. She says it's strange to see people treating her like this. I think she's just trying to hide her true feelings. I'm sure she realizes just how much the village changed for her. I'm afraid to click. So I don't want to skip. Okay, cool. My, hello! You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Me neither. Last time I used the controller was 3 years ago. Damn. It's so long. What did you play last with the controller? You all seem to be enjoying yourselves. Oh shit, Akasaka. Hi, Rika-chan. I'm here like I promised. The festival sure has grown into a splendor. Who's this guy? You know him, Rika? Akasaka is never there when I need him. Huh? What are you talking about? Did I do something to make you upset? Well, you were at the hot springs with your wife. Things sure got hectic around here. how Rika-chan is talking with some strange older guy. Wonder if he's someone she knows, I wonder. Who is he? Who is he? Introduce him to this old man, too. Oh. When Akasaka showed up, I'd still believed that fate could be changed through the power of a single hero alone. But that was my mistake. Miracles are not made by one person. They can only be achieved by everyone working together, so it was wrong for me to expect him to just magically change my fate. Even if he had been here for me, I might have just been disappointed at him for not being able to do anything. He didn't do anything wrong, but I acted all bitter towards him anyway. I feel guilty after saying what I did. I really shouldn't act this way anymore. I should celebrate the fact that after so many years, we're together again. Oh man. Hey! Mibara boy. Heard what you did. Heard about it too. Heard you fought Odio-san with a sword until she finally gave in. Good on you. I didn't do that. We just had a peaceful negotiation. Still, I'm proud of you. You led everyone and actually negotiate with the center. Hey you, I'll give you some apricot candy. How many do you want? Wow, Keiichi-kun. You're so popular today. I'm sure Keiichi is into old ladies too. Assassin's Creed on good old Xbox 360 that stopped working later? That's unfortunate. The classic Assassin's Creed. Nice. Haven't played since the Assassin's Creed 2 trilogy. That was fun. That was good. That was a good set of games. I'm guessing the first one? Kek W? What's up, Gus? I'm sure Keiichi's into old ladies too. I don't know what Rika's trying to say. I don't even want to know. Did you do C? Did I? No, did I? Did I disconnect? No way. Let me refresh. Twitch just gave me a second alert. Oh, okay, no, that kind of happens. That always happens, but I don't know why it does that. But I'm pretty sure I didn't do C. Because we didn't drop frames. If we dropped frames, then we would have gotten an alert, right? Maybe? Probably. Kek W. Leave Kek W right. Hopefully, well, I mean, I can't control when the alert goes out. It's just Twitch being Twitch. Oh shit. People are talking to Keiichi too. The whole village knows about his leadership skills now, especially in how he persuaded Oryu. Everyone had been aware for a very long time that they were only treating Satoko harshly because of the tradition formed since the dam conflict. However, Keiichi is the one who destroyed that cycle, and the people of Namizawa, both young and old, see him as a hero. Twitch gonna Twitch, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. This kind of reminds me of the Animal House ending. With the whole village talking about Keiichi, of course, the auction he hosted ended up being a great success. Though he was shy in the beginning, he put his heart and soul into the show. He managed to entertain all the onlookers. I'm sure Keiichi will bring many good things to this village. The elders especially are glad to see a heroic young man like him. This is weird. It's like... I think we have like 2 more chapters, but... it's not over yet. So... it's just like a false sense of security. Oh, that's the guy who helped us yesterday. Thank you so very much for your assistance. Oh, I should have introduced him to you then. This is my uncle, Saburo. Saburo? Who's in the prefectural assembly. This is my other uncle, Ken, and he's in the city council. Sorry that we were late yesterday. Got lost on our way there. Gahahaha. No, you both were a great help. I was really impressed to see the power of elected officials. Well, we're chosen to fight in place of the citizens. Of course we're strong. We're glad Satoko-chan is safe. Talk to us again if there's anything you need. We'll be glad to help. They rubbed Satoko's head while they spoke. Thank you very much. Oh man. There are a number of powerful Sonozaki people standing around the main tent. All of them are people who helped us yesterday. Everyone except Satoko bows out of respect. Till just a few days ago, those people had nothing but terrible things to say about the Hojo family. It was Keiichi, of course, who cleared all that away. Sure, they regret their rudeness, and I'm also sure that they'll never discriminate against Toko again. In fact, they bowed to her instead, and apologized for all they've done. They promise her that they'll be glad to help her in the future if she ever needs anything. Oh, man. Like, this is so great, but you must be proud of your son. Oh no, it's not really a big deal. Hey, Keiichi. We're here too. Oh, they finally showed up. Keiichi-kun's parents are here. Good evening. Nice to meet you. I'm Keiichi's Meow Meow. Rika. What? Nice to meet you too. Or nice to meet you. My name is Satoko Hojo. So you're Satoko-chan. Such a poor little girl. Look at her face. You can make use of Keiichi if anything happens again. In return, what would you think about modeling for me? Your father reminds me a bit of a coach. Sorry. That's just the kind of person he is. Still, he seems very nice and fun to be around. Oh. Keiichi's parents are also here at the festival. Since they're the parents of a hero, they're getting special treatment too. From what Keiichi says, this has been a good opportunity for his parents to get to know people from the village. His father is telling people that he'll drop the picture if the council ever needs a poster for anything. Apparently Keiichi's father is such a wonderful artist that people have tried stealing his work before. I'm looking forward to seeing it someday. Oh, it's too happy. Something bad's gonna happen. Like, I'm guessing Tomotake's is still gonna die. Oh hey, it's Hanyu. This is the best Futanagashi festival I've ever had. Yes, I feel the same way. You've been around a lot longer than me. If it's your best one, then it must be mine too. Hello. Still, I think this is the most fun and exciting festival we've had since it became known as Futanagashi. The Futanagashi festival only became like this just a few years ago, didn't it? It used to be just a boring traditional ceremony that the Furude family held. And before that, it used to be something different, more like the things that Takano was interested in. Hello. Sorry. I'll try not to be mean to you today. Let's go have fun. Both of us. It's a special night for both me and you. Hanyu is muttering to herself. We had once seen a world where Shion killed Tsutoko. Both that horrible world and this fantastic one. They're the same Hinamizawa. People in this world only know that Hinamizawa is a happy place, but Hanyu and I know the truth. We know that there's tragedy hiding behind only a thin sheet of paper. That's why we can appreciate this world in a way greater than anyone else can. Don't know. If Keiichi had lost his mind, today would never have happened. He would have been committing a crime tonight. If it happened to Shion, she would have done the same. And Rena would have beaten her to it by a long shot. That corpse would have been long buried by now. Mion never lost her mind in any of the worlds. Maybe she doesn't have the guts for that. Well, I suppose that's a little mean. There were times when I went on a rampage too, but no matter what, I ended up being killed instead. How pathetic. Either way, it never worked in any world. We could never get our happiness back like that. That's why I gave up. Oh shit. Again, it only happened because everyone helped each other. I'm not trying to take credit for anything, but I don't think the miracle would have happened if I continued not believing in it. If I'd gotten on the phone at the end, Tsutoko wouldn't have asked for help. The miracle happened because everyone tried their hardest. If even one of us gave up, the miracle would have vanished into nothingness. It was Keiichi even who told me how easy it is. It really is to change your fate. Damn it. I don't know what it said. That was that last paragraph. Let's do there's more. If there's a meaning to Keiichi's existence here, it might be some kind of message. Thanks to him, I know not only what it means to fight against fate, but how. I'll never give up and accept my fate again. This is the opposite of what Hanyu wants me to think. But I'm sure that Hanyu can make a miracle happen too if she stops giving up and starts believing. I even told her so, but she just goes, ow ow, and avoids the subject. Squeaky chair. Also Discord, OBS. Game. So that's the chapter. Discolored notebook. What time is it? 4:46. The rally. Oh, there's the signs. Yeah, we're not doing the 5-minute BRB yet. I think we'll do it at 6 hours. After the next chapter, probably. Or intermission. Un momento while I readjust the seat. Huh, timestamp. Because there was text on the screen, Gus, and I missed reading it. What's this? I need to go back in the VOD and read that. Watch, therefore, for you know what hour your Lord doth come. But know this, that if the good man of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Toop stoop. Therefore, be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh, even God doesn't know when he will descend once more. He is constantly prepared for that day to come. Have faith in your God at all times. Your God doesn't even know when he'll see the light. Giant pimp. Do not spare any effort. Study hard every day. Have the passion for discovery. Never know when you'll be rewarded. That day will come for sure. Until then, you must let the fires of your passion burn bright. Hifumi T. Hifumi T. Guess we'll see what that's about. So that's chapter 10. Okay, let's do the timestamp now, actually, because it's fresh. So let's go back. Let's check the VOD. Videos. So far. Timestamp. So it's not that one, but Keiichi's last. Okay. The corpse would have been long buried by now. I suppose that's a little mean. There are times when I went on a rampage too, but no matter what, I ended up being killed instead. How pathetic. Either way, it would never work in my world. We could never get our happiness back like that. That's why I gave up, but this time I was the only one who did. Everyone worked together and they made a miracle happen. Was it that one though? Or was it before? Okay. I think that was it. I think it was that one. Okay. So this is Rika thing, yeah. Alright. That was chapter 10. Let's continue. Let's see what happens. Ah, yeah. I remember you telling us about that. But why? Why do you think Takano-san and I will be murdered? My. Frankly, it would be an honor for us to be the victims of the fifth curse of Orishiro-sama. Hee. As I'd expected, it didn't really take me telling them that they'd be killed on the night of the festival seriously. They did keep their promise to tighten up my security after I showed them the ritual storehouse. However, they hadn't given one thought to their own safety. Oh well. Like I said, I didn't expect them to believe me. If they were willing to take me seriously, I could have easily changed their fate a long time ago. I'm only going to tell you this one more time. Tonitake, you're going to claw out your throat and die. Takano, you're going to burn to death on top of some mountain. Gonna claw out my throat? Like the terminal symptoms of L5? Oh shit. Don't worry, I took the shots. I don't have the disease. What happens to me is horrible too. Gonna burn to death on some mountain? Did you have a dream about that? I just want both of you to be careful, at least for tonight. Please listen to me, even if you don't really believe it. Did you have infinite... That yelling? Did you have an ominous vision about some danger following us, perhaps? Don't worry. You're under the protection of the mountain dogs. I've had 8 security guards watching you today. Thank you very much. I know I'm being protected, but I want you guys to be careful too. Thank you for your concern. We'll be fine. I've even been working out. I think I can protect myself. Tomitake flexed his biceps and smiled. He was probably trying to make me feel better, but all he really did was make me feel sadder. This is the sad part about being me. I know the future, but I can't tell them. It's as if that was the rule of the world. People tend not to believe what I tell them. But you are going to die. If Tomitake and Takano die, I'll be killed next. If 2 of you are dead, who will protect me? It sounds like you had a horrible dream. Don't worry. Even if we die, the mountain dogs will still protect you. Are you really sure they would? They've never protected me before. That's not true. They saved you when you got in a fight, remember? They're watching you at all times. Of course, they aren't on alert at all times, but just as you requested the other day, the security around you is extremely strong. You even have a better security team than Dr. Irie. They'll keep on protecting me even after you die? Of course. You're the most important person to us. So you're sure that we're getting killed tonight? That's too bad. If you have no intention to survive, then I only have to worry about myself. My words must have left a mark on his heart. He looked much more serious after I said that to him. Good grief. Okay then. I'll be extra careful tonight. I'll take a security guard with me when I'm going back to Okonomiya. I think someone might attack you, 2 of you, if you're alone together. Make sure not to be alone with each other tonight. Hehehe. My, are you jealous? Such a precocious girl. Like I thought, I can't change your fate. When we saved Satoko, everyone shared the same sense of urgency. That's why we all got together and saved her before it was too late. However, these 2 have no sense of urgency at all. How can I make them understand? I sighed and gave up. Tomitake, Takano, goodbye. Thank you for everything. Hey, wait, Rika-chan. I had nothing else to say to them now. Instead, it might be worth talking to someone else. If I could get someone else to protect them, I might be able to change something. Can't give up yet. Fate is as thin as a piece of paper. It's just like the lid on a jar of jam. It's not going to open unless you believe it will. I have to believe that I can change my fate. If I don't, it's not going to change. Tomitake-san and Takano-san? Are you sure about this? I told Ie about this so many times in the past. Ie tends to listen to me more seriously than Tomitake and Takano do. However, that doesn't mean that he can actually do something about it. I'm the Shrine Maiden of Orishio-sama, and I have a bad feeling about this. Is that not a good enough reason? I understand. Might be a message from Orishio-sama. If that really happens tonight, it'll be the 5th time in a row. I'll tell the 2 of them to be cautious too. All Irie would end up doing would be warning the 2 of them. Which is exactly the same thing as what I did. In other words, it wouldn't matter in the least. Irie is just a researcher, and he has no ability to deal with unexpected trouble. That's why Takano works for him after all. Please talk to them. Please. Who else would treat me seriously? Who else would be able to prevent Tomitake and Takano's death? Takasaka? That's right. There's one man who's been fighting the curse of Orishio-sama with all his might. Keiichi? Oh. Oishi. Oh, it's Furude-san. I've been looking for you. Akasaka-san wants to say goodbye. I guess he and I are not meant to be. You're so upset about last week. Akasaka-san really regrets that he wasn't able to help you. He says he'd love to come back to Hinamizawa again when he next has vacation. Nahaha. But his wife took it personally. She's pretty, his wife, but she can be scary too. Foo. Oishi, I have something important to tell you, but no one else believes me. What's the matter? I've spoken to him several times in the past too. He usually takes me pretty seriously. However, after they die, he starts suspecting me. That's why I stopped talking to him. Where did you hear that? We're at the festival. Told him that I heard someone talking about murdering them in the crowd. That way, he might not be suspicious of me after the murder really happens. Tomitake-san is not from around here, and with Takano-san, that makes 2 people. One is gonna die, and one is gonna disappear. This could be the 5th year's curse of Orishio-sama. Can't take this as anything more than a rumor, you understand? But just in case, we'll keep our eye on the 2 of them tonight. I think they were saying that they were going to attack them somewhere between Hinamizawa and Okonomiya. Tomitake's body will be found on the road leading out of the village. From what I remember, he's discovered where the concrete road turns to gravel. I see. I'll have a cruiser patrol around there. You can spare that, at least. He agreed to get involved, and he wasn't suspicious of me either. I'm sure it seems odd to people that Oishi actually believe this phony-sounding story of mine. The thing about Oishi is that he strongly believes that there's no smoke and there's no fire. I've learned from experience that he tends to believe my information. However, that personality of his has caused me so much trouble in previous worlds. Of course, there's no question why he's so eager to believe me, either. This is his last chance to expose the curse of Orishio-sama before his retirement. Even if it might be fake, he still wants to believe it. That was convenient for me, since I couldn't show proof. Hey, Kuma-chan, you read? Can you hear me? Have a cruiser patrol the road back to Okonomiya. No, it's just a precaution. I heard rumor that something bad might happen around there tonight. Yes, 2 officers will be fine. Thank you. Thank you. No one else believed me and I didn't know what to do. It's my job to believe these things. We'll just be glad if nothing happens. Be happy to swing and miss. Well, that's what my late colleague used to say. Besides, it's even worse if you ignore what you're told and don't take precautions, you know? See, that's his way of thinking about things. That was why he believed me without question. Hope he won't consider me a suspect after they find their bodies tomorrow. I shouldn't worry about that now. I can still do more. Who else should I talk to? Should I talk to my friends? Can't give up. I should at least try. No way! You heard someone talking about that? On the day of the festival? That's so wrong. You mean the curse, right? Talking about the curse of Orishio-sama that might happen tonight? Yes. It's happened 4 years in a row. Lots of people think that it's going to happen again tonight, too. What they believe is their business, but it's not nice for them to talk about Tomitake-san and Takana-san like that. I think you should talk to them about it, just in case, I think. I already did, but they didn't believe me. But they didn't. But it's too late if something really does happen. I think you should talk to Oishi-san. I already did. Huh? I'm kinda impressed you've done all that, Rika-chan. I agree that they should take every precaution, especially tonight. A series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, commonly known as the Curse of Orishio-sama. Really don't want them to keep happening every year. Somebody might end up imitating it, and it's bad publicity for the village too. So if nothing happens tonight, it means the curse is over, right? We should definitely make sure that nothing happens then. What can we do? Are you suggesting that we should patrol around the village or something? I think patrolling might be even more careless. Do you really think we can do something about this? For starters, there's a chance some deviant trying to imitate the serial murders might be within the Watanagashi Preparation Committee, so let's be wary of any unfamiliar faces. It's easy for us to tell strangers apart from the locals. We can spot them right away. I think we'll be fine. But Tomitake and Takana will still be killed. Rika-chan. Alright, let's try to do what we can. I agree. Can't protect them all night, but let's stay with them at least until the festival's over. As long as we're there, the bad guys won't be able to do anything to them. Couldn't tell if they really believed me or not, but they listened to me at least. We decided to keep our eyes on Tomitake and Takano and protect them for the rest of the night. Guess I've done everything I can now. Though it's hard to believe this is enough to prevent their deaths. Just have to hope nothing's happened when I wake up tomorrow morning. Do you think you can prevent Tomitake and Takano's deaths, Rika? Might be impossible. Possible. Their deaths might be the bell that portends my doom. Takano told me earlier that even if they die, the mountain dogs are supposed to keep protecting me. They might bring in more squads from Tokyo too. Even if they die, the situation will be different this time. What if it still doesn't work out? Then I'll just have to die. Anyway, I'm not gonna give up until the very end. I'll struggle to my very limits. I won't give up and spend the rest of my time drinking wine. Do whatever you want to do, Rika. You still believe that nothing is going to change, Hanyu? I don't believe anything. It's only fate. Keep getting hurt because I have hope, huh? If I'm an actress trying to get up on the stage, Hanyu is a real bystander. We have very different opinions when it comes to this. Rika, no matter what happens, don't give up. It sounds like you're convinced that nothing is going to change. Lately, the things you say have been pissing me off. Oh. I understand. Hanyu keeps telling me not to get my hopes up because she cares about me. Because I hope to defeat fate, I get hurt when that hope is betrayed. And the more I get hurt, the closer I get to losing my mind, disappearing. For Hanyu, that means losing her only friend. Losing me is probably the most unbearable thought for Hanyu, since she has to live alone, unable to communicate with anyone else. I now believe that fate can be changed. Even when I didn't have that faith, I still believe that eventually I'll find a way to get out of this maze. Perhaps Hanyu knows something I don't. It might just be a goldfish inside of a fishbowl. There might be no way for me to escape my fate. We're stuck alone inside of a fishbowl, yet every day I knock on the glass, believing that I can break it someday. Hanyu keeps telling me that I'm wasting my time. If I get hurt and die, she would have to survive all by herself inside the fishbowl. With that, I think I finally understand our difference of opinions. Hanyu has lived for a much longer time than I have. Because of that, she understands the laws of this infinitely spanning world better than I do. No matter how much I refute Hanyu, I can never refute the truth. Even so, I still have to believe in my own faith. I believe in a spear that will pierce the wall of fate. My faith will make that spear sharper than ever. The drill that will pierce the heavens. We found Tomitake in the crowd and struck up a conversation with him to keep him around as long as we could. However, as soon as the festival ended, they tried to leave. If they left now, I'd never see them again. Neon tried insisting they stay at her house for the night, but Tomitake refused. Everyone tried various ways to stop him from being alone because the murderer might be around. However, we eventually started to believe that they wanted to be alone for adult reasons, and I wound up suggesting that we shouldn't interrupt the two lovebirds. Want me to eat dinner? I'll be lurking. Sounds good, clone. Enjoy your meal. Don't worry, Rika-chan. Tomitake-san is a man, after all. I'm sure he'll do anything to protect Takano-san. Is that so? If something happens, you'll rescue me, right? That's the plan. Buff. It's pretty buff. What is that, a six-pack? Well, we really should go now. It's getting pretty late. Thank you for your concern. Hee hee. Yeah, kind of a six-pack. Don't make any assumptions. I'm heading to the clinic because I left something there. Takano-san has the keys, so we have to go together. Oh, I didn't know that you were into playing doctor. Nah, I think he's more into playing gynecologist. Crash, bang, wham! How... I wonder how they play doctor, I wonder. Don't hit them just because you feel embarrassed. And as for you two, stop only getting along when you're making dirty jokes. Goodbye, everyone. Really, I'm just going back there to get what I forgot. Don't follow us, okay? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. How? Tomitake, please be careful. I do think you're overreacting, Rika. Wha? Everyone laughed once Toko yawned. It seemed like a good time to call it a day. Doesn't feel like I was able to change their fate. Just hope that they pay attention and that they're prepared for whatever faces them. Still might have a chance. All I can do now is pray. Goodbye, Tomitake-san. Please show us the pictures you took next time. Make sure you wear your punishment shirt. Man, I'm so jealous you get to spend the night with a pretty lady. Woo woo! See you guys again. Guess it'll be in fall. That's if we don't get killed tonight. Hee hee. Good night, everyone. Good night. That was the best I could do on the night of Tanakashi. Is it the best? Why can't Riko follow them? Please tell me what happened this night. It's like a box with a cat inside. Please tell me what happened this night. I don't even know if the cat is alive or dead inside the box. Please tell me what happened this night. The cat in the box is dead. Frederica Berncastel. Did this not happen at the beginning of the, did we not get a quote from Frederica this time? Buff man. Ooh, daddy. Tomitaka gathered up his paperwork and slipped it inside his bag. They sure were persistent. Wonder if they really want us dead. Hehe. How rude of them, huh? It was only a dream. Smugger. Please make sure that Dr. Irie examines Rika-chan. Her nightmares might be a symptom of something. If anything happens to her, it will be a disaster. Takano touched Tomitaka's hand gently. As he turned bright red, Takano moved in closer and spoke. The way she acts is just too sexy, Tomitaka thought. Hey, Jiro-san. I have something very important to tell you. Will you listen to me? What? What is it? You have something to tell me too? I hope you didn't see me claw out my throat in the dream. What would you say if I did? Eh? Takano stared at him with a mischievous look as if seducing him. He started whispering into his ear. Hehe. I'm really surprised. That girl might have godlike power after all. Hehe. Hehe. What does that mean? Takano smiled gently and pulled back her hair. Even seeing her do that made Tomitaka's heart race. I really like you. That's good to know. Takano's fingers curled around Tomitaka's chin, stroking, tickling, caressing it. Her movements were very captivating and seductive. I dated a lot of guys, but none of them interested me as much as you. I learned that someone with a personality like yours makes the ideal partner for me. You're willing to accept everything I stand for. I believe that you understand me completely. That's why I can give you everything I have. I want you to accept everything about me. Do you understand? Well, Takano-san. What's the matter? Her voice didn't really sound that affectionate. Tomitaka knew from experience that he couldn't grasp what was on her mind when she wore a cold smile like that. Finally, it's almost here. It seems as though she couldn't wait for something to happen. There was a chilling allure to her strange smile that made one question if something exciting was really about to happen. What's almost here? Tomitaka asked, trying hard to resist the temptation. The day my dream comes true. Your dream? Yes, my dream. Didn't I tell you before? Or do you forget about everything we talk about in bed? No, I remember. Your dream. Tomitaka's response was vague. Either he didn't remember, or he hadn't understood it very well. Finally, the curse of Orochi-sama is gonna come true. That's what I've been dreaming about ever since I was a child. Hehehe. Jiro-san, listen. Can't be with you anymore. What? Well, what do you mean? You see, I belong in a different world. Shinawaza is where humans and demons once coexisted. That's why you met each other here. But all that is going to come to an end soon. The eclipse of the sun brought humans and demons together. Do you understand what I'm saying? He. Takano-san, did you drink a bit too much at the festival? Haha, you're drunk, right? Tonight is a night of farewells. Thank you for teaching me about the sunlit realm. Your warmth was like the glow of the midday sun. We really did have a wonderful relationship. So sad that we have to say goodbye. She pulled herself away from Tomitaka and slowly stepped back, as if signaling the time had come for them to part. I don't know what you're trying to say. What's this all about, Takano-san? I want you to make a decision. I want you to decide to stay with me and abandon the sunlit realm. What you told me was all true, and I know you have no doubts. By that time, Tomitaka understood what Takano was asking him to make an important decision. Could it be your... Hehe. That's right, Jiro-san. Tomitaka got up from the seat and looked Takano straight in the eyes. There was a faint glimmer of hostility within those eyes. Is your work more important than me? I thought so. Can't believe this. I trusted you. Those words were ones of rejection. Takano's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Oh, Shiro-sama united the humans and the demons. But I guess it can't unite you and me. Hee. Takano slowly opened the door. 6 men in overalls were standing there at the ready. Tomitake was frozen in shock. The 6 men walked up to Tomitake with no expression on their faces. It was immediately obvious that they were going to do something to harm him. What is this all about? Hinamizawa syndrome is like a bomb with a lit fuse. The plan is to dismantle that bomb before it explodes. However, there are some people in Tokyo who want to see it go off. No, what good will that do for anyone? Nobody ever does anything that isn't beneficial to them. Therefore, if they want that bomb to explode, it must be doing good for someone. The question just now is a pretty meaningless one. I can't believe this. There are people who want that to happen. Hinamizawa syndrome is a very dangerous disease. You know that as well as I do. Biochemical terrorists. I do. It would be a disaster if it had an outbreak. Tokyo wouldn't be able to recover it up either. Did that faction bribe you? It was actually my mission from the very start. I'm so sorry. We belonged in different worlds from the moment we first met. What are you going to do to me? It would be a great help if you came over to our side. Of course, that would mean that you'd have to betray your own people. You expect me to turn on them? Jiro-san, if your feelings for me are real, will you support me? You'll be compensated, of course. If you wish, I'll dedicate my whole life to you. I'll do whatever you want me to, whenever and wherever you want. My body will belong to you. You can dominate me to satisfy your needs whenever you like. I'm willing to be all yours. Hey, don't you want to dye this body with mine and your scent? Jesus. Her words were a kind of assault, directly hammering at the emotions men had difficulty resisting. They were like an evil spell to control his heart. Upon hearing them, Tomitake felt an unknown sensation run up his spine as his feet froze in place, in trance. However, he forced himself to resist the temptation. He sealed the cracks in his wall of reason to stop Takano from forcefully entering his heart. I refuse. Hehehe. She had known from the start that Tomitake was going to refuse her. Even so, Takano let out a triumphant laugh. It's funny. She thought Tomitake would refuse right away. However, it took him a while to refuse because of how effective she was at seducing him. The time it took him to refuse her was one of victory for Takano. For Tomitake, it was a time of humiliation. Takano continued to laugh. She sounded rather like an evil witch. I thought you would say that. That's why I love you so much. Takano raised up her right hand, gave a signal to the mountain dogs. Okonogi-kun, they were training me too? Sorry, Lieutenant Tomitake. Are you surprised? The mountain dogs work for me. It was us who controlled this clinic all along. You and Dr. Irie are the only people who didn't know. Hehehe. Shit. Tomitake moved into action, sensing the danger that was about to befall him. His fist thrust out as quick as lightning, knocking one man down before he could even blink. However, the other mountain dogs certainly weren't going to just stay there and watch. They all attacked him as one. He tried to strike back with an elbow, but he simply couldn't overcome the difference in numbers. Tomitake tried his best, but soon enough the mountain dogs had wrestled him to the ground. Damn it! Let go! Let me go! Stop struggling already. Arrgh. Pin him down so they couldn't move an inch. Impressive, Jiro-san. You fought pretty well, considering you were up against 6 people. Takano walked over and smiled while looking down at Tomitake. Hey, Jiro-san. I know you're gonna refuse, but let me ask you one more time. Will you change your mind and join my side? Never. I'll never join with you. Ugh. That's what I wanted to hear, so I could sever all my attachments. Hehe, hehe. Takano was holding a small case in her hands. She opened it and showed Tomitake what was inside. What's in that syringe? Oh, come now. I'm sure you know what it is. Hehe. No, we destroyed all of them. Jiro-san, Let me guess what you're thinking. Even if this is what you think it is, you should still have immunity because you took the vaccine. Hehe. Isn't that what you're thinking? That's why you're not scared, right? Well, let me tell you something nice. That vaccine you took before you came here was fake. You may not have noticed it, but you're already an L3 patient of the Hinamizawa syndrome. Jiro-san, you have a tendency to look away when you get an injection. That's not very smart. You should always make sure of what you're getting. Hehe, hehe. Shit! Let me go! Tomitake struggled to get away, but he simply couldn't move. Upon seeing his sorry state, Takano laughed with glee. I'm sure you know very well about H173. You'll become infected instantly, and will virtually become an L5 patient. You saw how the experiment turned out, no? The subject was displaying extreme irritation in the neck and armpit areas. Based on our past studies, patients with L5 suffer from extraordinary irritation in their lymph nodes. It might be an antigen antibody reaction. In other words, Jiro-san, if you're lucky, you might be able to die just as Rika-chan predicted. Hehe hehe. Are you gonna kill yourself, or become disabled for life? Which would you prefer? Which one, Jiro-san? Hehe hehe. Stop! Stop! It's gonna be too difficult to give him an injection like this. Put him to sleep, please. One of the men covered Tomitake's mouth with a towel soaked in some kind of chemical. He tried to fight it off with all his might, but his strength eventually left him and became as quiet as a beached well. Takano stroked his face to make sure that he couldn't resist. Then she brought the needle toward his throat. She pushed it right into his skin. She squeezed down on the syringe's plunger. The skin surrounding the tip of the needle swelled up, and eventually contents were absorbed into his body. Goodbye, Jiro-san. When you wake up, you'll be in the middle of a wonderful nightmare. Hehe hehe. The mountain dogs finally got off of him. He couldn't even twitch. Someone put him in my trunk. Two of the men... Oh shit. Two of the men lifted up Tomitake and carried him outside. Or maybe she already dumped him. I guess she dumped him already. Oh, hold on. I'm sure he'd be happy if I left him his bicycle. That way he can enjoy cycling in hell too. Oh, wait. Then no. Okay. The mountain dogs all quietly laughed at the joke. So Tomitake was in the trunk. We're now going to commence Operation Doomsday. They stopped laughing as she began to speak. Okanogi, wait for the contact from headquarters. Keep your eyes on Dr. Irie. Also keep tabs on Rika Furude too. I don't know what kind of power she has, but she predicted how Tomitake was going to die. Hehe. I'm very curious about her, but too bad. Roger. I'll take care of things here. Please be careful on your way. There's not much to be careful of. By the way, where's Dr. Irie? I'm sure he's attending the festival's after party. He's still at the shrine. I wish you could see the look of panic on that nerd's face. Hehe. The mountain dog started laughing again, too. Takano checked the time on their watch. It's nearly 10 p.m. Most people must have left the festival for home. Those people still there were probably enjoying the after party while getting drunk inside the shrine. It was a good time for her to leave without being seen by anyone. I'm leaving now. Gonna go and die. Hehe. After saying that, she left the clinic alone. She left through the back door. She left amid the moonlight, the singing of insects, and the sound of a river. It was a typical night in Hinamizawa. While enjoying all these sensations, Takano got inside her car. So he was in the trunk. Tomitake was sleeping inside the trunk. His bicycle, on the other hand, was loaded into her back seat. Hehe. How ironic. Your bicycle has a better seat than you. I'll let you out of there soon. You should leave him by the road that leads to Okonomiya. That'll be a good spot. Takano found a... So wait, but would the police see? Takano found a good place to drop him off. But she gave up on it, as there was a police cruiser parked in the area. Okay. She figured that they were probably patrolling to make sure the 5th year's curse didn't happen. Good job, officers. No one would ever suspect that there's a curse packed in my trunk right now. Takano drove onto less lit streets with rougher roads. Eventually the mountain road ended and she was surrounded by darkness. There were rice fields nearby, She could tell by the sound of the croaking frogs. Takano parked her car by the pitch-black roadside. She had to stop here, otherwise she'd be too close to a residential area. Indeed, she was nearly in Okonomiya. She would have dumped him earlier, but the police cruiser had foiled that plan. Takano put Tomitake out of the trunk and left him by the road. She also left him his bicycle. Tomitake let out a small groan. Probably wouldn't be long until he woke up. Goodbye, Jiro-san. Your awkward sweet talk was very entertaining. I wish I could hear it again. Hee. You'll be waking up soon. By that time, you'll be in the final stage of L5. After a futile struggle, you'll meet with a miserable demise. I wonder if you really are going to cloud your throat and die. I wish I could be here to see it. Hee. Your mysterious death and my disappearance will complete the 5th year's curse of Orochi-sama. The story of the curse of Orochi-sama will be firmly established. You should feel honored, Jiro-san. You're going to be part of history. You might be losing your life here, but in a way, you're going to live for eternity. Hee. What I miss? You missed the big reveal clone. Who the big murderer is. That was her last farewell to Tomitake. Takano got back inside her car and started driving. The big reveal? Yep. She could see the place she left Tomitake in the rearview mirror, but it was already shrouded in darkness. Who did they kill? They killed the buff guy. Takano drove to the main street of Okonomiya, made a few turns, heading for the dark mountains in the distance. It had been a while since she left Hinamizawa. It was almost midnight. She might have already made it to the neighboring prefecture. It was difficult to tell, because she couldn't really see anything in the darkness. Why did they kill the buff guy? Reasons. Takano stopped her car in the middle of all that. After turning off both the engine and the headlights, there really was nothing but darkness surrounding her. Reasons? He didn't want to join the bad guys, so he had to go. It was as if time itself had stopped. Takano wasn't sure how long she waited, but eventually she saw the headlights of a car blinking twice. Well, she blinked her own headlights back at it. Bad guys, interesting, right? Soon, she saw several people walking toward her. 2 men wearing blue overalls knocked on the window of Takano's car. Obligingly, she opened it. They looked over her face and the paperwork they had in their hands. Hello, Takano. After confirming her identification, they called someone over the radio. Hello, we've got the lady. Anyone following? No one is after you. You're clear for 400 meters. Whoa! Effie with the raid! How's it going? How was Hat in Time? Nobody's following us. Effie, you missed the big reveal of who the killer is. I don't know if you want to know. Yeah, welcome Raiders. Nobody's following us. Your work is much appreciated. Please come with us to the command's vehicle. Take your paperwork. The paperwork is inside the trunk. Here's the key. Do you need some coffee? Could you get me some? Hello. How's it going, Effie? How did Hat in Time go? The command vehicle was a trailer with a bunch of high-tech communication equipment inside. The light of the electric equipment shone beautifully in the dark. What's the big reveal? Takano is the killer. See, you must be saying, ooh. Here's the coffee, Major. Another man in blue overalls offered her a paper cup. JP, what's up? Thank you. Takano, who they? That's her. This is Takano. I finished the game? Oh, hey, well, that's good. You finished that in time. Nice. The bitch? Wow, come on. She's just trying to do stuff. I don't know. Thank you. What's going on with my corpse? We finished setting it up in the Gifu prefecture. Gifu? Did I burn to death in the mountains of Gifu? Not sure about the cause of death. I'll confirm it, son. So did you do the DLC as well? Or Operation Doomsday? F in the chat for Buff Guy. That was the name of their mission. The goal of the operation's first stage was Takano's escape from Hinamizawa and the extraction of 18 specific classified documents. So let me close that to something. Okay. That goal had been completed. 18 specific classified documents. Assassinating the liaison from Tokyo, Tomitake was also one of the goals. That one had also been completed in the way Takano had planned. He was not killed that way just because Takano had wanted to see it. It was intentionally planned that way, so that the office in Tokyo would be suspicious of the EDA Institute. Damn. So either way, Tomitake was gonna die. They were trying to create the story that the Institute was upset with the recent budget cuts and the cancellation of their study. Also, let me drink some water, hold on. Tomitake's mysterious death would be a suitable way to persuade people. Tomitake was not the only one who was expected to die. Takano was expected to do so as well. However, Takano didn't really need to die herself. She had acquired a substitute body for her, so she didn't have to actually die. She got a replica? Takano had no idea how they got the body. According to what she heard, a team in Gifu took care of everything. Once Tomitake and Takano were dead, Tokyo would definitely go suspicious of the EDA Institute. The main purpose of this mission was to make the Institute look reckless. I'm sorry, Major. There's been a problem in Gifu. Oh? A problem? What sort of problem? They made a mistake with the corpse. The body has already been dead for 24 hours. I see. What's that supposed to mean? It means that you were already dead yesterday. Takano's body was supposed to be selected from the corpses of people who had died the same day. The plan was to then burn the body and make identification of the corpse more difficult. They'd found a suitable body for the plan. However, they just found out that it had been dead for over a day. That would create a hole in their plans. They're going to collect another body to use instead. Hehe. No, that's fine. We can still use that body as me. Huh? What that would mean. The messenger of Oroshi-Osama was long dead, but came to the festival regardless. Hehe, that's a good one. That's a very, very good one. Hehe. Takano laughed with satisfaction for a while. The other people in the vehicle couldn't understand why Takano was laughing so much. Takano continued to laugh as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Go ahead. Call the team in Gifu and tell them to stop looking for another body. I think this will make for an interesting twist. Are you sure? Shouldn't you be more cautious? Don't worry. Everyone saw Mio Takano walking around the Watanabashi Festival. Even if the forensics lab does find out that the body's been dead for more than a day, they'll just think that the test results were wrong. Hehehehe. Takano almost seemed to be enjoying the risk. Roger. I'll notify them. By the way, is my body burned inside of an oil drum? Yes. It seems someone had already discovered it on the mountains near the freeway. Takano seemed surprised to hear that from him. Then she started laughing strangely again. Nobody could figure out why she was laughing like that. I see. The reincarnation of Oroshi-Osama really is gifted. I have to admit, she has a supernatural power that defies explanation. Tell the mountain dogs in Hinamizawa to tighten up security on R. Roger. Major, the Okademiya Police Department has discovered the body of Tomitake. They have, huh? The show is about to begin. Hehehehe. So how are they gonna figure out that she's the killer? Mushi-san, Dr. Irie has arrived. Oh, thank you for coming. So what do you think, Dr. Irie? Mushi entered the area enclosed by a blue tarp. In there, people from forensics were taking pictures of the dead body from various angles. Irie was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tomitake. When he stood up, he was white as a sheet. Can't believe it. Yep, can't believe it either. As far as I see, he clawed out his throat with his bare hands. This isn't a normal way to die. Most likely, some kind of dangerous drug must have caused it. Are you saying that he was a drug addict? I don't know. Was he? It's gonna be my job to find that out. Oishi-san, what's this 2x4 doing here? I think he was swinging it around. Then he threw it away, and he had more fun clawing out his throat, I guess. Why was he swinging the 2x4 around? He probably did it in self-defense. Did you notice there are several external injuries on his body? Yes, I could see some bruises. So that's from the kidnapping. Okay. The easiest explanation I could think of is this. He was attacked by someone on his way home to Okutamiya after the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy, and died. I've never heard of any drug that can make people claw out their throats. But Irie knows, right? It's just not, I guess, it's secret. Not an expert on it either, but they say self-harm is one of the terminal symptoms for drug addicts, right? Well, I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation. Excuse me, Oishi-san. Found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tamazaki a mile away from here. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Did you find anything on it? Not yet. They're investigating it right now. So we walked for a mile? I see. So that means the place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place he was attacked. And he ran away from the culprit and came here. Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Irie was looking at the miserable corpse of Tomitake and kept saying the same thing. It's impossible. Impossible. It's just impossible. Impossible. Irie knew right away that Tomitake's death was caused by the terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome. He hadn't swung the 2x4 at a real person, but probably saw some kind of hallucination due to the L5 symptoms. Violent reactions to hallucinations is one of the clearest characteristics of the terminal stage. Side note, once you play, I'll be super excited to run Muck in your hat streams. Sounds good, Effie. I'll let you know when I finally get around to it. If anything, well, yeah. After the visual novels. However, Tomitake supposedly took a vaccine before he came to the village. There was no way he could reach L5 symptoms in such a short period of time. Irie didn't want to believe it, but it was obvious that someone intentionally injected him with the pathogen. The pathogen must have been strong enough to give him L5 symptoms immediately. The only drug that can do that is H173. Chemical weapon that induces an acute onset of symptoms. Makes people hallucinate, which inevitably leads to a horrible death. It's the absolute worst kind of demon. However, they had destroyed all of it due to its dangerous nature. All that was left were helpful chemicals, such as vaccines and treatment drugs. Tomitake was their liaison from Tokyo. Whoever killed him must have had full knowledge about him and this drug. How would that person know he was their liaison? It was then that Irie thought of Takano. Takano is also a watchdog from Tokyo. She's something like a superintendent. It's quite possible that something bad had happened to her too. What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san? What? Oh, are you talking about your nurse? I think she was with him. Is she okay? Do you know her phone number? Of course. Kuma-chan, get her phone number from Dr. Irie and have someone at the station call her home. Understood. Doctor, can I have the number? Yes, here it is. Kumaga got the phone number, repeated it to make sure he got it right, and dashed out of the blue tent. Doctor, Takano-san and Tomitake-san were close friends, weren't they? Yes. Have you heard about any troubles between them? No. Not even once. They were very close friends. Tomitake and Takano weren't just in a close relationship. They were co-workers sent from Tokyo. They had access to information that even Irie didn't. There's no way there was trouble between them. So does that mean cave stories tomorrow, Effie? Or is there Had in Time DLC? Well, I hope she's alright. In the worst case scenario, she could be dead, or she could even be a perp. I see. Nurses do have access to dangerous drugs, don't they? Nope, art. Gotcha. We don't have any drugs like that at my clinic. Even if we did, we'd store them with extra care. There's no way Takano-san could smuggle out a drug from my clinic. I finished the main game for Hat, but still DLC. Okay. So next week I'll continue with Hat DLCs. Gotcha. But it's easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right? Like I said, I've never heard of a drug like that, and I don't have anything like that in my clinic. Ide made clumsy excuses while he tried to piece together what was going on. However, Ide had no means of knowing the state of affairs in Tokyo, and he couldn't reach any further conclusions. So it was easy to laugh at him, as though he's a frog trapped in a well. Oishi-san, she isn't home. The standby unit says they're gonna go to her house to check. Doctor, can you give me her address? Kuma-chan, can you also check if the police headquarters has found any unidentified female bodies tonight? Maybe we should check with the other prefectures too. Get the section manager to call all the nearby prefectural headquarters and ask if they have any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir. The Okutamiya Police Department is contacting the Gifu Prefectural Police Department. Are you sure about this, Major? Sure. I don't mind. Just leave it there. Doomsday has almost arrived anyway. Everything will be destroyed before they even find out that the time of death doesn't match. Hehehe. Oh, man. That's a nice reveal. But I mean, we kind of suspected her since, Chapter 3, I think. The day after Watanagashi, Uishi showed up at her school. It isn't uncommon for Uishi to show up here today. Interestingly, he always asks to see the most key person in that world. He asks for Keiichi in the world where he gets sick. He asks for Rena in the world where she gets sick. In this world, he asks for me. Did Tomitake really die? Yeah. The way he went was pretty strange too. Like he was on drugs and hallucinating. He clawed at his own throat until he died. I couldn't prevent it. There's nothing I can do now. I knew this was going to happen. I'm sure Takano is dead too. Burps. And Takano? I had bad news about her too. She was found burned to death in the mountains over in Gifu Prefecture. Based on the condition of the body, she was choked to death before her body was burned. It's a tragic story no matter how you look at it. I know what you're thinking. I think I know something about what happened to them. Heavens, no. I only have one question. Who would talk about such a disturbing plan at the festival where anyone could hear? Think I'm involved in this murder? Well, I want to suspect you, but I don't. If you were responsible in some way, you wouldn't have given me the hints you did. At the very least, I'm sure you're not involved with the people who killed them. Glad you're not suspicious of me. Uishi threw a 10-yen coin into the offering box and shook the bell in prayer. Please, let us solve the mystery of Hinamizawa this year. Are you trying to get me involved in your investigation? I was just talking to Orishiro-sama. Uishi is well aware that people call me the reincarnation of Orishiro-sama. That must have been his attempt at a joke. I'd like to see the curse disappear forever, too. Oh, that means we both want the same thing. I made a prediction about where you might find Tomitake's body. Didn't you have a police cruiser nearby? Yeah, I listened to your prediction and had a cruiser patrol the area. The place where the concrete and gravel roads meet. It's on the very border of the village. It gets very dark there at night. It always seems like if something bad were to happen, it could happen there. So where did you find Tomitake's body? We found him dead by the rice fields near Okamiya. That's not where his body is usually found. If he was fated to hallucinate and die, he would die in exactly the same spot, whether the cruiser was there or not. Just because the cruiser was placed there, Tomitake's body was found in a totally different spot. In other words, the existence of the police cruiser disrupted that fate. Anyway, there's something else I found very interesting. told the officers in the police cruiser to check every vehicle that passed by. As it turned out, one of the cars that headed toward Okutamiya after the festival was over was Takano's. Takano lives in Okutamiya. It wouldn't be strange for her to head back home after the festival. However, she was the only one inside the car. Tomitake wasn't with her. Tomitake always comes to Hinamizawa on his bike. Then she could have loaded his bike in the trunk and given him a ride, but he was not with her. However, his body was found among the rice fields near Okutamiya, past where the police cruiser was patrolling in Hinamizawa. What do you say? There's no way he could have biked through the dark woods to avoid the police cruiser. He somehow took the road without being noticed by us. Furude-san, can you tell me what you know about the relationship between Tomitake and Takano? They're dating. That's all I know. I find it hard to believe that Takano would drive back home alone in the dark without her boyfriend. What if she had Tomitake in her trunk and she was planning to dump his body in the woods? But because the cruiser was in that area, she had no choice but to pass by and dump on the side of the road. But Tomitake and Takano were sent here from Tokyo. I have no idea what their real identities are. I can't say that Takano had no reason to kill Tomitake. However, I've never considered that possibility before in my life. Never? Takano killing Tomitake? But why? Can't think of any reason. Nothing comes to mind. It's hard to imagine Takano was cornered to the point she had to kill him. In fact, it was more plausible to think she was enraged when the lovesick Tomitake acted cold towards her, and she strangled his neck. Never really thought they suited each other. Nah, I don't mean to insult Tomitake-kun, but I thought Takano-san was way too smart for him. Have you heard of any rumors that she was trying to use him for anything? None, but I can ask around. Let you know if I find out something. Thank you very much. Just glad that the reincarnation of Orochi-sama is on my side. But even the reincarnation of Orochi-sama couldn't solve this mystery for over 100 years. But you said Takano was killed too. How could she be the culprit? Well, it's because you leaked me the information. I mean the prophecy. Without that, I'm sure I would have just believed that both Takano and Tomitake were the victims of the 50 years curse of Orochi-sama. I feel like it's different this time. Maybe as though this is someone trying to make the curse of Orochi-sama happen. So you really think that Takano-san is the culprit? Basically, this is what Oishi is trying to say. They're not both victims. The culprit is also pretending to be a victim. This is really hard for me to believe. Can't think of any reason why Takano would do something like this. Oishi only feels the way he does because he doesn't know her as well as I do. For another thing, how can he explain that Takano's body was found? Didn't the police in Gifu Prefecture identify the body? For a charred corpse, the easiest way to identify them is by their dental records. Although according to the old man in forensics, they're still not 100% sure. Besides, there's a contradiction with the estimated time of death. Just doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, the test results show that she was dead on the night before the festival. Apparently they inspected the contents of her stomach and such. But at the time of testing, they already had information about Takano. They knew that she was at the festival that night and realized that the test results didn't match up. So they just dumped the results and decided to take the dental records alone. These things do happen every once in a while. However, if Takano really is the culprit, his body might belong to someone else. Is it possible to do something with that? When a body is burnt, dental records are the only way to identify it. This might sound too much like a mystery novel, but what if, for example, someone faked Miya Takano's dental records? If they were skillfully forged, we could have the wrong ID. Anyway, the Gifu Police Department has made up their mind that the body belongs to Takano. Within police departments, we sometimes have issues with false test results. That's how most false charges are made. Feels to me like this is one of those times. So you think Takano is alive? Spooky, spooky. Since last night, both Miya Takano and her car have gone missing. If that body found in Gifu isn't Takano, this is going to be very interesting indeed. It's already evening. Oh shit, EDA. EDA had already heard about the deaths of Tomitake and Takano. It seemed like both the clinic and the office in Tokyo had flown into a panic over it. It's funny how they make such a big fuss about their own people when they don't care about what happens to other people's lives if it would get in the way of their research. Takano's subordinate, Okanogi, was in the room. Okanogi is the leader of the mountain dogs. He came here to make sure he's still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies. Okanogi, Takano is dead, but am I still safe? Don't worry, Rika-san. We'll still keep up the type security around you. You don't have to call the police. Guess this is part of that tight security. They must have been listening to my conversation with Oishi. Oishi told me something. Is it true that Takano isn't really dead? That can't be true. The Gifu Police Department made an official announcement that Oishi is retiring this year, isn't he? Sometimes make up stories because he's desperate to solve the curse of Oishi-sama. You shouldn't pay attention to anything he says. How does he know about the Gifu? Well, he's not wrong. This year is Oishi's last chance. Because he's so desperate, he developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears. What's your opinion about this, Okanogi? Right now, they're still investigating, so I can't say anything. Knowing the relationship between those two, I think it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. I glanced over to EDA as I listened to Okanogi speak. It seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. EDA was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. EDA looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization. Oh, Rika-chan. Sorry for making you wait. It seems like you're in big trouble. Just as you heard, it sounds like there's some big conspiracy behind their deaths. People in Tokyo think that I'm the one who's pulling the strings. Good grief. I have a lot of questions as to how they figure that. I rarely ever saw EDA get so emotional. Must be feeling as though all his efforts is being repaid with injustice. However, it's a fact that EDA was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo is thinking that could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious. I understand how scared you must feel. The people who attacked Takano-san and Tomitake-san could be after you too. The people in Tokyo are also concerned about that. Got the order to tighten up your security. Don't worry. I'm very relieved to hear that. This was the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. They usually become so busy keeping tabs on EDA after Tomitake and Takano's deaths that they end up ignoring me. Even though they're dead, I'm still in a pretty favorable situation. So, do you have any idea who killed them? People in Tokyo are investigating that now. Based on the situation, it's clear that this was done by someone within the organization. Guess I'm their prime suspect. You're the only one who could kill Tomitake like that. But that's not true. The people in Tokyo are discussing the possible use of H173. But that drug was destroyed when the research was cancelled. It's impossible. Impossible. However, they have no choice but to suspect you in this case. Mr. Tomitake even took a vaccine before he came here, but he still got infected. Must just be an extremely unlikely coincidence. Anyway, it's just impossible. Impossible. EDA is usually a very calm person, but once the people in Tokyo start suspecting him, he often loses his mind. Do you think Takano might be the culprit? She's someone within the organization. Takano-san? No way. But as he spoke, EDA also started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I don't know how to persuade him that it's the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect talks. Guessing about the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it's stupid to assume that Takano isn't the culprit just because I don't know what her motive is. Rika-san, you can't say something like that without any proof. She was very nice to you. How can you suspect her after that? Upon hearing me be ungrateful towards his boss, Okanogi flashed me an unpleasant smile. It's true that Takano was very nice to me. It might be disrespectful of me to suspect her. However, I still can't trust her completely yet. Perhaps I've developed the same bad habit as Ueshi. Am I believing every crazy theory I hear just because I'm desperate to escape from my fate? In any case, something bad is going on around here. We all need to be careful. Don't worry. You received an order to tighten up your security too. ADA smiled bitterly. For him, their protection wouldn't be too different from stalking. Mika-san, make sure that you don't give up too much information to the police. I think you understand, but you could create a problem if you talk to them about our secrets. He was implying that you have to kill anyone I talk to. This isn't the first time they've warned me about this. It's not. It's just... what if Takano really is the culprit? If she is, then Okanogi is almost certainly involved too. Then it makes sense that he wouldn't want me to suspect Takano. But that would be horrifying. If Takano was my enemy, then the mountain dogs were too. This whole clinic is a lion's den. ADA is just a researcher, so he probably wouldn't know what's really going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? I thought I just convinced myself that the motive shouldn't even matter, but I can't stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Uishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the mountain dogs are more like wolves looking after a flock of sheep. I've lived here for over 100 years. Never once found out who killed me. I stayed close to the EDA Institute so that they'd protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Well, I'm sure that EDA has no bad intentions. In many lives I got to see just how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. However, he's not really reliable. Okanogi glanced over at me. He smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. It's possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome, and that was just a hallucination. I don't understand anything. I don't even know who my enemies are anymore. There's no point in thinking about this any longer. I have to only trust who I know I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people though. Irie, Uishi, and my friends. If Okanogi is on Takano's side, he'll be watching me very closely. If I started accusing Takano of anything, who knows what they'd do to me. When this world first began, I thought I had no time left. But that wasn't true. The number of things that happened in just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to just take Hanyu's advice and resign this time? What if she tells Keiichi and then Keiichi remembers? Then he gets a feeling. Around Takano. I don't know. I mean, any of them can remember, right? Because they have dreams. Yeah, she's been missing since the night of Otanagashi. Could it be the curse of Oroshiro-sama? It's freaky that this has happened 5 years in a row now. Namizawa is a small village. Rumors spread fast here. Besides, she's me on Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday, even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends were all talking about the mysterious death of Tomitake and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village are very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse of Oroshiro-sama. The past incidents don't matter to me either way. All I'm interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me too. 2 days have passed since Otanagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I'll get killed on the night of the 22nd. That is, tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There's only one thing I'm sure about. Based on my experiences, I'll live for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I'll have to live with the fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there's no real reason to be afraid. When I wake up, I'll be in a brand new world again. I can never remember how I'm killed. That's why I'm not that afraid of the killing itself. Just frustrated that my life is about repeating the same things over and over, like a broken record. However, at present, I'm frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever. But I couldn't feel that way. I feel frustrated and full of sorrow, so I really don't want to die. After all that hard work. It's tomorrow night. Are you ready, Rika? How foolish of you to even ask. What makes it look like I am? Hanyu was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night. As though she already knew it was going to happen for sure. You worked very hard, Rika. This Life's Tanagashi was the best festival I've ever had. Didn't you feel that way too? It was fun. It really was fun. Toko had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together, and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. Can't accept that. This world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest, and within 1 or 2 weeks at the latest. I'm sure your next life will be just as fun. So this world is over and done with? This is such a happy world, but it's just gonna end like that? All my friends are alive and happy. Keiichi doesn't feel alone. And Rena's family is happy too. Mion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Satoko. The issue of Satoko's uncle is resolved, and she is no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I've ever experienced. But this world is gonna end. Rika, think of yourself as a normal person too often, when we're both special beings. Every child wants their birthday party to continue forever, but the party always ends. That's why children always wish for their enjoyable moments to continue for all time. That doesn't mean they'll grieve over a party that's ended. Once they sleep, another day will come for them. Something wonderful will happen again. No one disappears like Cinderella once the party is over. What a way for you to describe my view on life. Like a child who's crying because she doesn't want to leave the party. But there's no need to feel that sad, is there? There'll be another party again soon. You still hate to go through another death, but it's only like sleeping for a while, isn't it? Hanyu, don't you want to see what lies beyond June of 1983? I would be lying if I said I didn't, but I'm more concerned about you being consumed by that thought and getting hurt because of it. You just don't understand. Without you, I have to live for such a long time without anyone to talk to. And I'll only be able to stare at the festival without being part of it. No one will be able to see me. No one will be able to hear me or talk to me either. Do you have any idea how miserable and lonely that will be, bro? Effie can impel me now? Oh yeah. She's a mod. Don't piss her off, Gus. So hold on, let me adjust my seat. But I finally found you, Rika. I can't survive without you anymore. But I can't just die like you can either. I'll have to live alone until the end of time. I'll have to be alone until someone like you shows up again. I don't want that. I can't stand the thought of it. Just say a woo. You'll be fine. Is it? On you. Saw what happened to you earlier while I was work lurking. Rika, please take back that heartbreaking promise you made. I don't want you to give up if this world doesn't work out for you. Hanyu, I'm sorry. I'll have to think about it for a while. I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. If I think there's still some hope, I can go on living. But if I feel desperate enough, I could just give up. Might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Teehee. Hanyu nodded with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were starting to lean that way, the way she wanted them. What's up, Rena? Are you planning to take Rika-chan home with you? Hey, Keiichi-kun. Don't you think that Rika-chan seems to be feeling down? I don't know. She might still be tired from doing the dedication dance at the festival. Did she tell them, or no? I guess they were discussing it. Rika-chan was sitting all by herself, wearing a sad expression. I'd say she might still be tired from the festival, but that wasn't really how it looked. Satoko-chan is free now, so I thought she'd have a spring in her step, but she's been acting weird since yesterday. Wonder if something's going on. Satoko's issues are all settled now. There shouldn't be anything that's troubling her anymore. We thought Satoko and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Satoko, but that problem is almost solved. Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. If the Sonozaki family gets custody, Satoko will officially become Shiran's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so upset. I think we should ask her what's going on. But I don't want her to think that we're insensitive. But I guess you can ask her, I guess. So you're saying that it's okay for me to be insensitive? Rena laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. Bleh. I walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something is still troubling Satoko. We just don't know about it. If that's the case, we need to help her. You don't look so good. Is there anything weird going on? Oh, Keiichi. Rika-chan had been daydreaming, and it took her a while to realize that I was talking to her. That's because she's talking to Hanyu. Do I look upset or something? Kind of. Is anything the matter? It took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean yes. Keiichi, there's a poem that I want you to listen to. Don't ask me who wrote it. I just want to know what you think. Alright, let me hear it then. Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. Well, there it is. She's Frederica! That's a pretty interesting poem. Did you write it? Oh, not supposed to ask that, huh? No, you're not. What did you think after hearing it? Everyone has the right to be happy. It's so hard to receive. I understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy. That doesn't mean that everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy. It's so hard to fulfill. This one is a little hard to understand, but exercising that right probably refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness. But it's not that easy for that work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy. Yet it's so hard to compromise. Guess she's trying to talk about compromising your happiness? There's no limit to human desires. You can never stop wanting more. That's why people need to make compromises on their happiness. At least, that's how I understand it. If she was trying to say that we should be satisfied with what we have, it sounds like a positive statement. But there's also a negative tone to the way it's presented. I think the poem is reflecting the feelings of the writer. I think so too. So what else did you think? She wouldn't admit it. But I'm sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem. It's reflecting on how she's feeling. Not that smart, but even I can understand that. I thought it was a sad poem. Sad? I understand the first two lines. Everyone has the right to be happy, but not everyone can become happy that easily. I think those lines are describing the difficult parts of our lives, but the last line is different. Making compromises is the same thing as giving up. The writer of this poem has given up on their happiness, compromised with reality, and trying to convince themselves they're happy. Trying to convince themselves they're happy, you say? With plenty of regrets, too. Everyone can become happy with enough effort, but she thinks that she can't. The poem reflects her hopelessness. It's very sad. And Keiichi, what do you think she should do? She shouldn't give up. She shouldn't give up. The writer of this poem already knows how she can be happy. It's something that she deserves. She's been thinking about how to become happy for a long time. If she really wants to be happy, she shouldn't give up. Remember, we overcame a desperate situation in only a few days. If we all work together, we can make a miracle happen. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? What's troubling you? Talk to me. There's something I want to talk to all of you about. But if I do that, you won't be able to live in this village anymore. Happiness for me would be to see what's beyond June of 1983, together with all of you. It wouldn't mean anything if I lived beyond this June without you. We won't be able to live in Hinamizawa anymore? Why is that? They'll kill you if they find out that I talked to you. That's why I can't say anything. What do you mean, they'll kill us? Are you being threatened by someone? The word kill is not something that most people will use casually. I was shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. That's why I couldn't help but raise my voice. I don't know who's the enemy and who's not. The only thing I know for sure is that someone is going to kill me. Well, wait, Rika-chan. Talk to me. What the hell is going on? Is Teppei threatening her? No, that isn't possible. The police arrested him, and besides that, the Sonozaki family told him to never come back to the village. There's no way he could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. And even if that somehow was the case, Rika-chan could just talk to me on it, everything would be taken care of. But based on her expression, it seems like this is way deeper than that. Sorry. If I talk, you'll be dragged into this. If I lose you, I'll have no more reason to survive. I just can't talk to you about this. I'm not gonna compromise my happiness. I don't understand what you're trying to say, but you sound just like Satoko did a few days ago. Like Satoko? Yeah. You're thinking it's better to be patient. You forgot the courage you need to fight. You sound like that. Weren't you the one who told Satoko to be brave over the phone? My words had clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment. If I talk to you, you might get killed too. Well, I don't want that. But if we don't do anything, you're gonna get killed, right? We don't want a future without you either, Rika-chan. What? You may not want to get us involved, but likewise, we don't want to lose you either. We welcome the struggle. Besides, you know how powerful we can be together. Sure, we can solve anything if we all work as one. Not even our combined strength can solve this problem. You don't want to talk to us because you don't want to drag us into it, right? So what you're saying is that you want to die without telling us anything. I guess that's what I'm saying. Don't think that being patient is the same as being brave. Remember the courage to fight. You can talk to me anytime, once you organize your feelings. We'll help you. You can count on us. Thank you. Rika-chan was wearing a sorrowful smile. I could tell that she appreciated my sympathy. I don't know why, but Rika-chan is troubled by something. It's a matter of life and death for her. She can't even talk to us about it. At the very least, she won't talk to me. How was it, Keiichi-kun? Is Rika-chan in trouble by something? That doesn't happen very often. Satoko. This is gonna sound strange, but is there any chance that someone is threatening Rika-chan's life? What? What in the world are you saying, Keiichi-san? Rika-chan is the village mascot. People worship her. No one would ever try to kill her. What's this? What are you guys talking about? The more I talk to my friends, the stranger it seemed that someone would try to kill Rika-chan. Everyone was even more confused than I felt. Rika-chan didn't talk to me about what's troubling her, but I'm sure there's something very serious going on with her. If she really trusts us, I'm sure she'll talk to us soon. saying that I may as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. Keiichi told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework. But I'm not taking that offer, not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, but also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I was going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. If I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing too much. If I didn't care what other people thought, I should have asked for their help in the first place. Those are the 3 options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. My 100 years were wasted. Satoko, I'm not going to school today because I have a cold. Is that so? Do you want me to take your temperature? I need to rest today. Could you tell Chie that I'm not coming because I'm sick? Rika, are you really sick? Keiichi-san told me that you're worried someone's trying to kill you. Very concerned, you realize? Thank you. You should go now. You'll be late. Satoko looked at the clock, then looked back at me again. I'm very happy right now. I'm happy that I'm back with everyone, and that I'm living with you again. So, if I lose you, I'll be living in a very sad world. Just think about that. The world without me. Yes, the world without you would be a very sad world. Never thought about that. I thought that the world ended when I died. Never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern. So please, take care of yourself. It isn't just me. If anything happens to you, everyone will be sad. Satoko. Rika. I'll leave you alone for today, but please talk to me if you have something on your mind. It's kind of upsetting how you won't talk to me. Satoko seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I know what she's trying to say. I realize how selfishly I've been living. It was wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play. But it's too late. It's too late now. Satoko left the house in a hurry. Hanyu and I were left alone inside the house. I can tell you want to be alone. I'll disappear until you call for me. Thank you. You're still yourself, even after 100 years. You're not a 100-year-old transcendent. You deserve to think about your life as a young girl. I don't want to force you to think like a grown-up. It's not your fault, Hanyu. I was just being arrogant. Call me if you want to talk. You're not crying anymore? You're not going to beg me not to give up on my life? You're a stubborn person. I know it's better to not be too persistent with you. Hehe. After all these years, you know me very well. I know you're already aware, but let me say this. Today's the day. Do your best. No matter what you do or don't do, this world is going to end today. But if you wish for it, you'll see a brand new day, just like when morning comes. You might find yourself back in June of this year again, but it will still be a brand new day. When I was younger, every day seemed so boring. Every morning, I thought the same things would happen again after I woke up. This just means that it'll end up being true. Let me just tell you to live this day productively. I'm not going to say anything else to you. I knew today was the day, but it's still difficult to hear that from you. It's going to come to an end again, huh? Yes, it's going to end again, just like always. Hanyu disappeared and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework, knowing that I'm not going to make it on time? I only have half a day left. I have to do my best. I should think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed my life more too. I don't mean that I should have lived my life in blind optimism. It means that I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it'll be over. Why do I get deja vu now? Today I will live. It's a very important phrase. But it sounds meaningless when I say it, because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. While Satoko was at school, I washed dishes. Anya would usually stay with me when Satoko wasn't around. But she's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. Never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I'm gonna die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I wash these dishes? It's because I'm thinking about Satoko, who will have to move on with her life after tomorrow. I'll encounter a new Satoko in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Satoko told me earlier. After I'm dead, I wonder how Satoko will move on with her life. The worlds that I've left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Satoko will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Satoko and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. Feeling like this, because I don't want to leave this world. Feels bad, because she doesn't know about the disaster. This is the world that I've always wanted. It's my hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world. But I was able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night. The night of Otanagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. We finally saved Satoko, and all our friends assume that our happy life has returned. However, I'm going to die tonight. They will mourn for me. We worked so hard to make a miracle happen, but they're going to lose their happy world in just one day. I'm going to start a new life in the next world as if nothing happened. I lived 3 days in my new world, but 3 sad days were going to pass in this world. That's no good. I can't think straight anymore. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing from my eyes. I hugged Satoko's pillow and cried. I could smell her scent. After I die, Satoko will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else gonna cry for me too? I'm sure they will. And they'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad, not because I'm dead, but because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. I wonder if they're gonna feel regret. Will they wonder what they could have done to open up my heart? What they could have done to help me in my time of trouble? Will they wonder what they could have done to save me? I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Satoko's pillow and continued to cry. In the next moment, I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. I picked up the phone, hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver. Hello? This is Okanogi Gardeners. Is this the Furude residence? Okanogi. Wait, was it the same name? Oh shit. It was Okanogi from the Mountain Dogs. It was the first time I'd received a phone call from him. I'm calling because I have something urgent to ask you. I called the school, but they told me that you're sick today. Are you feeling alright? Not alright. This is the day I die. I knew I had no idea, but I still couldn't help but feel upset. It's only a cold. I just want to rest today. Really? Oh, that's a very fortunate coincidence. What? I had no idea what made him say that. He was glad I was sick. Why is it unfortunate for you if I'm home? Well, we got a tip from Tokyo that someone is planning to murder you. What do you mean? Tokyo was investigating the murder of Tomitake-san and Takano-san. The investigation concluded that there's a high possibility Dr. Irie is pulling the strings. Irie is behind everything? This is the first time I've heard something like this. This isn't something that happens at random. It's the very first time. That means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something I did differently in this world. I've done many things differently in this world, though. I can't tell which decision led me to this result. However, Maybe this is something that could change my life drastically. Okanogi continued to explain it to me. There had been budget cuts to their research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Irie was strongly against that because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. Because they were going to cancel their research, he tried to solve the research data, make a lot of money off of it. Is that really true? I know it's hard to believe, but it is. I always thought that he was kind of suspicious myself. I think I can say with certainty that Irie is not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy. He doesn't even have the guts to be one. He pretends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research, but he can't shake his regrets. He's simply a nice person. It's so sad. It's hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. I'm starting to be suspicious of Takano, but she's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okanogi works for Takano. That means I can't trust Okanogi. In other words, I can trust Irie, because Okanogi is clearly just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. Yet, it always seemed to me as though Tomitaka and Irie were good friends. Tokyo had suspected that Irie was embezzling money from them. Tomitaka would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tomitaka of Tokyo didn't have such a bad impression of Irie. The Irie of the Irie Institute and Tomitaka of Tokyo were good friends. Tomitaka of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Takano of Tokyo and Okanogi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. But Okanogi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. This doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance, but the links don't connect from start to finish. Irie thinks he has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Irie? That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop. Tokyo is conducting further investigations at the moment. We also have information that Irie is trying to use you as a bargaining chip. For that reason, you've been told to tighten up your security, starting today. That's why I'm glad that you're at home right now. There are 20 security guards patrolling the Furude Shrine in 3 shifts. You may not notice, but they're there for you. Help commands. Oh, does that work? Is that the list? So it does. Is that all I have? I thought I had more. I mean, there's the ones from, whatchamacallit? From Streamlabs, but yeah, there's the Babby one. That's a lot of security. How long are you gonna guard me like that? Till Tokyo feels you're no longer in danger. Till this whole case is solved. That should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That's why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally. But that arrangement is just like Irie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end. But when you trace it to the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have a few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Irie have strong ties, but they're suspicious of him. Is Irie actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive? Is she the one who killed Tomitake? Those questions and more made me uncertain about accepting help from Tokyo. I thought Tokyo, as a single organization, would move with a single intention. But in reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple... what's the word? I see it in the political section of newspapers all the time. Ah, right. Actions. Who's Irie again? It's the doctor. The one they call Coach, sometimes. Are there two factions in Tokyo? One that wants to remain friendly with Ide, and one that looks down on him? That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Uishi too much. If he hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, would I have believed Okanogi without a doubt? Well, maybe not. Even without Uishi's theory, Okanogi still sounded very suspicious. Ide was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomitake wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Ide isn't the type of person who would commit embezzlement. He's a law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher. That only goes as far as common sense expects any researcher to. It's nothing like the criminal aspirations that would lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the mountain dogs were going to be guarding me. This is what I've been wanting in my previous lives, but for some reason, I couldn't be happy about it. Couldn't help but feel depressed. If this house is like an empty birdcage, then it'd be the fox with feathers stuck to its face. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. I tried to recall more about Okanogi. Mountain dogs have been protecting me for years. Okanogi proved his skills in many of my other lives. To them, I'm something of a special existence. If something happens to me, it would be a disaster. The Idiot Institute is there to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control. The mountain dogs are there to protect me from evildoers. So why would they try to betray me now? I thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I can't feel comfortable with the protection of the mountain dogs alone. I want someone other than Tokyo protecting me. But I bet such a person wouldn't believe me. Wait, what about Uishi? I've been keeping in touch with Uishi since the other day. He still thinks that the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa are all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The mountain dogs hate the police, though. When I asked them to assassinate Satoko's uncle, they refused because he was being watched by the police. I would feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. Besides that, my suspicions toward them turned out to be baseless. More protection couldn't hurt. I'm sure that double security will keep me safe. I understand. I'll stay home for today. Yes, please do. Please don't go out into the city and try to pick a fight with delinquents. Sorry about that. Anyway, please take care of yourself. I have a cold, so I may at least go to the clinic? Never know what might happen, so please don't go near there for a while. I don't want them to inject you with anything suspicious. Ide would never do anything like that. That's what we want to believe. But you need to be careful of him until things are cleared up. So I have no choice, huh? No. You totally picked up the local dialect, Okanogi. You used to have a Tokyo accent before. I think I could fix it if asked, though. But it's my job to blend in with the local culture. I finished speaking with him. As soon as I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book and looked for the number to the Okonomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. I felt like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I want to stay in this world. I don't want to leave this perfect world. I'm trying to do something because I don't want to die. I'm trying to live with all my might. I'm trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively, without drinking wine till I was drunk. Hello, it's Oishi. Sorry for the wait. I was getting ready to leave for Gifu Prefecture. I was gonna browbeat them until they owned up to botching the case. Gifu. Talking about Takano's body? Yeah, my colleagues are convinced that the body is Takano, but I'm still not satisfied. That's why I'm going there myself. If that body isn't Takano, this is gonna be a whole different story. We could put out a search for her as a material witness, see? Fortunately, I have lots of connections in the Gifu Police Department. I'll go have a nice long talk with them. Foo. Looked like Uishi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. If that body is Takano, that would be sad for her, but it would give me reason to trust the mountain dogs. If that's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, it will give me some kind of hint. But only if I'm still alive. But really, it's unfortunate. Uishi is leaving for Gifu. Can't be around to protect me. Uishi. Some stranger called me today. I don't know who it was, but he said he's one of the villagers. He didn't tell you who he was? I see. Please go on. What did he tell you? He told me that someone's going to kill me. He said they'd kill me tonight at the earliest. Is that true? I see. It's not outside the realm of possibility. I see. I have to leave soon, but I'll send some officers over there. I'll tell them to keep you safe. You're home right now, right? Do you have a cold or something? Just stay home and lock your doors and windows. I'll send someone over immediately. What's wrong, Luigi-san? You'll be late for your appointment. Just got a call from Rika Furude. Someone called to warn her that she was going to be murdered. Someone is trying to kill Rika Furude? But why? Thought she was like the village mascot. Might be a warning for contacting me about the incidents in the village. I don't know if they're really trying to kill her, but she's just a young girl. I'm sure she's very frightened right about now. Plus, if we lose her trust now, that might hurt our relationship in the future. 2 or 3 officers are enough, but please send them over at once. Also, get a hold of her local officer and have them reassure her son. Yes, sir. Rika Furude might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. But we couldn't let her die. We should head back to Hinamizawa as soon as we get the Gifu Police Department to spill the beans. It's gonna be a pretty tight schedule for our business trip. Haha, this'll be a piece of cake. This is Skylark. Local police officers on the shrine property. Heading toward R's house. Roger. Continue observation. Countering R. She let the officer inside. R called the Okamiya Police Department. She requested protection on her own. Did she tell them about us? She told them that she got an anonymous call. Sure, that's made up. Okamiya Police Department is sending a few more officers to her location. What? Doesn't she trust the mountain dogs? This is trouble. It's going to prove more difficult to continue the mission. It's possible that she somehow found out. Well, we're probably safe. Just tell the team to be aware of the officers. We don't want them to become suspicious of us. Roger. HQ to all units. There are police officers around the Furude Shrine. Please be mindful of them. We may have to postpone tonight's mission. I'll call her, but I'm sure the Major will order her go anyway. Everything's already set up for R to be discovered dead tomorrow morning so we can move to the next stage. We don't want the police to suspect us. If they start suspecting you, just leave quietly. Just like that. Uishi had called the officers pretty quickly. The officer who was in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. He decided to make up a whole story. It'll all be over if they check my call history. I'm sure Uishi won't bother doing anything like that. He thinks I'm worth protecting because I have information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here from the Okamiya department. The officer told me to relax, because he'd stay with me until then. Uishi must have thought I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. After about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plainclothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box. You've heard the whole story. We'll go to the shrine, so please call us if something happens. Uishi will be here this evening. I was relieved to learn that Higurashi would be coming here. Thank you very much. At least one person will be downstairs. Sorry, but is it okay if we use your restroom? Also, will you give us one of your spare keys, just in case? Sure, you can use the restroom too. My house is on the 2nd floor of the storage building. The 1st floor contains emergency supplies for the village. Happy to know that at least one police officer will be there for me. The officers confirmed their positions on the map of the shrine. One will be in the storage building, and 2 more will walk around the shrine property. Also, 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. This world's Oishi is certainly reliable. In my other lives, Oishi tends to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. I'm sure it's because we all became friendly with him around the time we saved Satoko. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Satoko's uncle was a necessary event. If Okanogi was right about Irie, he wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. If Okanogi is the bad guy, they'd be discouraged from acting by the presence of the police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still going to be killed tonight? I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle as hard as possible. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. This is what living seriously is all about. Hanyu, are you there? I'm here. What do you think about all this? I have to admit, I've never seen anything like this before. Is it still wrong for me to expect something different this time? I'm not gonna hope for anything. I'll just have to accept whatever the result is. Hanyu is still acting like a bystander. I knew she was gonna say something like that. But part of me was hoping she would say something more positive. Upon hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed and wondered why Hanyu refused to be anything but an onlooker. I always thought it was normal for her to be that way because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too, since I was a similar being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. That hope was betrayed so many times and my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. So is Hanyu the same way? Are you also afraid of being hurt? I've only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that, since she's lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence, but except for the fact that she's invisible, everything about us is the same. She has the same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I still saw her as a special existence. That's why I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way. I've been living for longer than you. I know that there are more sad things than happy things in this world, that your hopes will always be betrayed. That's what I don't want to be hurt anymore. So you're not expecting anything from this world either? You still have hope that this world might be different? But you think I'll just be killed again? Oh, that's not what I'm thinking. Hanyu looked uncomfortable. She had no doubts that I'd be killed again that night. That's what it means to not have hope. But she just can't own up to it because she doesn't want to hurt my feelings. You're the same as Satoko. You're waiting for some stroke of luck or some miracle to come and help you. You're afraid of fighting. You think that being patient is the same as being strong. That's how I was until just a little while ago. Hanyu looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I said. I know that you've heard it over and over. Miracles will not happen unless everyone works together. That means you have to believe too. A miracle will never happen unless everyone believes in it. What I just said sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh to her. I stayed quiet and Hanyu continued to look at the floor, shaking. Then she looked up at me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes. Can't even touch people or talk to them. I think I'm just like everyone else, even though all I can do is watch. Do you understand how it feels not to be involved in anything? There's a slight severity in the tail end of Hanyu's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. Let's stop this. I don't want to have a fight with you. I don't want to spend the rest of the time I'm alive in an argument. I don't want to argue with you either. Let me just say one thing. You're my friend. I don't want my friend to tell me not to expect too much out of my life. I'll apologize for that. but you try respecting my opinions too. She can be very stubborn sometimes. Hanyu seems weak on the outside, but she actually has a very strong moral code, one that she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks I'm gonna die pitifully. That's why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. She's been living too long and lost all of her hope. Hani told me to call her if anything else happened, and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around. She's probably still watching me, as if she was watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? It's been a long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine. Oof. Okay. I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Satoko. Should I write down some recipes for her in the notebook? Will she be happy if I leave a will for her? I laughed at my own foolishness. No one will be happy to read a will. If I die, they'll be devastated, and wonder why I didn't talk to them. That's exactly how I felt when Satoko didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Satoko even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections. It's fine if I'm murdered before Satoko gets home, but if I'm murdered after, then will they kill her along with me? I don't want that to happen. It's bad enough already that I end up killed. If Satoko's murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. Just how much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try and reduce the silence, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like it symbolized Hanyu and my allies, making me feel even more unpleasant. It was past lunchtime, nearly 3 p.m. School should be out soon. Not there today, so they probably won't do a club activity. Satoko should be home shortly. Seems I'm gonna survive until she gets home after all. She comes home and asks me what's troubling me. I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. That's why I've never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger. But if Satoko is also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me, then we're doomed to share the same fate. It's better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what's going on. But I'm under very strict security right now. Might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Satoko about it. It won't be so easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprised yell as Satoko was coming from downstairs. She had returned. Sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in our home. I have to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone is out to kill me. I don't know how to explain it to her, or how much I should tell her. However, my thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of the crowd. Satoko hadn't come home alone. Oh shit. I'm home. Hey, Rika. What's up with that officer downstairs? Why is that guy guarding your house? What the heck did you do? Me-chan, that's not the right question. What happened to you, Rika-chan? There are some strangers out on the shrine grounds, too. Are they also police officers? This isn't normal, you know? We don't know what's troubling you, but we're all here to cheer you up. Looks like something bad is going on. Couldn't stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush into my house, all asking the same questions. Made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time. Rika, what on earth is so funny? need to explain to us what's going on. Something to explain. Getting murdered today. What? Everyone already knew that I'd been telling people about how I was going to be killed. But they were surprised to hear it from my own mouth. Hey, Rika-chan. I heard that from you yesterday. You told me that you think someone's trying to kill you. But I thought that was one of your jokes then. Now though, you're not following me anymore. You have to talk to your friends. Keiichi spoke with a harsh tone, as though I'd made him upset. As my friend, he must think that it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only one feeling that way though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces. Rika, everybody here saved me. I want to do something for my friends as well. Glad to hear that. Remember what you told me. You told me to have the courage to fight. But just look at you. You're not even fighting yourself. Sotoko pointed out something that I've already realized. I had no way to argue back. You told me that you'll put us in danger by talking to us. But all of us are already involved, no matter if you talk to us or not. That's right. We're your friends. If you're in danger, all of us are in danger too. When Sotoko was in danger, we all fought for her, remember? It's the same thing. If your life is in danger, then I think it's time for the Sonozaki family to step in. We're way more reliable than the police. Isn't that right, sis? That's right. You have to talk to us. What kind of trouble are you in? Who the hell is threatening to kill you? Based on how you're acting, I assume you don't even know who it is. If you did know, it wouldn't be as big of a problem. Meet. You're all so smart. You know everything, even though I haven't talked to you yet. This is not a time for jokes, Rika. You must talk to us. What's happened? What's this all about? You don't call the police unless you're really in danger, no? How dare you talk to the police before talking to us? Is the cause something you're uncomfortable talking to us about? Rika would never have any issue that would be uncomfortable to talk about. Calm down, Sotoko. Rika-chan is the leader of the Furide family. She's worshipped as the reincarnation of Orishio-sama in this village. She might have been in trouble for a long time, even though we didn't know about it. Maybe she just didn't want to talk to us about such trouble because we're all trying to have a fun life here in this village. That's probably what it was, right? So it has something to do with Rika-chan and the village? It must involve those crazy old people who worship Orishio-sama. So it must have something to do with the curse of Orishio-sama? I know. But it's related to what happened to Tomitaki-san and Takano-san. Why would Tomitaki-san's murder cause Rika-chan's life to be in danger? It's too big a leap. It's crazy just to think that someone is trying to kill her anyway. Rika-chan is bound by more obligations than we know. She probably couldn't talk about them. I'm right, aren't I? It's not a very fun topic, which is why you couldn't help. Which is why you couldn't tell your friends, right? I cannot believe this. Is it really true, Rika? Is it really true that you're involved in Tomitaki-san's murder case? I remained silent, with my mouth open. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask, and I eventually hit the nail on the head. It was more surprising than anything. But then again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me, but they stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on, without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seemed so foolish now. And so, I decided to just tell them everything. If you want me to talk, I will. But I'm sure you won't believe me. We will. As long as you tell us the truth, we'll never doubt it. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so, I tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not. In that case, I'll tell you. I think I'm being targeted by the same person who killed Tomitaki and Takano. Then, are they the true culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths? You died? Not yet, clone. I don't know about that. But it is possible. I don't understand. Why would Tomitake-san, Takano-san's murderer, also want to kill Rika? Not yet. Oisha thinks Takano is the culprit. I mean, no, we're not gonna die. It's gonna be a happy ending this time. Oisha thinks Takano is the culprit. Okanogi thinks that Irie is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. I can't tell if it's Takano or Irie, but I do know that to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to talk to them about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Irie clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. But who would ever believe it, if not my friends? You'll all be in danger if I talk to you about this. Are you sure you still want to hear it? Of course. If you're in danger, we're in danger. Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words. Well then. You see how everyone reacts. I'm going to ascertain what friendship is all about. With a nod of my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain. Right, anime talk, game's good ending, right? Child abuse soft, let's commit murder in some weird cult. It just escalates, clone. There's a disease unique to Hinamizawa. I'm not sure what it's officially called, but I've always known it as Hinamizawa syndrome. Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war. It's the general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onegafuchi. The villagers believed that they'd be cursed by Orishio-sama if they left. People who did often came back because of that curse. Well, I'm gonna play Payday with folks, and let's go. It's so sad. It's all good, clone. So is the VOD. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. See you later, clone. In general, it used to be thought of as only severe homesickness. But during the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was the way they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that it was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not the result of their culture, it was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness. It's the result of some kind of physical disorder, and it causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. There are three categories of Now I have hiccups. There are three categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance abuse induced, and chemical imbalance induced. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a result of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. The last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some ailment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's been said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. We've all experienced the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. I can believe that. I can see that. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Everyone should know, logically, that they're the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body as necessary. So when the organs operating the secretion of those emotional controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotions. When that gland is defective, the imbalance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people to have not only a physical sickness, but also a mental sickness, such as depression. People people don't get... We're so close. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it's the last chapter, right? Human beings are made out of meat. We get mentally ill when that meat is defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there is a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa that, if its hosts stray too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oishiro-sama is certainly related to this endemic disease. People in Onagafuchi village knew about this syndrome. They knew that they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village, because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and extreme persecution complex. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers develop severe persecution complexes, so it was persecution complexes and end up killing other villagers. After a long time, survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it. That's why they started barring outsiders from entering the village. Also, once you become ill, you begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. The doctrine of Oroshiro-sama says that the blood of humans and demons was mixed together, and that Oroshiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd be cursed if you didn't follow Oroshiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oroshiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. This is what was meant by the scripture in Oroshiro-sama's legend that said that they appeared unified, the humans and demons. And made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part. The rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oishiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were proudly performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. When the villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community, so that people wouldn't suspect each other. Since the terror of Oishiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this, but she's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oishiro-sama isn't even recognized as the god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore, and is only worshipped as such in Okunomiya's Hirosaka district. What's up, Gus? Now for the other condition. This one is much clearer and was practiced more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However, long ago, they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. Did we drop frames? Oh, we did drop frames. Oh. It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It's also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. That's why Hanyu felt so bad for him that time, kept on apologizing over and over. Although no matter how much she apologized, he never heard her voice. This turned to a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oishiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with the Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at all at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts, they didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ, but they still stayed on as advisors to the government, since Japan has a culture respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group. It was just a gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideals, blowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it would be more accurate to call them a secret society. The Templars. This secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I knew for sure is that it was composed of old men from Japan's political stage, ones with strong power to indirectly influence the government and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. The Patriots. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an idea in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Wow. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self. But it didn't totally become a shell, it culled the fat. Japan regained its peace, and years passed. However, some people still continue to believe that Japan had been better before the war, and they were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country has 2 brown-nosed America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number 1 priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America. They want this country to be on equal footing, and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. Wow. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly, nor to utilize it for military purposes. They had to hide the existence of the disease itself. So, they enlisted one young researcher, Kyosuke Irie. I need to make it clear that Irie isn't some far-right supporter of this secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. But researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one wanted to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young. With his other option being wearing down his youth working hard at the night shift for a local practice, he wanted to answer the expectations of the sponsor who carefully selected him. In the end, Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, that Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease. And he developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization, but Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, manage the research progress, and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease exists at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job is to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. The Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare and owned by Tokyo with its vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small elite squad of covert operatives would be a trump card in the anti-nuke era, so they vigorously investigated those options. This is a worldwide trend. Since the Cold War, everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Japan was also trying to be a part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police have been forming a secret special forces units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the ones who intervened when Rena laid siege to a school, changed their name to Zero Company and grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport 2, and they later changed the name to 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes they can't use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. So in 1977 they developed the SAT's predecessor, the Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their Special Task Force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known special forces units in Japan. When they hear a phrase like special forces, most people tend to think of a movie or a comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, the news reported that the boats sank before the helicopter squad trained in gun battles, so the squad was recalled. That was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentions the SST or any other special forces unit. SEAL Team 6. All these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. But since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, these special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. Well, not citizen. I know that. The Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. Might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflicts as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on EDA's research. The Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believe that the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things the Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Right. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. With the spread of information networks in the modern ages, the media jumped onto any unusual incident and quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide since they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes. The main task of the Mountain Dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. Right. They pose as gardeners, but in actuality they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demon away people who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths too. That's why they came to Keiichi's house. The last important person is Joe Tomatake. Don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outline requests from Tokyo. He discussed the research budget with EDA too. He also got the observation report on EDA from Takano. That was his purpose. EDA started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers, and he discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief, who was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of the disease was dramatically clarified. Their research made rapid progress after that, and they discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. Like how they're all just listening to her explain all this. One of the interesting findings of research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. I mean, it's the same thing with Shion when Chapter 2. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior, so they concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo has been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders and shadows behind Japan's government who ruled from the center of Tokyo began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization has started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo has stayed the same. It's still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambition is to start a war with America, take over the world, has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities towards the economy, international affairs, and education. That doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research, but for the present day's Tokyo, EDA's research is actually something of an embarrassment. The new Tokyo is no longer interested in this project, and they announced that they are going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, EDA objected to that plan. He strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Ogunodi was talking about. EDA is in disagreement with Tokyo. EDA's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, and he's even starting to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, EDA's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with EDA through Tomitake, and decided to shut down his research partially, but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease and destroy all the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so EDA accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed that it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, EDA considered himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and EDA agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. EDA made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting they had this June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that EDA is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card, he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomitake, and as her trump card, she's going to kill Rika Furude. I suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly, members of Furude family have the blood of Orishiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that Orishiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease. However, that's actually not true. For the demons, the pathogens to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Orishiro-sama and the coexistence of humans and demons is that Orishiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to EDA's research, Rika is adored by the whole village, not only because she's a charming little girl, but because she's the queen carrier. Infected patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. EDA says that this is done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. EDA calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to people in this village. There are theories that carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from the queen, not from the village itself. EDA's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa, and infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory. Surprisingly, however, The doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value the village placed on the Furude family. He theorized that the queen, lying in the Furude bloodline, might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving in the priesthood. Although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. If all this is true, then the question is, what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village? During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all of the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo, not only because Ide found many answers after running tests on her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. It would happen too fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They will each be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. This is why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That's why Rika Furude is the trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tomitake, was found dead of the disease, even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered. Though I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I've suspected Ide and Takano, this is my first time doubting Tokyo. I always thought that they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. Never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. Guess I was naive enough to not realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generation gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. It's possible too that Takano is the victim and Ide is the bad guy. The mountain dogs might be on my side, or they might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I was too scared to choose a wine that might be at the risk of having something poisonous mixed in. In which case, I could rest assured with a fresh, unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. I'm really dumb. Thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. After all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. Never had thought it would make such a big difference. Just why you gotta talk it out? So what did they have to say? Meat. Hold on. And that's the end of my story. As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. That's only normal. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person. Satoko, you go to the clinic every week to help with Ide's research, right? We're actually not just helping him. We go there so you can get treatment. I remember, you told me that Satoko was ill. Me? Me? Ho 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 ho. As you said, it's not only me, but the whole village that is infected with this disease. Why would I have to take the shot every day and not everyone else? Thought it was just a new type of vitamin that the coach is developing. At one point, you were a terminal patient, Satoko. That's why you need 2 shots every day to keep your symptoms under control. Yurie is very passionate about saving you, but he still can't find a better treatment than that. I don't think he's not still working hard to find a cure, though. Don't you joke around. I thought we were getting financial support by aiding his research. I don't want to get those shots every day for the rest of my life. Satoko looked upset that she had been completely ignorant of all this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Her fake laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. Keiichi opened his mouth to speak. So, if she misses a shot, she'll act like she did the other day? There was a day where she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. Once she feels that way, there's no turning back for her. Yes, she will. That's why I tell her to be sure to take her shot every day. I don't believe you. What do you mean I'm a terminal patient? Why me, exactly? I refuse to believe it. When did I even become so sick? Stoko's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Stoko's starting to remember something she's not supposed to. I'm sorry, Satoko. You don't have to remember. That was just an accident. It wasn't your fault. No, this is a lie. You're just lying to us. Others probably had no idea what Satoko was talking about. They don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends. Rena gently touched Satoko's shoulder. She gently touched mine too. We believe your story, Rika-chan. Thank you. And you've been carrying such a heavy burden for a long time. Proud of you. You've been struggling all alone to this day. Never thought Rena would say something like that to me. My eyes were filling up with tears. It's difficult to have a secret that you can't tell people. Mine was hardly a big deal compared to yours, but I can still sympathize with you. I agree. You've done your best too, sis. I often shift the blame onto you to relieve myself so I can tell. You're all gonna believe my story? Of course. You said we believe you. It's a bit of a relief since a lot of my questions about this village are answered now. So, is everyone in this village infected by that disease, that Hinamizawa syndrome? Yes, everyone is infected. But unlike hundreds of years ago, this disease is much weaker now. That's why people can survive even if they move far away or go somewhere far for a trip. But some people still get sick, right? I'll never leave this village again. Even if you do get sick, you can still control the illness yourself. It's very simple, yet very difficult. If you think you might be suspicious of someone, don't be. Continue to trust in them. When you become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it will be too late. So long as everyone stays friendly and united, we will never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. That might be why we're more tolerant to the disease. I see. Then we should be fine. Yep. We're friends, and we're family. We would never suspect each other. I'm gonna believe everything that you said today. You couldn't talk because you were afraid that the mountain dogs would hurt us, right? I nodded quietly. Stablorium, JP? What? Panic? Why are you panicking? I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room. But if Okanogi overhears this conversation, they'll definitely kill not only me, but all my friends tonight. That's true, no matter who my enemy is. Well, it sounds as if we should all get ready for battle. Let's sum up the story. Someone might come and kill you, knowing that your death will cause chaos and destruction in the village. Is that correct? They'll definitely come for me. Are you sure? Will they get rid of their trump card that easily? She's quite right. The trump card is like a pile of gold. Isn't it better to keep your hands on it? Stoko's eyes were still swollen, but she had stopped crying. Nothing. I just wanted to hear you pronounce that. Okay. Stablorium. But think about it, Stoko. If you have more than one trump card, you want to play one of them right away. That's true. It's more effective to have more than one hostage. One hostage is not as valuable as many of them. Anyway, we don't know anything for sure. That means we can't be too optimistic. Everyone nodded in unison. What do you think about the mountain dogs? Do you think they're our enemies? That's not even a question. They're like wolves trying to watch after the sheep. Just think of all suspicious people as bad guys. You need to seek help from someone who has nothing to do with Tokyo. I agree. I think you made a good choice by seeking help from the police. Uishi-san is on our side, right? Yes. Uishi doesn't know everything yet, so he thinks that the culprit behind the curse of Oisho-sama is targeting me. I think you should talk to Uishi-san too. We need help from some adults. But that's pretty risky. What if they don't believe her and step away from the investigation? We should still talk to him. He said that he's gonna retire this year. That is his last chance to avenge his old friend. I'm sure he'll believe any story, no matter how wild. Yeah, he helped us when we were trying to save Soko-chan too. I think he'll remain on our side. Okay, let's talk to Uishi. Where is he now? He's out in Gifu Prefecture. He went to check on Takano's body. Oh, she was found in Gifu, right? Burned to death inside an oilodrome? Why does he have to go there directly to check on her? There's the possibility that it might not be Takano's body, but the Gifu Police Department isn't being very cooperative. You said that the Mountain Dogs specialize in preserving secrets and manipulating information, right? That corpse is pretty suspicious. I don't think she's the kind of person who would die just from being burnt a little. It's still possible that Irie is the bad guy, and that he killed Takano. That's what Okunogi tried to make me believe. Kinda doubt that the coach is the mastermind. He's just not that kind of person. I do agree. It's very nice as long as you don't let him talk about maids. As the manager of the Hinamizawa Fighters, I also think the coach is innocent. He's more like someone who could be easily used. Maybe he's too good of a guy. It seems like everyone suspects Takano-san. Well, we're just saying. If you compare the coach and Takano-san, you know? Takano-san would be pretty upset to hear that. Wahahahaha. Everyone laughed, as though we were in the middle of a club activity. If they're after my life, they'll kill everyone here. It's very possible that they'll all get involved in this mess, and they know that. If they could still laugh, it's really significant, I think. I started laughing along too. I saw that Takano-san's body was found in Gifu. If someone wants to make it look like she killed Tomatake, they would hide her body somewhere nobody would ever find. Burning her body in the middle of the woods is like begging people to come across it. Yeah, that makes sense. It's like they're trying to force an unidentified body to be Takano-san just because it was found outside of the prefecture, and the police here can't investigate further. That's the specialty of the Mountain Dogs, right? I think it's pretty obvious at this point. The Mountain Dogs are working for Takano-san, right? And the leader of the dogs is saying that the manager is pulling the strings. But Takano-san and them are working together. Tomitake-san died the way he did so that Coach would be suspected. But Tokyo is the only organization who would suspect the Coach. They also found the body of the true mastermind, Takano-san. Tokyo will suspect that the manager killed both of them. I see. This is a well-planned setup, though it's not perfect. Sounds like the Mountain Dogs are setting the Coach up. Well, I think we should talk to Coach directly. That's the best way to go about it. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I can tell if he's telling the truth or not, just by looking into his eyes. Ah, yeah, you're good at that, Renaissance. The Mountain Dogs are also running security on Irie right now. Might not be able to get on the phone. What? That sounds even more suspicious. Hope the Coach isn't in danger right now. That's my voice giving away. Me too. If I was a member of the Mountain Dogs and I was going to set him up, I'd kill him before he said something I didn't want him to say. Dead person can't say anything. Huh? Uishi will return as soon as he takes care of his business and takes care of business in Gifu. I don't know what time that will be, but he'll be here for sure. As one, everyone glanced at the clock. It was already past 6:30 p.m. and starting to get dark. You should talk for 3 hours? Damn. No wonder I'm so hungry. You would usually call it here if this was a normal day. But everyone decided to stay until Rishi came back and discuss what to do. Can I use your phone, Rika-chan? I need to call my dad and let him know that I'm gonna be late tonight. I need to call my mom too. I have to call Granny and tell her to order something for dinner tonight. You'll be in big trouble later. We have to get something to eat for those officers too. We can order some sushi. Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs were empty after all. The same should be true of those officers too. Are we gonna order something too, Rika? I don't feel we have that kind of money. Stoko, why don't you cook a stir-fry for everyone? What? I can't. I've never cooked for this many people. Stoko stir-fry? I'd love to try it, as long as there's no fingers inside. Nahahaha, Satoko-chan, I want to eat your food too. I want to. At that point, the phone rang. Hello? This is Furude speaking. Oh, glad to hear you're still alive. It's Oishi. I finished up everything in Gifu, and I'm heading toward Okonomiya right now. Calling from the gas station. What about Takano's body? Foo. We did it. We were right. Gifu made one incredible, easy mistake on their paperwork. What a stubborn bunch. Rita had to let them have it, let me tell you. Takano and her vehicle are still missing. She may have some information regarding Tomotake's murder, so I've just issued a search warrant for her. Getting close to revealing the secret of the curse of Oishiro-sama. I'm gonna solve this case. Oishi sounded so motivated. He finally found the hint he so desperately wanted. Could he actually solve the case, though? Looking forward to hearing your story. I'm heading to your house with Kuma-chan, so please tell us whatever you know. You can talk to me about anything you can think of. Yes, I'm ready to tell you about everything. Oh my, look forward to hearing it. Fufu. Should be there in about an hour. Sounds crowded over there. Are your friends there with you? Yes, everyone came here to offer their help. I see. You've got some wonderful friends. It's probably better for you to stay with them. Good way to keep the criminals at bay. Right, heading out. I'll see you soon. Is that Oishi-san? Yes. He's heading this way with that other detective. How? This is the first time this room will have so many people inside it. How many people will it be? There's 6 of us here, so 8 people? Do hope our floor won't break. Oh. I'm the 9th person. Hanyu. Were you listening to us? This is turning out to be very interesting. Do you think it'll be different this time? Yes, I'm sure. This time is different. Don't say that you're sure. It would devastate you if nothing ended up changing. So Hanyu, you still think that I'm dying today? I don't want you to die. I know what you're thinking. You don't want to bleed because you don't want to be hurt. That way you'll never be let down. I'm not going to listen to your opinions anymore. You just stay there and watch like the bystander you are. Yes, I'm just a bystander. I'm still rooting for you. Rooting for me? Thanks. But are you sure you want to root for me? Are you sure you won't be hurt if I lose? Oh, don't be mean, Rika. We had a rather harmonious mood going. However, a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us. I'm getting hungry. Want to grab something on the way? That's right. It's almost 8 p.m. We had a late lunch today, so I didn't realize. We can go get something after we finish hearing her story. You sent 4 officers there. They're probably pretty worn out by now. Hopefully Furude-san ordered them something to eat. Yuichi and Kumagai had passed through Okonomiya and were getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets. I wonder what Riko Furude wants to talk to you about. Probably something outrageous. That village, used to be called Onigafuchi Village. They took the name Onigafuchi, the demon's abyss, from the local swamp. And like an abyss, it's hard to know its depth, huh? What are you planning to do about her protection? Depending on what she tells us, we might have to move her to a safer location. The whole of Tsunamizawa is like a lion's den. You never know what can happen in that village. For now, we just need to hear what she has to say. The head of the Furude family is in danger, and the successor of the Sonozaki family is trying to protect her. Who would even be capable of killing Rika Furude under those circumstances? The only people I can think of are the Kimiyoshi family. Never heard of them getting up to anything fishy. Guess there must be a fanatical religious sect lurking in the village. One of its secrets lies at the bottom of that swamp. The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, leading them to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomatake's murder. Takano left Tomatake there. Sure of that, but I wonder what he actually died of. Forensics didn't find any drugs in his system, did they? They didn't find anything, but that doesn't prove it either way. There are hundreds of strange chemicals in this world. There's no proof that a drug wasn't used. Must just be one that we're not aware of. Sure of that. There must be some kind of drug out there that can make someone claw out their throat and die. I'm going to grill the culprit about it once I make the arrest. Of course, it'd be easier if that's what Rika Furude is going to tell me. Kuma-chan, you must have learned exactly how false charges I made, seeing what happened in Gifu today. Ha 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 ha, that was horrible. If that guy was at our station, I'd never forgive him. Just coughing. We're fine. He flat out refused to admit he made a mistake. The Gifu Police Department as a whole is still convinced that the body belongs to Miya Takano, but will operate under the assumption that she lives. The top of the department will make the final decision. It's obvious that they made a simple mistake. They're just desperately covering it up, because they'll be in trouble if they admit it. They really need to rethink their attitude. The car suddenly shook. The concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. At the point where the graveled road begins, we are officially in Inamizawa. They continued to drive through the woods for a while. Kuma-chan, stop the car. What? Ushi had told him to stop immediately. Kumagai quickly slammed on the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened up, keeping them in their seats. What's wrong? That car over there. I wonder what it's doing. Ushi tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up, it looked like it was used for a private company. There was no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Kumagai also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight. Strange that a van is out here at this hour. Surprised you even saw it. It's like I keep telling you. The detective always has to pay attention to his surroundings. I wonder what he's doing there. Is he dumping something illegally? Is he dumping someone's body? Maybe it's a pair of lovebirds on a secret date. Well, that can't be it, judging by the van. Hello, Okonomiya Security. Do you read me? Good evening, and good night. This is Okonomiya Security, reading you loud and clear. We need a license number scanned. Might take a while. We'll wait. Ushi-san, according to this map, there's a facility of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation here. What in the world is a facility of the NTT? It was listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It was just a place where machines were installed. Kumagai wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work, but the way it seemed like some kind of connecting device was located there. That's just an ordinary van. It doesn't look like it belongs to the NTT. If it is them, shouldn't their name be on the van? Maybe some other company is contracted to do it. Anyway, we should just go and ask. Uishi wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go to do the maintenance so late at night? Let's go and check what's going on. Furude-san is waiting for us, so we need to be fast. Yes, sir. His well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. This feeling wasn't one that Uishi could easily explain. He has a strong sense that something was suspicious, without any real reasoning behind it. Uishi trusted that he could judge others' character with that sense. This is how Uishi gets becomes missing. Nightingale 2 to Nightingale 1. Vehicle has stopped nearby. 2 people got out. They're probably police officers. They're approaching and will make contact in less than a minute. It's pitch black, yet they could see the 2 newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope. Roger. Attention, all units. Nightingales 2 through 5. Wait for the green light. Nightingales 7 and 8. Make sure the surrounding 100-meter are clear. Roger. Nightingale 4 and 5. Do you copy? Nightingale 4. Roger. Nightingale 5. Roger. Nightingale 7. Roger. Nightingale 8. Roger. This is Nightingale from HQ. Nightingale from HQ. There's been some trouble during the modification of the phone facility. There are two police detectives. We request clearance to open fire. Jeez. Roger. Wait for the order. By the time Oishi and Kumagai reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars, 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. The Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They had all taken different positions so that they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits, hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. Snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kumagai had no idea that they were on the verge of losing their very lives. The sniper rifles had their safeties on, but a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. The detectives found the fenced in machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign there saying that it was property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation, and another sign warning people to keep away. Hello, good evening. Sorry, but could you step back? We're in the middle of a maintenance operation. There are 4 men working there, wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some wires. Sorry to interrupt. We're from the police. We were wondering what you guys were doing since it's pretty strange to see a van parked out here. Good evening, officers. We're almost finished here. Who are you guys? You're not from the entity, are you? Oh, we're not, no. We're from Okanogi Electrics. Huh? Oh, sorry. I'm out of business cards. Okanogi Electrics? Where's your office located? Well, it's in Okonomiya. Could you give me the phone number and address of your office? Why do you want to know? You forgot. The telephone number. Oishi looked at them with a piercing glare. Their response was very suspicious. Usually the vehicle of an electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside and looked just like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. But this one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason that Oishi found them suspicious, though. It was their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound nor look like typical contractors. They were obviously not electricians. Just like Chapter 3. It was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi. However, that was all he could tell just by looking around. He found them suspicious, but he had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kumagai wrote down the number so we could ask the station to call and confirm it was real. We're not doing anything suspicious. Nah, you guys are very suspicious. Who are you? If you're really a contractor, you should have proof of that. But you don't have anything. Besides, everything about you seems off. Officer, please don't cause us any trouble. Just leave us alone. We need to finish up our job here. Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd been cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it almost seemed like they were just getting started. Foo. It's pretty obvious that you're lying, son. You should have studied the role a little better if you wanted to pretend to be an electrician. Oishi raised his voice threateningly. The members of the Mountain Dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expressions, gave them a big, wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, there were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kumagai was heading back to the car. He was intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio. Then in turn, the police department would contact the NTT. That way, it would become clear who they were really dealing with. HQ to Nightingale 1. You have permission to fire. Nightingale 7, clear. Nightingale 8, clear. The sniper was still aiming at Kubunai's head as he headed back toward their car. The safety, that last line protecting Kumagai's life, was disengaged. The sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut out. The finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless. For as soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life. Nightingale 1 to Sniper Team, all green. Kumagai heard a quiet noise. It was similar to the sound of the jump rope that he used as a whip when he was little. That was the last thought Kumagai had in this world. Kumagai collapsed onto the gravel. That was it. Didn't even twitch. Oof. Ushi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood, which began to pour out of his mouth. Ushi only realized that he'd been shot when the world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning in his own blood. This is Okonomiya's security. You've scanned the license plate number. Detective Uishi? Detective Uishi, please come in. Huh? Did we lose the signal or something? Detective Uishi, come in. Is that chapter 5? Can't recall. Or was that chapter 3? I think it was chapter 3, actually. He's not answering. Uishi-san wanted a plate number scanned? Right, it was chapter 3. Whose car is it? It's just a villager's car. No one special. Who is it? Must be someone suspicious if Uishi's asking about them. But it seems like nobody out of the ordinary. No accidents. No tickets. Probably got pissed off after that car passed him or something. Can be a pretty stubborn guy sometimes. This is Nightingale. Both targets eliminated. Resuming the mission. Roger. Be sure to dispose of their vehicle. Major, Nightingale just terminated 2 officers. They're resuming their mission. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Wow. Who this? This is Takano. She was the nurse. Sweet dreams, Uishi-san. She looks not evil. She's totally not evil. Too bad. He was getting so close to catching me. Hehehehe. Can I get a cup of coffee? Absolutely. This is getting complicated. There are still several officers at R's house, and her friends are there as well. R must know that she's getting murdered tonight. Someone is leaking information. I think we should postpone the plan. We have to have her corpse by tomorrow. That's what's most convenient for the people in charge. We have to execute this mission tonight. A crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whenever they wanted. Doing it at the right time is vital. Maybe she's panicking at the dog's excessive security? No, it's not that information that's being leaked. She's predicting it. She knew that Tomotaku was gonna die, and she even knew how my body was gonna be found. She's the queen. She's the genuine heir to the blood of Orishiro-sama, her priestess, and the queen positioned at the top of Hinamizawa's supernatural phenomena. It's impossible to hide things from God. Assassinating Rika Furude won't be so easy. Hehe. Alright, Rika-chan. Let's see which of us deserves to inherit the legend of Orishiro-sama. Your death will be the final curse of Orishiro-sama, and it will mark the finale of this legendary village. When that happens, my plan will become the real curse. Hehe hehe. So they're just gonna kill her? Or kill them? It was now past 8 p.m. Neon ordered some noodles for us, her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. We were supposed to call it a night as soon as we talked to Uishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, assuming that they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late. Once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. Sure, they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seemed anxious. They all had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be out here. They're hoping that Oishi will bring other officers to relieve them so they can go home. They called the station, but all they said was that Oishi was on his way, and we should wait because he'll be here soon. That Oishi sure is late. Sure, he's stuck in traffic. It's still rush hour. Those officers have been here since this afternoon, right? They must be tired by now. I know. It sucks that they don't even know when they can go home. Should we patrol outside so they can get some rest? We can have Satoko set up some traps to prevent strangers from coming in here. Oh ho ho. Good thinking, Shion-san. However, just think. This is our house. We already have several traps set up around this place. Really? We should be careful when we're around here. With our stomachs full, the mood in the house had returned to a light-hearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed, but knowing that Oishi would be here shortly made us feel relieved. But he's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Mion mentioned he might have gotten stuck in traffic, but I'm sure Oishi was considering that. That's why he told me it'd take him about an hour. It had now been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I want to believe that he's getting something to eat on the way, but I'm starting to get concerned. Poor Oishi. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock, 3 hours later. Damn. The officers are completely exhausted. They had even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Satoko is yawning. It's way past her bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy. We've been spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I can feel my fear succumbing to sleepiness. Today is almost over. I'm gonna survive the day I'm supposed to die. Does that mean that I escaped my deadly fate? No. I'll have to fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was gonna discuss that with Oishi. Since he's not here, I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the silence. Is that Oishi-san? Hello, this is the Furude residence. Sorry to call you this late. This is Komiyama calling from the Okonomiya Police Department. By any chance, is Detective Oishi there with you? No. We've been waiting for him for a long time. I see. We'll send out more officers, so will you tell the ones there to leave once their relief comes? Okay, I'll do that. So where is Oishi? Got a call from him this evening saying he was heading there directly, so we thought he'd be with you already. The officers were supposed to return after Oishi arrived, but they haven't come back, so we were wondering what was going on. That's what I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave them the message to the officers downstairs. Looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone. I wonder what's going on. It's way too late. Maybe he ran into some important case that he had to take care of. He would have called us if so. He told us that he was on his way. He could call us if something was going on. Was he attacked by Tokyo? No way. But if they're really as scary as Rika-chan told us, that might be possible. Probably had something to take care of. I bet he forgot to call us. Remember, he's a tough guy. No one could take him down that easily. I do hope he gets here soon. Tokyo yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. Can't stay up forever. We decided that we'd call it a night once the replacement officers arrived. I'm sure I survived past the time I was supposed to die. Probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the mountain dogs are also on my side. They took care of the murderer. I don't know who is changing my fate. Maybe my fate hasn't been changed. I'm gonna get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the mountain dogs, but the only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel on the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested that it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect it and be disappointed when it's not. I'm starting to think like Hanyu. Good evening, I'm Komiyama. I'm from the Okunomiya Police Department. Wasn't Oishi. 2 of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. They were going to stay downstairs and have that 4 officers return home. He also told my friends to leave. We'll stay here to protect her, so please go home. Families must be worried about you. Thank you so much, everyone. The detectives are here, so I'm okay now. Are you sure? We'll stay here tonight if you like. I'm fine. Besides, I don't have any extra pajamas and blankets for you guys. See you tomorrow then. We'll try and stay with you as much as we can from now on. How about we do club activities here after school? That would be wonderful. Neat. My floor might break with all these people here. Wahaha, might really break. Well, Riki-chama, we're going home now, but be careful. Do not go out alone in the dark under any circumstances. I'll be careful. Alright, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Am I really gonna see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I've tried so many things over the past 100 years. Done many things, and I've had memories of most of them. That's why I feel so scared on the day I die. It's the only day that I have no memory of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. As I started getting ready to go to bed, Toko suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to do. Toko seemed sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that strangers will end up trapped if they try to sneak inside the building. This building. To someone else, it might sound like she was just trying to brag, but Stoko was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, she noticed how scared I looked. Stoko's kindness, and everyone else's kindness. I feel it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends. Even if that won't end up changing my fate. Rika. Hanyu showed up again. She looked upset, so was probably still thinking that I could get killed at any minute. But I'm actually starting to feel a little better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely at least tonight. More concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, the other detectives are here, and will stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Didn't eat anything sweet today. Do you want me to drink some juice? Hanyu would usually cheer up right up when I suggested drinking some juice. But not this time. Some juice? Some goose? Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened. What's wrong? It's almost time. That sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Goose? Even Hanyu doesn't have any memories of my death. There's no way she can tell when I will be killed. However, she sounded so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel it in the very cells of our body. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Up until now, I felt reassured that we could get through it somehow, if we're all together. As I clung to that life preserver with the hole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair, and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe. It's okay, Hanyu. I'm gonna fight. Even if I get killed tomorrow, I'm not gonna die tonight. Hanyu just gave me a look of faint sadness. That silence told me that my pitiful hope is gonna push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Satoko as she continued to brag about her traps. If I'm getting killed shortly, Satoko won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her to talk about traps. The time was 1 in the morning. As it's hardly a big city, at 1 a.m. in Hamazawa is the middle of the night. Darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking out from the first floor where the two detectives sat on guard, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct. It's time. The two detectives were downstairs. It's been more than an hour since the light went out above them, awaiting orders to begin the attack. What a beautiful night. You have permission to engage. Should we terminate the detectives? Yes. Everyone in the Fruit Shrine will be demoned away tonight. It's better that way. HQ to Phoenix. Commence the mission. Terminate the two detectives. You do not have permission to fire. I repeat, you do not have permission to fire your weapons. HQ to Nightingale. Phoenix has commenced the mission. Shut down the phone lines. Roger. We're shutting them down. They've been working on to disable the phone lines just in case their target tried to contact the police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into. Let's begin. Phoenix 1 to all units. Be prepared when you enter. Terminate the two detectives on the first floor and the one companion on the second. Do not leave any evidence. Do not fire your weapons or use any gas. Use your tasers. Remember, they have guns. Do not let them fire. Come on, don't embarrass me, Okanoki. Hehe. I'm just doing my job. Phoenix 7 and 8, advance forward. Backup teams, secure the perimeter. Roger. We're heading in now. Two men in uniform slowly approach the building. The Mountain Dog's uniform was gray, so it didn't blend in with their surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, that looks suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. They could both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rika would typically use the sliding doors to get inside. The door was locked, but the Mountain Dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice them the minute they did that. They'd have to rush inside to defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenixes 7 and 8 glanced at each other. This is Phoenix 7. We've arrived at the target location, waiting for command. It's Kano here. Make it nice and clean. Go ahead. Roger. We're breaking in. Clack clack. Turn the key in a hurry and open the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open and the two Mountain Dogs had stepped inside. They had aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter was still turning around. In a fight like that, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. The detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were contracted via wires to the attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those two had weren't ordinary guns, they were stun guns in the shape of firearms. Instead of bullets, they shoot out electrical needles that electrocute their victims to unconsciousness. Are you doing that emote because of the swirly noise? Normally, they would be non-lethal weapons that allow the shooter to capture their victims without harming them much, but their tasers had been modified. The two dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed that the detectives were no longer breathing. But in the next moment, they heard a loud noise above them. This is Phoenix 10. R and her companion have noticed us. They just jumped out from the second floor window. They're running into the forest. Swirly. Attention, Phoenix 4 and 5. They're heading your way. Capture them. Roger, let's go. Phoenix 4 spotted the two girls and started after them, but he suddenly stepped on something hard. Pow pow pow! With the cheap-sounding explosion, the area is filled with smoke. That was the chap's Toko set using firecrackers. That had proven to be a very fortunate idea. The Mountain Dogs dropped to the ground, assuming that they were under fire. That gave Rika and Toko a chance to escape. Who are they? Are they the organization from Tokyo that we were talking about? I think so. Just run. We're dead if they catch us. What's going on? What was that noise? This is Phoenix 5. Someone was shooting at us. R has escaped. We'll continue this pursuit. Shit. They were just some firecrackers. Damn it. That must be Satoko-chan's handiwork. She's pretty good. Hehe. What? Hurry up. Don't let them escape inside someone's house. This is Phoenix 18. I spotted the target. Need some backup. They know this area very well. If we don't get them now, we'll definitely lose them. This wasn't a game of hide-and-seek. It was a game of tag. Several men in uniform were chasing after Rika and Satoko. They weren't idiots, so they didn't waste any energy on a futile act of shouting, "Wait!" There's this quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night. Where are we going? Let's split up to try and shake them off. We'll meet at Mi's house. The basement will be safe, and we can contact the police from there. Stoker had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under current circumstances. All she did was nod. Bang. Next moment, I felt my left foot catch on something. I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete. Rika! Get out of here, Satoko. You'll be killed. Satoko wouldn't move on without me. She came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. Didn't know what to do. Satoko, upon seeing him, quickly reacted. Satoko ran toward him and kicked him with all her might. Her foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. But there were two more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from that landscape company. They're wearing the same uniforms Okanoki's was wearing. It must be the mountain dogs. Now I'm certain that Takano is the culprit. Now that I know that, I can do something about it in the next world. But if I die now, will I lose my memory again? Can't I now? I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Satoko took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. It was something like sand, and it blinded them. However, even that could only buy us a few seconds. Satoko tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at us. The stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Satoko, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Satoko tried to attack them instead. Of course, there were three of them. Most would think it impossible, to drive them off, but Satoko didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run. That she might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of defeating them. Satoko is determined to save me, even at her own expense. But I can't stay in this world if it means losing Satoko. I'm dying anyway. I'd rather die for Satoko's sake than losing her. But another me was shouting in my mind. If I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life, and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Satoko behind? That's right. I should use this experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let go of her in this world. No way. That really would make me a witch. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. Sure, their backup will get here if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her? Should I leave so I can confront my true enemy? Shit. Well, you know, sometimes we get a choice. Sometimes we save. Oh, wait. Or, did I even get a choice? Shit. Wait. Did I mess up? Did I click? I don't think I get a choice. Okay. It's just a pretend. It's just a debate. Satoko. Satoko's bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in the same June. I can't leave Satoko. Satoko. Fighting too. Rika? I told you to go. I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Satoko. There must be a reason why they can't shoot me. So I stood in front of Satoko to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down and prepared to take us without weapons. You guys are the mountain dogs, so Takano's behind this? Yeah, I'm so stupid. I know who you are, but I chose not to run. I'm not gonna run. Even if you're gonna kill me now. Someone once told me that fate can be destroyed as easily as a piece of paper. They must think this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished. People are pathetic. That's why you will never kill me. Next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Keiichi! Oh shit! Keiichi had run toward him and kicked him from behind. Keiichi had kicked him right in the small of his back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other two tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Oh shit! Mion grabbed one of the guy's arms from behind and flipped him down to the ground. Must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Rena tried to push the remaining dog down with all her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. Tried to aim his gun at Rena, but she had already done what she was supposed to do. All she needed to do was get his attention. Shion had snuck up behind him, and she fired her stun gun into his neck. The stun gun made a snapping noise, and the dog fell down to the ground with the rest of his friends. Wow, Kasai told me this was illegally modified. It works pretty well. Shion, hit this guy too. Are you guys okay? That was close. It ran so fast it took us a lot of time to catch up. I'm really glad we stuck around. We were waiting out here in case anything happened. You mean you stayed out here without going back home? Yep. I saw someone that looked suspicious standing at the shrine when we were leaving. I'm really surprised I saw him in this darkness. Neither lies nor camouflage would work on you, huh? So, figuring he would leave if they spoke to him, they secretly staked out that suspicious man. They started following us as soon as they heard the sound of the firecrackers. Never expected I'd be safe like this. Can't stay here any longer. What should we do now? We were trying to get to Mion-san's house. We have a basement there, apparently. The underground storehouse. That's a perfect spot. We've also got some weapons inside there. Shh! Don't say that out loud. Anyway, I think that's a good idea. There's several secret passages in there, so we can get the drop on them. Come on, let's go. They're still after us. A white van was approaching us at high speed. It obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us, and more people in uniform jumped out. There were at least 6 of them. If we all run, the slowest runner might get caught, so we should take them down where we can. I don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Shion know how to drive a car. We can take their van and get away from here. There's 6 of them. That's perfect. Let's beat them unconscious and steal their van. Ho ho ho, that's a good idea. Let's go get them. Mountain dogs were ready to chase us. They had no idea that we would try and attack them instead. Rena is always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. The other one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in the side as hard as he could. Hey Rena, watch your back. I'll leave that to you, Keiichi-kun. Please look after me. I'm kinda curious about what you were like back in Ibaraki. You sure don't hesitate to punch people. And you don't hesitate to zap people with an illegal stun gun. Given that Shion had that stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. But thanks to that, Shion had stopped one of them for certain. It was fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Stoka attacked him from behind. She encircled his neck with the jump rope and pulled. Shion followed up, quickly hitting him with their stun gun. What was I doing during all that? The only thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me after all. They want to catch me more than anything else. That leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi had already hit the one trying to grab me. I think we have a chance here. We may not be able to take all of them down, but we can try and find a chance to escape to their vehicle. With what Rika-chan said, I thought these guys would be really strong, but they're not that bad. This is how strong we club members are. Not being afraid is probably the secret to strength. Sis's club activities are practically training to rid you of your hesitation. If we all fight together, we can win this 6-on-6 battle. If any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it. The dog Shion took down with her stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones that we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. We have to get out of here. This isn't the time for me to just be running around. Fine. Let's see what I can do. Rika. Hanyu, I know you still can't believe in hope, just like always. Stay there and see what my stubbornness can do. I'm gonna change this fate. I'm gonna do it right here. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Alright everyone, we're gonna finish this right now. Take down whoever is in front of you. Then we're going to grab their car and get out there. Get out of here. Yes. I'm gonna do this. You go, Rika-chan. Alright, let's go! On Keiichi's signal, we attacked 6 of the mountain dogs in unison. Oh. Time gradually slowed down. It truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time, change my fate. However, time continued to slow even further until it stopped. Let me save here, just in case. Because this is what happened last time. What's going on? Felt like the film reel of a movie had gotten hung up partway through. Like time itself had come to a standstill. Hanyu? What's this all about? The time has come. What? Why? Wearing a sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Keiichi. Finally noticed something. All my friends had noticed already. Except for Keiichi. Keiichi. What's that floating in front of your chest? What do you mean? Huh? What is this? Time had stopped, just when Keiichi was about to hit his opponent, then realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. Bullet? That was the first thing I could think of. No, Kei-chan. What? What the hell is this? Is this a bullet? That's exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest, just before it would enter his body. That's right. Once time starts moving again, it will slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Keiichi will immediately die when the time starts up again. Who shot it? Those 6 guys didn't have any guns. Look! Over there, by the van. Stoko couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. You could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside, not 6. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. I hadn't seen her at all. That person is someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano. It's Takano-san. She shot the gun? She shot Keiichi-kun? In the frozen world, Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired a gun, knowing that we hadn't seen her at all. I see, I get it now. So Takano-san was the bad guy all along. What are we gonna do? Kei-chan, can't you try and twist your body to avoid the bullet? Don't be stupid. Time has totally stopped. Can't move at all. Then try moving right as soon as time starts moving again. That might make a difference. Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. However, no matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Keiichi started to laugh. I really don't know what's going on, but there's nothing that can be done. I'm dead the minute time starts moving again. Even if I don't die, I won't be of any help to you guys anymore. So listen, just give up on me. You only need to think about taking these guys down, getting inside of that van. Never. You can't die. I don't want to lose you. Hanyu, are you telling me that this is my fate? Are you saying that there's no way to overcome this? It's okay, Rika. You won't remember this. You won't. No. Kei-chan is not gonna die. Stop it, Mi-chan. Let's concentrate on taking them down. Sure, Keiichi wouldn't want us spending time turning back to him as he falls. That's exactly how I feel, Rena. Guys, take care of Rika-chan. Get out of here and contact Coach. Probably killed Uishi-san. That's why he never showed up. Listen, promise you'll all survive. Promise me. Keiichi. Miko-chan, I'm sorry. I'm the one who told you that we could change destiny, but I'm gonna have to retire now. Sounded just like Takano's regular laughter. It was the scariest noises. It was the scariest noise I'd ever heard. Are you ready to let go of your life now? Takano-san, we haven't lost just yet. Done watching your life flash before your eyes? Silence suddenly ended, and the clamor of reality returned. An explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. Watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me. He fell down on his back while his blood splattered everywhere. And after that, he stopped moving. There's no way any of us weren't shocked by that. He tried to take down foes right in front of us, but more came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as if I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my ears. Takano to HQ, taking care of it. Need what I told you before. I also need someone to clean up the bodies. Send me 5 bags, and some water to clean up the area. Understand? She needs 5 bags. My body froze up, but time did not. Takano, laughing, pointed her gun at Mion's head. Hey, are you kidding me? Always wanted to see that tattoo on your back. I'm gonna take a peek at it later. Sure, have a look if you want. It's nothing special. Oh? You don't think I'll find it interesting? Stop, don't shoot her! Takano shook her head in response to Rena's scream. I have to kill her. She's the leader of her club, so she has to go first. No! Stop! Pow. There was a dull noise, followed by Mion's body twitching. We all tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong, and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle. She then stepped towards Toko, but Shion started screaming curses at her. My. Want to be shot before her? You could have stayed alive a few more seconds if you were nice and quiet. Stop it, Shion-san. Don't agitate her like that. No way she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Toko for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her, too. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Slipping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion. I get it now. You killed Satoshi-kun, didn't you? Isn't that the truth? Sorry, I don't like giving out secrets, so I'm not telling. Hee. Shion's body twitched. It had followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Just 2 dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. Didn't add up. I started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano could take away lives. Is it that amusing for you to take away innocent lives? You monster. Oh, so you want to die next? You were going to be the last one if you stayed quiet. Keiichi, Mion, Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Rena. Rena didn't want to see Satoko and me die before she did. So you're the culprit behind the series of mysterious deaths in Hinazawa. Do you think you're Oshio-sama's proxy or something? Hehe. Not a proxy. I'm handing out divine punishment. It's too bad that you're not going to see it. Soon enough, Oshio-sama's wrath is going to destroy the whole village. But I'm the one who's going to make that happen. It's my curse. Yes, I'm going to become Oshio-sama. I'm going to become something more than human. Hehe. You'll never understand how I feel. You'll never understand how wonderful it is to become a god. String section of absurd? Oh yeah. KW. I don't think that's possible. No matter how much you try to become Oshio-sama, it won't work. It's just a game for you. You'll never become Oshio-sama. I will. The process has already begun. when I laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh. What's so funny? It's impossible. Impossible. Because Orosho-sama is already here. Those are Rena's last words. I'm very upset now. Well, it's your turn now, Satoko-chan. I don't really care if you live or die. But you're a living research sample. Tokyo has a bounty on capturing you alive. But it's not very much. My share would run out with just a trip to Europe. If I capture you alive, nothing good will happen to you anyway. They'll probably open up your skull and probe through your brain while you're still alive. Besides, how's your friend? I think it might be kinder to shoot you dead right here. Which would you prefer? Can't decide that. Stoko shouted back at her, her eyes full of tears. Let's do a quiz then. Which one is green? Broccoli or cauliflower? No, it's broccoli. That's so mean. Pal. As soon as I heard that same dull sound, Satoko stopped moving. Takano smiled and said, "Good girl," to what used to be Satoko. Hehehe. Maniacal laugh. This really is such a lovely and beautiful night. Don't you agree? So, you're gonna kill me too? Yes, I'll kill you. The corpse of the Queen Carrier is the key to this mission. You're gonna become an ugly political tool far away in Tokyo. And then the legend Onago Fuchi will finally come to an end. I know how you're planning to kill me. Oh, you do? Let's hear it. Not gonna say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi, using my body. Sure, she's planning to cut open my stomach and pull out my guts. To do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. Vaguely remember that part. Guess you already know. Hehe. Good night, Rika-chan. One of the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance. Wait a minute, Takano. Everyone's dead, but you're begging for your life? Hehehehe. It's not it. If you're gonna kill me, do it without putting me to sleep. Takano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Hanyu was also surprised to hear that. It would obviously be a terrible way to die. What are you thinking? Wouldn't you prefer an easy and painless death? You know it's gonna be horrible, right? Gonna cut open your stomach while you're still alive. I don't want to forget about it. Yes, doing this so I'll remember. I'm not gonna forget about it. The picture of you cutting open my stomach will be forever burned to my soul. Never gonna forget that. Next time I see you, I'll remember that you did this to me. What are you cooking up in your little head? Guess you're smarter than the other kids. At least you get to have a chance to scream for your life. Not gonna let you do that though. They forced something other than the handkerchief inside of my mouth. It was a gag. With that in, I couldn't close my mouth, leaving my saliva to start overflowing. Soon, another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. They'd probably come to get rid of the bodies. They grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. After that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. I asked Takano how many shots she fired. She started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all the evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no more proof left. Kappa. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp, and I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered, so I couldn't even talk. I couldn't move, talk, express myself in any other way. They had taken away everything that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. I was this toy named Rika Furude, a toy to give to common joy. The car started moving. It seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. As the time of my death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right. I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Some boy rubbed my head. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head, trying to refuse. They laughed at me as I did so. Rika, Rika. Hanyu shut up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears. Again. It didn't work. It didn't work again. Again. When I saw Hanyu's painful tears, I was convinced. I was wrong. Hanyu is not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too, but her hopes were betrayed countless times. She was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place. It's okay, Hanyu. Did what we could. We worked very hard. We were getting too close to changing our fate for real. Still didn't work out. But, for some reason, feel satisfied. Never fought this hard in my life. Never learned so many things. Because I can repeat my life endlessly. I've been taking each one for granted. But everyone else is taking their lives seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. But I finally understand. I learned something from this life, and I put all my effort into it. So, sad that I didn't make it, but I feel satisfied just the same. It's a strange kind of satisfaction. Wonder how many of these memories I can keep. Get the sense that I'm gonna lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case, I'll lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. I finally found out that Takano is the mastermind. Am I gonna repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs. I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face. Hanyu. Not gonna give up. I don't care if I can't recall this memory. I'll continue to live my life. I don't care if I can only live in this June, but eventually I'll only be able to go back to the night with Tanagashi. If that's my life, so be it. Not gonna forget either. If you don't remember, I'll tell you the truth. Hanyu. I knew it. You acted like an unfeeling bystander, but that's because you were afraid of pain. I also want to have a happy future with everyone. Ooh. I started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. But she ended up hurt and devastated anyway. Hanyu, are you happy that this world is ending just like you predicted? I decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped. 2 men pulled me out of the vehicle. We returned to the Furude Shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Nearby, there were countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They're going to cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all my clothes. All of my clothes. They left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not gonna forget this. Everyone worked together, and we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friends' efforts and deaths will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can, so that I'll remember the pain. Hanyu, don't look away. You have to watch. Remember this forever. Oh, is this really the only way I can help you? Is this all I can do because I can't touch or talk to anyone? It's good enough. If you continue to stare at me, I can endure this pain. Hanyu nodded and sat right next to me, while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly, as if it's taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. That beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. But Hanyu is right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there, watching me, so I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. Didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. This is such a wonderful world. We didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. disappointed. My future was right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself. Keiichi voiced his disagreement. He still felt that we could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, but not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough. But all of you worked so hard together. I was watching. I saw the whole thing. But it wasn't enough. If we'd had a will strong enough to overcome this fate, we should have created a miracle. That's right. A miracle will happen if everyone believes in it. Stoko, Miko-chama, everyone else worked so hard. I'm sorry, Mika. You were brave enough to ask us for help. I couldn't save you. Stoko held my shoulder and cried. It's true. Everyone worked so hard, but it still didn't work out. Thank you. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna die again, but I've never felt so good about it. I've learned so many things in this world. Mika-chan, I know. I know why the miracle didn't happen in this world. Minna spoke gently, but she wasn't smiling at all. Hey, did everyone really believe that we could create a miracle? If you're hoping for a future, but not everyone believes in it, then a miracle won't happen. What are you saying, Rena? We are united. We were united. No one had doubts that we could overcome this fate. Right, Neon? Yeah, he's right, Rena. Everyone thought we could overcome it. Everyone believed that we could. That's quite true. Even Rika believed in it. She finally believed that with our help, she could change her destiny. I believed in it too, but I think there was someone who didn't believe. Who was that? What? Who could it be? It was Pog You! Hey you! Rena turned to Hanyu and asked her a question. It was Rena. It was Hanyu. Did you believe? Did you believe that we could overcome this fate? Even if you can't talk to us or touch us, you can still believe. If you had believed in us, the miracle would have happened. Would something really have changed if I believed? I'm a powerless existence. I can't do anything. All I can do is watch and accept. You're saying that I could have made a miracle happen just by believing? Yeah, you could have. Keiichi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her. He was just stating the truth. That's right. There were 6 of us. And there were 7 of them. If you'd believe along us, we would have numbered 7 souls. 7 human souls. The miracle could have happened. You don't make miracles happen by touching something or saying something. You make them happen by believing. Oh. Hanyu had realized that this ending wasn't caused by fate. It's because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak to accept this fate. She started crying again. We don't even know your name, but you still need to be brave enough to fight this fear and that pain. You need to have the courage to defeat fate. If you'd believed, we'd be moving on to a bright future. If your refusal to believe in it is the sole reason we couldn't reach it, then the responsibility is yours. It was hard to believe Rena could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart. But those words were necessary for me and for her. Only faith can create a miracle. That sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put it into action. You just gotta believe. People suspect others. They don't trust others. It's easier to not have hope. It's so difficult to believe. That's why faith can make miracles happen. Don't you realize that I can't even touch people? Don't you realize that I can't even speak to them? You still think I can make a miracle happen just by believing in something? Listen, you're talking to me right now. Never talked to you before. But I always knew you were there. I was always thinking about how I could communicate with you. I always knew you were watching when we were all having fun hanging out together. But even if I want to be involved, you guys can't see me or hear my voice. You'll think that I'm a monster or something. I don't want people to think of me as a monster. We never think of you that way. If you're with us, you're our friend. Yeah, we wouldn't call our friend a monster. It's your heart that determines whether you're a monster or not. Right, Shion? Indeed. Guess I'm more like a monster in that sense. You won't call me a monster even though I have horns on my head? We won't call you that just because of the way you look. You're actually cute, you know? Hahaha, watch out for Rena. She might try and take you home. I realized then that I was standing with everyone, looking down at my own body. I see. Finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell. Are you okay, Riku-chan? Meep. Don't you think it's a bit strange to ask that question to a dead person? Everyone smiled wryly. It's my first time feeling so much love and death. Everyone was already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly, the world got darker, my body started to sink downward. I could feel myself disappearing. I still had the sensation of my friend's hands on mine. Let's go, everyone. Yeah, let's go. You're also one of us. Come on, stop crying. Let's go. My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Mina offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it. Hanyu, I don't know what sad experiences you had before we met, but I'm sure my friends will accept you. Oh, whoa. Is it still going to be fun if I'm involved? Are you sure they'll accept me? Yes. So come along with us. When I touched Hanyu's hand, I felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. Let's accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it. Okay? Yes, Hanyu said with a definite nod. What's outside of the well? Is it something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? I'm gonna fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world, even if I get to the bottom of the well again. The key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I can get out or not, I'll eventually get to the new world. Higurashi, when they cry. Chapter 7. Minagoroshi. Staff credits. Massacre. Emergency Manual 1. If the existence of a terminal patient L5 is confirmed, the Institute Director must resolve the situation before the L5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the L5 subject is alive. If that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and preventing exposure will be of the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix 9, FAQ. Can Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of L5 occurs, putting matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes an out-of-control situation? Yes. If an accident occurs and a hazardous material of the H170 series is exposed to the public, can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Yes. If an accident has occurred and the nature of the Institute is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for making that decision? Yes. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? The execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. This manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply to this manual must make their decision as soon as possible when it is required. If the situation threatens to spiral out of control and the official accedes that this is the case, the EDA Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline for how to execute that final resolution. Terminate all patients above L2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. Conceal the fact that this manual was administered. The contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. If this manual is expected to be executed, the Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. The final resolution must be executed in the following steps. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster. Quarantine the area. Quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. The official explanation must be that there is a gas disaster within the village. The equipment for the operation will be stored at a vacant lot where Yagauchi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach or internal escape, if they do not respond to notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate, use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use the firearms is given by the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutting down communications. The Communication Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. They must take care not to fall under suspicion, and communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside of the traffic blockade, so any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may get permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communication Sabotage Unit. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. Upon assembly, the unit must count the number of the infected and confirm that everyone is present. Sure to not allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personal belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must carefully consider the decision to do so, terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all of the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all the classified items referred to the 193 items in the appendix in the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff at the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Strict quarantine must be maintained of the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut, and the underground area must be flooded. Okay. The entrance to the area must be welded shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. Use of firearms is not permitted, except in emergencies. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who was not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the infected may be shot immediately. However, if the survivor is willing to surrender, do not shoot. Instead, take them into custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive, using the same method as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. After the completion of all operations, the Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. You must be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until complete removal is finished. The Queen and her carriers. It is assumed that the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There is a queen of carriers of the disease, just like there is a queen ant, and this position has been passed down the line of the Furide family. This assumption is made based on the legends and ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundary of the village. Probability of outbreak. As ordinary patients who become ill when they travel far away from the queen, it's assumed that the further and longer they are away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well, and it is estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearning for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. It is believed that the Kano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms, but if the patient still shows no improvement, only returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems for their units. Records show that terminal patients appear even in Hinamizawa, and they will not recover even if relocated near their queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It's recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predict that should the queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at the earliest and 48 at the latest. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is to treat them as an armed anti-national uprising and immediately suppress them with the military. January 1945. To Colonel Koizumi, the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. Oh, there it is. June 23rd, 1983. Document E420 for the 58th Defense Commissioner. And TECOM 733 Commander. TECOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours, armed for urban suppression. The company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel carefully with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23rd, 1983. Document E711 for the 58th Director of the NIHS. Attention Equipment Testing Company Commander 733. National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department, Suite 13. Official seal omitted. About the Hinamizawa Syndrome. This is information regarding the Hinamizawa Syndrome. The Hinamizawa Syndrome is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms, and instead their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable or if the queen carrier dies. The main symptoms of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability, paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by this syndrome. This behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as this disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. In the end, the patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes, and they will claw at their throats or wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory notice for virus control. The pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. Therefore, no effective preventative method exists and inoculation is required. After the mission is completed, all staff members must take a medical exam, and those with positive test results must come forward. Be cautious when interacting with the villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their bodily fluids would cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use the testing syringe to test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If test results comes out positive, inject the treatment medication C120. If the irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there is still no change in symptoms, seek treatment at HQ. Do not use C120 if your test results are not positive. If used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rashes, dilated pupils, and hallucination will be observable within 10 minutes. If this occurs, one must seek treatment at HQ. Government officials explained the entire situation in a luxurious meeting room, adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. Never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. One girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like that exists was surprising enough. But on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use. And now there was a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaging in embezzlement. Never heard of such a dangerous disease. There's no cure for it? No. According to the National Research Center, they have recently found a method of treatment for the carriers of the disease, but they're still not capable of administering that treatment to the whole village. The entire populace is going to develop terminal symptoms within the next 24 to 48 hours. It's going to be a disaster. The danger of this Higurashi syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief secretary. Didn't have anything more to say. That didn't mean that he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers. I understand the urgency, but I can't give approval to kill an entire village. How is this disease being studied in secret anyway? Isn't this the responsibility of those who are funding the research? Such a dangerous disease can't possibly be of any benefit to this country. It's the year 1983 for crying out loud. According to these documents, they intentionally held off on exterminating the disease so they'd have more time to study it. On top of that, this chaos was all caused by a single researcher. This is an act of terrorism. It's the fault of those old men in Tokyo. They better take responsibility for this. Get rid of the people who are still haunted by the ghost of the war. This is a good opportunity to rid Tokyo of its festering pus. We will discuss the issue of responsibility in due time, but we must make a prompt decision about this. The man standing by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth. Prime Minister, please give us your decision. What happens if I don't approve this final resolution? Well, almost 100% of the population in the village will develop terminal symptoms within 36 hours. They will be overcome by persecution complexes, and they will begin behaving violently. Suicide, murder, arson, robbery, and rape are some of the things we predict will happen. There will be no peace within the village. Probably won't stay within those boundaries either, but spread throughout the area. As a result, the whole world will discover this disaster. Sooner or later, they will find out about this mysterious disease. This will be a great advantage for the opposition during the next election. Tokyo will also voice their criticism with the Prime Minister. You need their approval in order to make your political plans come to fruition. More than anything, the government might reveal that this secret research was conducted for military purposes. If this happens, this country will have a crisis of faith in their leadership. What if I approve the final resolution? Well, we'll be disguising this as a natural disaster, so the opposition may still attack us for our plunder. However, they will not discover the existence of this mysterious disease. If by chance the world were to discover our military research of the disease, our nation would completely lose its initiative in the Asian region. Support from those nations is a necessity for us. If we lose their trust, the opposition will definitely come into power after the next election. Japan will be finished. According to our simulations, the balance of power will shift drastically, with the second and third parties form a coalition government. The whole world will hold us responsible. The United Nations will accuse us of developing WMDs. Neighboring countries, governments will lead smear campaigns against us, drawing a hard line of our anti-Japan diplomatic policies with high approval ratings. In every way possible, the government of this country will be burned to the ground. So we'll lose the trust of all our allies, huh? Shit. So this isn't just the problem of the several 100,000 people who live around the Higurashi area, is it? But it's way too difficult to cover up 2,000 casualties. The most important thing is to prevent the public from knowing that this country is secretly researching biological weapons. This will be wiping the ass of ghosts of the war. Are you sure this operation can be performed in secretly? If this mission goes public, this will become a greater scandal than the research itself. Yes, it will be kept secret. There are special units working on this case. They're trained specifically for situations like this. You have nothing to worry about. Never heard of any mission like this. It's basically mass murder via gas, correct? I had no idea there were units specifically trained for that. In order to know how to protect themselves from a gas attack, they must know what gas warfare is about. In order to know how to fight against an enemy using gas, they must also know how to kill it with it. The equipment research unit is prepared for any kind of attack. He let out a small sigh. Couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Can any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? That's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The EDA Institute was one such evil. So, we have to make a secret decision in order to keep this research undisclosed. Proving this is going to make us guilty. Are you sure that information will not leak from the members of this unit? That will not happen. The members were carefully selected from a group of extremely loyal men. I've never performed an operation such as this, but they are highly experienced. They will not leak any information whatsoever. They're an assassination unit, huh? Prime Minister, please give us the approval to administer Emergency Manual 34. Director General of Defense, are you sure this operation will succeed? Are you sure we can stop this from going public? No. Can you keep casualties to a minimum? Yes, sir. The preliminary orders have been sent out. The preparations are complete. We will execute the mission as soon as we get your approval. Can't give the approval to slaughter 2,000 innocent people. However, as Prime Minister, I have an obligation to minimize the number of casualties. Prime Minister, I understand your dilemma. Director General, please make a concerted effort to minimize the number of victims. These 2,000 people can't be treated. Please do what's best to prevent additional victims. Yes, sir. Thank you for your approval. We'll return with positive results. So if you can call 2,000 casualties a positive result. Kuno-kun, please set up a meeting with Tokyo as soon as possible. I have to hear an explanation directly from them. Understood. By the way, did they arrest that Ide, the institute director? No, he committed suicide by taking poison. He was in such a rage that his research was being shut down that he felt as if his life itself was being denied. So no one will ever really know what made him commit such a horrific crime. The execution of Manual 34 is approved. June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister. Director General of the Defense Agency. For logistical reasons, you may not bring any large items with you. You cannot carry any luggage. I repeat, you cannot carry any luggage. You may carry only valuable items such as bank books and cash. Please do not use your own vehicle to evacuate. It will cause confusion. It was the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them were locking their doors, some of them were watering their plants, some of them were piling up the food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. The number of policemen and military units in the village added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts the villagers might have had. The more religious among the elderly were convinced that this was the curse of Rika Furude, who had passed away the day before. They were certain that Oishiro-sama was enraged and the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center. Why do you all have guns? These are to protect your homes after the evacuation. You're expecting looters. No one in Yamazawa would do something like that. This is the first platoon. The evacuation is on schedule. After that, we'll send our platoon over. Excuse me. I need to bring along my grandfather's mortuary tablet. You may take that with you. Please hurry up. Make sure everyone in the village is here. Please come forward if you're unable to walk. A soldier will come and help you. Oroshiro-sama is angry because Rika-chan was murdered. Oroshiro-sama, please forgive our sins. Remember our emergency drills. Group leaders have to contact the town council member when everyone in the group has shown up. My asthma is coming out of the swamp. Oroshiro-sama must be furious. There are too many of us here. We'll never make it out alive. Let me die in this village. Don't worry. The helicopters and buses are on their way to transport everyone to safety. You're all gonna make it out okay. Everyone gather at the forestry service. No, not the people from District 4. They're supposed to go to the community center behind the post office. It's exactly the same as in the emergency drills. Please calm down and head to your evacuation point. Please move as a group. Every person matters. Everyone needs to stick together. You will get home safely. The villagers couldn't see the expressions under the soldiers' gas masks. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding under there. The soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to their homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask, but the villagers never saw his tears. Please go back. You can't take your own vehicle to evacuate. The road ahead is cut off by a gas stream, and it's dangerous. Can't you smell the sulfur? Some people tried to leave in their cars so as to take large items with them. However, the quarantine unit had sealed off all roads leading outside. The gas masks of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okuniya, but their phones would not connect. The lines are busy, no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed that the phone lines were overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside, but all they could hear over the radio was loud static. It was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside of the village, so they really were totally isolated. And so, they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They were all like moths heading towards light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered, "This is exactly how it sounded when the Americans jammed their radio waves during the war." As it turned out, he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had all gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, and some were at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the number of evacuees. Please close all the windows to prevent the gas from entering. We'll be sealing the windows to be on the safe side. Cooperation would be appreciated. Alright, let's help them out. People started to seal up all the windows and vents with the duct tape that was handed to them. They completely sealed every opening, even as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Coincidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived. This is all Oroshio-sama's curse. Yukichama, Oroshio-sama, Oroshio-sama. Oroshio-sama demoned away those kids at the Furude Shrine in his fury. The Furude Shrine was swallowed by the world of the demons that day. Demons chewed up her guts while she was still alive. They all started saying that the gas disaster was caused by the curse of Oroshio-sama. Rika's death and the mysterious disappearance of her friends and the 2 detectives were also the result of the curse. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friends' short battle sealed those fate for that night. The more religious villagers had become convinced that the children and the detectives went missing, because they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Oroshio-sama's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. Not one realized that Keiichi and his friends' efforts had all been in vain. Indeed, in Hinamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oroshio-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term the curse of Oroshio-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in this village were set up to believe that the curse of Oroshio-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious. Major, we finished gathering the villagers together. The last family finally reached their assembly point. Got everyone. Good. This is finally it. The curse of Oroshio-sama will become a reality tonight. For enacting Watanagashi on Rika Furude, Oroshio-sama is punishing this village. The curses of the last 5 years are culminating in the biggest curse of them all. This is not just a mysterious chain of murders. This is divine punishment from an enraged god. Hee. Let's begin. This is the company commander. The men are requesting 1 minute of silence. Can you let them have that, Major? Do as you like. Tsukano gave him a disparaging laugh. The company commander crossed his heart and began to speak. Dear Heavenly Father, please guide these innocent people. Their sacrifice will save the lives of many others to come. Please forgive us for committing this sin. Please forgive us for being here today. Company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt the need to ask someone for forgiveness. He wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing this sin and continued to pray. Takano was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself. For you know not what hour your Lord doth come, but know this, that if the good man of the house had known what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Therefore be ye also ready, for in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh. He. One man heard her murmurs. That's from the Gospel of Matthew. Is it? My grandfather always said that to me. He was telling me to work hard every day because you'll never know when you'll be rewarded. When you will be rewarded. Is this a reward for you? Yes. Although you might never understand it. He. Excuse my rudeness, but I believe that the Son of God is a merciful thing. I think what you're saying is inappropriate for a time like this. He was trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible was inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny. He. I'm sorry, but you have no right to judge. Tonight is the night where I become a god. The moment of silence has ended, and with the end of the silence, execute the operation now. The order was given as hollow and reluctant as a manner as an order can possibly be. People were packed into the classroom. They were afraid. The troopers closed the door of the classroom. The people inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. One old man walked up to the door to open it. Because with it closed, it was far too hot inside the room, but he collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him up, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was a very odd sight. What would make for a good example? It would be pretty amusing if they were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched this strange event happen before their eyes. They opened those eyes wider to try and understand what was going on. The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw those 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms, too. It was happening in all the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, and their futures were taken away so quickly and easily. There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone to figure out what was going on broke the seal of a window and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal on their windows too, but they collapsed in a matter of seconds. Someone escaped from the reception room. 4 people are loose. They have permission to fire. Shoot. Soldiers shot the people who tried to escape in the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in the silence. It was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Their deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer was one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. Shots could be heard throughout the building. Soldiers ducked into the shadows upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate. That was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, but as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. The villagers had no choice. Either they die from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they find out about the mission and be killed. What happened? Did they fight back? Spawn. Shot all the fugitives. One of the residential policemen shot back. Collect those bodies. Do not put them with the other corpses. Soldiers walked over to the four fallen bodies. They needed to make sure that they were all dead, not just injured. This is the first platoon. The Forestry Service building has been sterilized. 4 escaped, we took them down. This is the second platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. More than 10 escaped. We're conducting a sweep. It'll be over soon. This is the fourth platoon. Sterilization complete. No one escaped. This is the third platoon. We've taken out all 13 fugitives. Sterilization is now complete. Roger. Start counting the bodies. Make sure the total matches the original number taken earlier tonight. Takano was laughing to herself inside the van. She didn't physically see all those people dying silently, but she saw it anyway. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. Takano waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her, but no one would understand what she was doing, even if they were. She was waving her baton. Takano was pretending that she was the conductor of this silent funeral march. Major, sterilization is complete. We're going to reconnect the phone lines. Sure, go ahead. Hehe. This is the Institute Concealment Unit. We've removed all the classified items and welded the entrance shut. We're currently flooding the underground facility. This is the Traffic Blockade Unit. Everything is proceeding as scheduled. This is the Communications Sabotage Unit. We've reconnected the phone lines. Telephone facility is back to normal. Takano was paying no attention to those reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her. Seemed to be in a good mood. Yes, feels so good, but you can't hear it. This hymn that glorifies God. The hymn? Takano laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide. That's right, the hymn. A new god has descended to this village. There was no god in Hinamizawa. Oroshio-sama was just a name. This was an old backwater village with no real god. But I brought a god to this place. Do you understand what that means? But you don't, hehehe. How many gods in this world have the power to curse people? How many of them can challenge people? None of them. But I did it. Takano laughed as if she was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Takano was satisfied to know that. God is not a god without a curse. Gods are feared because of their curses. They're worshipped because they're feared. That's the truth about gods. Faith alone is what creates a god. There's no need for curses. But the ancient gods all cursed humans. Then what is a god's curse? It's the proof that a god is real. Gods aren't gods if they don't curse people. I found evidence of the existence of God in this poor village. Thought this was a message from heaven. Namazawa was without a god for 100 years, till the end of the dam conflict. I believe it's been my mission to restore the god's existence in this village. Heaven supported me, granted me power. I have raised the bud of a curse plant with the faint seeds of coincidence granted to me by heaven. Now this budding curse bears fruit and hangs ripe. Do you understand? Tonight is the night of the harvest. This is the final curse of Oroshio-sama. From this day forth, Oroshio-sama will be a real god. You may not see it now, but someday you will understand. You see how grand this plan accomplished was, how long it will be told in history, and how great I will become. God's curse. I make that curse happen. I'm the curse of Oroshio-sama. Worship me and be fearful. I'm creating not only death, I'm writing history. History will speak of this curse and remember my existence forever. I'm the curse itself. I've transcended this flesh. My legend will endure forever, beyond my mortal life. My existence is eternal now. Curse yourselves, curse your powerlessness. Realize how great I am. I am Oroshio-sama. I'm a god now. My flesh may die eventually, but I'll remain in this world forever. Ha 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 ha. Maniacal laugh. There's the explosion. This fragment's end. Oh man. They do that noise. Yep. Other one. There it is. And that one. The Great Hinamizawa Massacre. Oh, is that the gas mask? I think that, yeah, that's probably what that is. God damn. What time is it? 9:34. Damn. I think that was like 3 hours without a break. Oh, man. So wait, why is it extra here? And in chapter 6 it was omake. Well, I mean, I guess they didn't want to translate that or something. I don't know. It's weird. Oh, let's do the extra. Actually, no. Let's do the 5-minute BRB. So, let's do the 5-minute BRB, and then we'll come back and finish this. Because I don't know how long the tip's going to be, or how long the talk with Ryukishi is going to be. So, un momento. Alright, we're back. I mean, that was probably like less than 5 minutes, but you know, it's fine. Gotta finish this. So the fragments end. Guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle. But we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memory of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she has discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? Once you find out the answers, collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. After all, the time we have here is endless. We have to find something to play with, because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. But if you can tell me how to have fun with them, even so, that makes you pretty smart. What? You want to know what I play with? I don't play, I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. You found out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. You want to see what's on my mind? Hehe, too bad. I'm not showing that to you. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle and broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination. It's not for me to share with you. I'm sure the world that Rika is about to create is better than anything in my imagination. Even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983. I'm sure this now ended world will remain one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, if she actually overcomes her fate, it'll be the most brilliant fragment of her story. I'm sure the life Rika lives makes for a better story than my boring imagination. Wanna know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once again with the Hanyu. She's trying to live her life with all her might. That's what she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. I'm going there now to check. Do you want to come with me? Then bye, Chapter 8. Which we already did. So we're all good. Detective Minagoroshi. There is one thing I want to check, but I have to do this first. Hi, this is Ch.7. Thank you for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Kai, Chapter 7 Minagoroshi. This time around, the scenario was almost like the answer page in a book of riddles. Or maybe the scenario was like a side dish we enjoyed alongside all the scenarios up to now. You can take it how you like. Just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing this scenario because a mystery is only good when it's still a mystery. This scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. The Book of Riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. There are no answers. You can't get any joy out of reading a Book of Riddles. I regret to see that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. That's why I decided to release something that you can compare your answer to for this series. Since this world had a rather regular presentation, there might not have been many people who reached what might be called the right answer. But it's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised when reading the story, and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you all very much for the solutions you've sent me. They were all wonderful theories, and some were thought out so much more than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer, where I laugh. Also, your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting Higurashi. Finally, I'd like to apologize about how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. I don't know what it was like in 1983, but Child Consultation Centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. I made the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. Sorry for giving them such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter, Matsuri Bayashi, is going to be the last one of the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter of Higurashi When They Cry. Turned out to be such a long story. Hope you continue your kind support. Thank you all very much. Expansion. Ch.7. Man. Overall, I enjoyed it. I thought, well, that's fine. Day 25. Wait, what? How many days do we want? Shit, I can't tell. It's definitely up there in the ranking. But I don't know if I want 6 above 3 or 3 above 6. I mean, this one was good too, with all the reveals and plot developments. I'll go 26. Wait, what? I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. Okay. Let's go back. I think we want 27. So that was right when Rika stays home. Let's go 27. Maybe it's too far. I think it's too far. Oh wait, no, this is Oishi. Okay. So yeah, this is fine. So, skip this. Because I want to find out if that one choice that happened is a choice or not. But yeah, that was, I don't know how to describe that feeling with that scene with Takano killing everyone. It's brutal, but I feel like I'd seen that somewhere. It was definitely well presented here, though. Just very cruel. Okay, so is this when they leave? I think it is. So then they come. Shit. Okay. Ika, get over here, still. Coming up on it. Can't tell now. Chance of fighting. Just waiting for it to pop up. So there is no choice. Okay. Oh wait, leaves Toko. Okay, yeah, so it's just an illusion. That's fine. I just want to make sure. Which is totally fine. It was a nice surprise. Because I didn't expect Keiichi and the gang to save him. But yeah, no, it's tragic. Very tragic. Yeah, it's definitely 3, 6, 7. Not in that order, but like those are up there. 5, 1, 4, 2. I have to replay 2 to see why. I mean, well, do I have to? At this point, I don't know. 2 is good. I mean, I kind of want to. So yeah, I guess they revealed that Mion was Shion during the Angel Mort stuff. I had it in my mind that it was. I just took it at face value that it was Shion, but oh well, that's fine. We'll have to look at that. Or notice it in the anime, I guess, when we watch that. Right, there's also the manga. So much. It's not bad. Anyways. Guess that's the stream. So, Ray and Joel. We finished in 2 days. Hey. I mean, this is what happens when we don't stop after like 2 hours, 3 hours, so. Yeah, I guess tomorrow we'll start chapter 8. And then we'll see. Tomorrow's Thursday? Jeez. Okay. Yeah, this is very enjoyable. You pretty much got every answer. I still don't see the thing. So yeah, I did get spoiled about the Satoko thing. Because I don't think they've outright stated it. Because chapter 3, she was like, eh. Chapter 6, she was like, Chapter 7's like, oh, she did something. So I guess you're supposed to confer, but maybe I guess in chapter 8 we'll see it. Or something. I don't know. Can only speculate. Yeah. Takano. She immediately jumped up the list in chapter 3 because of that conversation with Keiichi. With the car and Tomotake's bike in the back. But man, that's so cruel having with a reveal here that Tomitake was in the trunk. Oh, it's so unfortunate for him. But, oh well. Maybe he'll live next time. Maybe they'll get the happy ending tomorrow. Or, chapter 8. But yeah. Very good. Very enjoyable. I didn't expect the government conspiracy cover-up thing. Weaponized parasites. Isn't that what happened in Resident Evil 4? Kind of? With less plagas? Can't recall. It might be spoilers, but anyways. Yeah, it's fine. Anyways. I never played it. I have to play it eventually. But one of these days. Not this year. Maybe next year. Anyways. Higurashi, Chapter 7. It's done. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for having that. Thanks again to the FE of the raid. And yeah. Have a good one. 10 hours? Wait. No. That can't be right. No, I mean, it's the new Twitch algorithm, I guess. Twitch layout. I mean, you could do stats, right? Just see. 10 hours, 29 seconds? Wow. Well, it's been a while. Anyways. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. Bye.